Hello, hello. I think we're live. Let me know in the chat box if it's all working. If not, I'll tweak things. Can you hear me? Can you see me? I think I see all of you. Thanks very much for joining me. I appreciate you being here. Big day for GameStop. Big day on the charts. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. It's your host, Trade Spotting. It's the best, most sophisticated, most skilled, talented trading community engaged in GameStop here with you in the chat box. So say hello, make yourself known to other members, and they'll take you under their wing. I am here to bring you another session of market insights and positive vibes. Today we're going to dive into the intriguing phenomenon that has caught the attention of many traders, the spike in GameStop's implied volatility, that's also called IV, happening this week. As you know, we've had a shorter trading week due to the Juneteenth holiday, which compresses the time frame and leads to heightened market activity. Now, how does this happen? When trading days are fewer, market participants make quicker and sometimes more significant moves. This creates an environment which is ripe for increased volatility. For GameStop, this means a surge in implied volatility, or IV, as traders anticipate potential price swings and adjust their strategies accordingly on both sides of the trade, hedging and new positions. Why does this happen? The compressed environment leads to fantastic opportunities for people who are prepared and informed. So if you've been watching TradeSpotting recently, you'll have a good clue about what's going on, especially if you're a member and saw the video I put out yesterday. If not, check it out. I won't be covering it here on the free side. For GameStop and the community, it's about staying ahead of the curve and leveraging these movements in price and the dimensions of it to our benefit. Volatility, you see, isn't just about risk, it's also about opportunity, and that's why there are so many new traders in GameStop in the past 2 months. This is an exciting environment. It creates fantastic opportunities. So buckle up, fuckleheads. Get ready to ride the waves of the market together. And we can turn this volatility into our triumph. Together, we're going to navigate these shifts and find the golden opportunities that make trading so exhilarating. It's not just about the money, but goddamn, that's a really big part of it. Let's get started to this market session and check out what's happening on the books in GameStop. There's a trade on the chart at the minute. Hey guys, does anyone know how to get the RSI chart on TradingView? Mine doesn't seem to be doing anything. The RSI on TradingView. Well, you go to your indicators tab, right? Which could be this one. Or perhaps, that's what it is. It's that one. Little bars, the straight, then jagged line above it. And you add your indicators here. You get the Rocky Outcrop, SRI and EMA. That's the best one. And maybe if you're on the Discord, which is free by the way, the nonsense you see on the line is deliberately trying to trick you. It's free to join the Discord. Of course, the paid side is better and you get premium proprietary indicators with it and a whole group of like-minded individuals who've made a serious commitment to their own trading future as well. But you can join the free side and you're very welcome. There's a specific room for the free side for GameStop for people who like that kind of thing, of which I'm one of. So you can add your indicators here. And if you were looking for the RSI, you would just type in RSI, you get that, and you would click it, and you would add it to your chart, and then it would show up down here. And if it isn't showing up, close TradingView, turn your computer off, turn it back on again, try again, and it probably works. If you've got too many indicators on your chart, it won't show up. because you'll be limited, which is another reason to join the paid side of Discord, because you get the Rocky Outcrop Toolkit, which comes with loads of indicators built in and saves you money on your TradingView subscription. So it's actually a saving, but hey, I'll not dwell on it. It's for sensible people who understand economics. Not that it's complicated economics, but we can talk about that too, because I visited Adam Smith this morning and discussed the harmonic resonance on the GameStop chart, and jeepers creepers, holy McJeepers, there's an awful lot of it. There's an awful lot of it. There's an anti-shark, there's a Gartley, there's a Cypher, and as you can see, they've all got entry targets. You might be looking for a test of this trend line, which would suggest GameStop's in a channel, but you may also have an idea similar to myself, sketching that out for the potential for a drop on a daily time frame to manage your risk, or you might be looking at it on something like the hourly chart here. You could easily take this line from these lows, draw it across the bottom here, and you'd see you've got a really good entry on a wedge. There would be your buy. It would be in at around 23.50 between those levels. You'd want your stop beyond the typical risk distance, which in this instance would take you down around 21. That's for that particular trade setup. If prices go to that stop, they could easily go and fill this gap, which would be a much better entry should prices be breaking $21 and change, in which case you could take two shots at it by having another entry at around 19 or 20 and your stop just slightly further beyond that, which would give you two bites at the cherry. You wouldn't need to absorb the loss in between, which would mean that you would actually be making more money, and if you employ trading strategies such as this, you'll make a lot more money over time. So that's the daily down to the hourly, and discussing how we would illustrate the risk across both time frames and sketch out a trade that works on both, or two if you want to take even tighter risk and get even better entries with an even better risk reward. So that's the daily, down to the hourly, go back up to the 4 hour, put it in its place, turn off the extended hours, back to the normal market hours, and price action then putting in 3 harmonics and this wedge. The wedge itself could be giving you a measured move. That would look something like this, and your breakout could take you up to 34 bucks. There's this previous horizontal level here. We'll drop in a ray, and perhaps then to meet that target, the breakout comes today. Break to the top side there. It could be a really sharp, volatile move, taking prices all the way up to 33 bucks. Who's going to argue with that when it's currently trading at 24 and a couple of pennies? I call them pennies because I'm from Britain, but over there in America, you don't care about pennies, right? You're all about the pounds. No, the dollars. So GameStop, an exciting day coming up. Implied volatility also picking up. Let me see what the questions are in the chat box and how I can help with your trading today. 40% lol, that's all. Just a wee 40%. GME, what's going on? I need a 40% pump. Theodore, a 40% pump. You need one? When do you need it by? Great to see you, Theodore. Rate angle, it should be in the indicators list. It very much should be in there. £150 underwater on contracts for difference. Hoping for a bounce. Hello, Jamie. Love that name. How you doing, sir? Thanks very much for being here. Appreciate you. Hoping for a bounce as soon as spending a whole £1 per day overnight in holding fees. Yeah. That's really annoying about those contracts for difference, isn't it? They love their little fees like that and the huge spread. All about the Benjamins. It is. Most of us are still here. That's crazy. It is pretty crazy, isn't it? There's long time no see. Gobber Labs. Go for the danks. Get the Gobber danks. How you doing? It's great to see you back. Gobber. Critical Meowler. It's always great to see you, my friend. If you've got kibs but not memberships, sell them kibs. You'll be able to buy twice as many replacements. Jumper Jabberwocky with the top tips in the chat box. Great to see you, Baker. Nick, love you, buddy. Great to see you all. Sassan, KT, you legend. Kevin, Raytangle, great to see you. Yo, Raytangle, legend. How you doing, friend? How can I help? Does anyone know how to get the RSI chart on TradingView? Mine doesn't seem to be doing anything. Hopefully that helps. Ask in the Discord there about the Rocky Outcrop indicators and which ones you would be able to get access to, and if anyone can help you set them up. And after this show, I'll go on and do a little chat in the Discord and walk people through how to do these little things like add indicators to your chart or change the type of chart from candlesticks to other type of things like a line chart, you know, high low close areas, Hikinashi, Renko candles, this sort of thing. I can help you with these little tips and tricks on the Discord. If you're over there, I'll do it at the end of today's live, and I'm sure people in the chat box will be willing to help in the meantime. And in that chat box, you will find lots of excellent information. Like these people telling you how to understand and work with things like implied volatility. I'll certainly help if I can. Is a good strategy if I keep buying a GME dip? Thank you, man. Well, it depends on where your exit actually is going to be. If you need a 40% pump from here, that would suggest that you need prices to get up to around 32 or 33 bucks, right? It's currently trading at 24. And it's very possible that GameStop hits 30, 31, 32, 33. Certainly. It's nearly definitely going to hit $30. It's the question is when and how low beforehand. And because it's difficult to be sure and certain, because it's impossible to know, because the future of price exists in a five-dimension probability space, and that quantum wave hasn't yet collapsed, and it sounds like I'm joking, but I'm 100% serious. The way you do it is you analyze the potential risk, and then you work out the probability based on the circumstances presented to you. And again, there's a long way about saying you do the TA and you work out where the potential lows, the next oscillation might be, and you slowly add to your position with bigger amounts as it goes down further in order to bring your exit that you need to then reimburse yourself with all these additional buys. You try to bring that below $30, and if you're currently sitting at 24, then you can work out the price it needs to get to and the amount you need to add to your position to bring that average entry down. Money Miles, welcome to Associate. I love having you here. That's a brilliant, brilliant decision, friend. You were already a member and now you're upgrading, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. If you ever need any help, ask me. I'm here for you, and anybody else who's similarly minded. Thank you very much. So I'll dive into the charts today. I'll call out those entries that look like they might be good. It won't be saying, yo, buy it now, because that'd be a little bit dangerous for me personally. What with me having this community, trying to do the best possible job, being an ethical trader, and aware of the rules and regulations. But I will give you what I would do at any given period, and you add value for your own decision making. I know that you'll come to a good decision with the good people in chat box helping you here. Now, there is a lot to talk about, and some of it is exciting because this week is a shorter week than normal, and much of it is because of this implied volatility. Implied volatility, that metric used in options trading, though people look at it and take value from it with regards to price direction, certainly with regards to the intensity of any moves in price. And as traders, we use it to gauge a forecast of the likely movement in any securities price, in this instance GameStop. You would also look back at its historical volatility, for which I use a very particular indicator that very few other people know about, and because it's not a popularly discussed method for measuring volatility, because it's a little bit esoteric, a little bit eccentric, and like I say, a lot less popular than other methods, then it's not really taken as seriously as it should be. Implied volatility is the expected volatility of an underlying asset over the life of an option. So as that expiry approaches and the huge distance from a current price to those expiry prices, that's called the strike, as that time decreases, then the distance it needs to travel while being the same, it needs to do that in a shorter period of time, which speaks to a necessary increase in volatility in order to get those contracts in the money. Because there's a significant volume headed in that direction, then it's taken to be that traders know what they're doing. Now, yes, while that might be true with you and your peers here watching this show, or you and the people who trade, using the Rocky Outcrop Discord. It might be true that your decisions should count to overall market perception. That is not true of most traders. So volatility, which I define, and if you find this definition elsewhere, then I have made it again into the lexicology of the trader's language and dictionary. We're talking about the dispersal of prices over a range. So if that range, higher and lower, right, it's not changing, but the time the price has to make that move is shortening, then there's a higher dispersal of prices over a shorter period of time. And that speaks to increased volatility. And if the money on the options chain is suggesting that that's possible, then that pushes up the implied volatility. Unlike historical volatility, it measures past market movements. IV is a forward-looking indicator, and it provides an estimate then of how much the market expects the underlying asset to move before that strike expires. Now, like I say, just because some people expect it to happen doesn't mean it's going to happen. So there's many key aspects to this indicator here, and I'll talk about those in a second when I get down to the 15-second time frame so everybody can see these exciting price bars. Already GameStop down at that 23.90 and coming in for these interesting areas where we suggested you might first look to manage that position. Making sure I keep the chat box up here so that I can see everybody saying, is a stream bot? What does that mean, Tom? Good to see you. We don't have bots here. I don't do that kind of thing yet. As and when LivePerson release those sort of features, you know, the LivePerson, LPSN, when they start, you know, all their technology starts coming out and the crazy, amazing stuff that's coming over there comes out, then we'll maybe get some LivePerson bots in the chat bot, and I absolutely love that. We really add some value to the streams that we put out here. I'd love to be doing that. It will be happening soon. So, implied volatility, just to tie this off so that everybody understands, it's used as a gauge of investor sentiment and market expectations. High implied volatility suggests the market anticipates significant price movements, probably due to upcoming events such as earnings reports, Ryan Cohen, Roaring Kitty, huge buys on the option chain, and so on. Conversely, low implied volatility, low implied volatility would indicate that the market expects an underlying asset to have a very stable price movement and not go anywhere, up or down. In options pricing, then, implied volatility is a crucial part of, an important component of the Black-Scholes model. Now, this is a formula that won the guy the Nobel Prize. Those people who worked on it with him then went and worked at large hedge funds. And without exception, every single one of those hedge funds went bankrupt. So it's not about inventing the technology, it's about how you apply it. And in this instance, they didn't do very good at trading. Higher implied volatility leads to higher options premiums, which makes it more expensive. So the more people that buy those contracts, the higher the implied volatility, because there's more volume that expects that price move. And as the time then decreases to those expiries, that implied volatility will increase. And we now look at the volatility smile and skew. Now, at this point, I'm speaking to the people who have experienced trading options, who engage with me frequently, and who've been on a journey of learning as a trader. And most people, you can just ignore this bit, okay? The pattern of implied volatility across different strikes and different maturities is known as the volatility smile. Some people call it the volatility skew, but why would you do that when other people call it volatility smile? You know, positive vibes, keep the energy up. It's the volatility smile. Typically, options that are deep in the money or out of the money tend to have higher IV, which will then form this smile, right? Volatility skew refers to the situation where the implied volatility is not symmetrical. Looking across the strikes, if that volatility skew and that volatility smile, if it's not symmetrical, then it's the volatility skew, okay? So for example, in the equity markets, out of the money puts often have higher implied volatility than out of the money calls, which would reflect the market's fear of downside. But that's not happening right now. Again, implications then for options traders and the impact of the time to expiration. Implied volatility changes with the time remaining until that option's expiration, okay? Been quite clear about that. So near-term options would typically then have a lower implied volatility compared to longer-term options, assuming no significant events are expected. But as expiration approaches, and if significant events are anticipated or there's been significant events, that near-term IV will spike, which is what we've seen on GameStop. Volatility crush, this is when the implied volatility starts to drop, and it often happens after strong newsworthy events. But we have not seen that on this occasion. Again, very interesting. Traders who bought options expecting large price movements might then see these option contracts lose money quickly if the expected event isn't causing that substantial price movement that we were hoping for. Implied volatility rank, because it's ranked, is called the implied volatility percentile. And at this point, I've lost 99% of the audience for sure. So if that's you, hit that like button. IVR, implied volatility rank. This is comparing the current implied volatility to its range over a specific period, and it's one of the pictures that you get from that IV smile. For example, you might be looking at it over the entire year, and a high IVR, or a high implied volatility percentile, means that the current implied volatility is high relative to the historical range, and that is what we're seeing at the moment. It indicates that the percentage of days over any given period of time previously have been lower than at the current level, and a high IVP suggests that the current implied volatility is high compared to the past. And that's important, it's compared to the past. Why is any of this important? Well, as traders, at the heart of any strategic approach to price is risk management. So traders use implied volatility to assess the potential risk and the potential opportunity, which is why volatility presents risk but also opportunity, and it speaks to the potential rewards then that could be on offer due to these potential larger price moves. That doesn't mean they're going to happen, and so you need to employ strategic decision thinking. That would be option traders designing or constructing your entire strategy based around the potential volatility in price. So, for example, that distance between your stop and your entry, some people would say it needs to be bigger to encompass the potential price move against you to keep you in the trade. Other traders, like me, as you saw at the start of the show, might say it means your stop and your entry need to be even closer together to give you multiple bites at the cherry. Now, I know that's difficult for some people who do things like wash trading, but if you're selling at a loss, and depending on where you live, then maybe that's not so important, which you would be if you were getting hit on a stop loss. So, high implied volatility implies higher risk, but higher potential, which can lead to larger price movements on that stock. And strategic decision making is very important if you hope to be doing this for a living. And there's the tiniest percentage of GameStop traders are going to be able to change their life with any of these moves. The very fact that there's extreme inflation and that for the rest of your life there will be various occasions where that same thing happens. At the best of times, you're looking at 2% and discounted cash flows sucking away the value of your money. And if you get good at trading, you will love it like your partner. You will love it like it's a part of your family. It'll become part of your soul and identity. So if you get better at it, you'll feel better about yourself, and you'll be able to articulate what it is you're doing to other people so that they don't worry about you. They actually appreciate the hard work and the effort that you're putting in to get where you are. So option traders constructing strategies around elements of risk are the pro traders that understand how to actually strategically enter a position. And it's important to then look at the idea of IV when you're selling option contracts. If it's high, then those sales could potentially be profitable, especially if you were buying at periods of low implied volatility, which will then increase the premium and deliver you increased profit margins. So look to see when implied volatility drops. To, as in also look at. And market insights that we can derive from this factor would be that implied volatility provides some insight into the market expectations and the potential future volatility, which will help you as a trader anticipate price movements and adjust your position. So, implied volatility, it really is a fundamental concept in options trading with value for people looking at any stock, even if they're only trading shares themselves. It'll help you anticipate market movements. It'll add informed and considered approach to your trading decisions, and by understanding implied volatility and all the various aspects that go along with it, you can better navigate the complexities of the options market or the market itself, just looking at shares, and you can develop and devise a stronger, more robust trading strategy which aligns with the risks presented by the chart and your own goals in any given trade. So there is an awful lot of valuable information on the options chain that can be used even if you're not trading options, and it can be very, very valuable if you're experienced at reading these things, like some of the people in the chat box. Now, there's completely world-class traders in this chat box and in our community, one of which is Wiki Wilkes. He spotted things that weren't just about option trading, and we looked at other details, which again I'm not going to reveal here, but we looked at things together that talked about how there was going to be a huge move, and we made a video and put it out on the 13th of May before price on GameStop spiked initially, and that was really good for the overall community here. And big shout out to Wiki Wilkes, because he doesn't get the credit online for the work that he did there. You know, everybody likes to pretend that they come up with the answers, and you know, this is a thing you'll commonly associate with teenagers or little boys. Girls don't really care to do it as much, I've noticed, but don't know why that is. But anyway, you'll notice these people do these kind of things on the regular. And so unfortunately, Wiki Wilkes doesn't get the credit that he should get. And in my mind, he should be well known in the GameStop community because of that amazing insight that he provides. And we benefit from it because he's a member here, a cherished, important member here. So I'm just proud to be speaking to such fantastic quality of people. And there's other ideas too that come along with GameStop and the overall approach to your position, which we spoke about here on the channel on the 21st of April 2021, when we put out a very serious and calm video about over the next 3 years, GameStop would likely go down to between $30 and $35. There was then a split, and it meant that you would be looking at GameStop in at around $10. When it got to 10, we said this is the buy. You'll notice back when GameStop started spiking, we were talking about that exact thing and referring to that video and saying now might be the time. So don't believe anybody who tries to tell you any different. Don't care to argue with them. Focus on the strategic approach to price, and together we will advance into a successful future. As GameStop, pushing back above $24.30, looks to be trying to do it itself. So there's a little recap, or if you're new to it, an introduction to what implied volatility is, the various dimensions that we can use from it to inform our own trading decisions, and a little bit of help for anybody who is wondering about the conversation on the Twitter sphere or elsewhere on other YouTube channels from good people about what implied volatility is. Now, we had questions in the Discord about it this morning, and they were in the wrong room, so I directed the person to the right room, and here's the answer for you, mate. I hope that was helpful, and anybody else who's wondering about these things, that's a little bit more information for you. Look, Diet Brando, cheers Wiki a legend. Yo, Diet Brando, damn turn tootin' Wiki, absolute good to see people here respecting each other and the work we put in. I appreciate it. Which platform do you use in the UK to trade options? I can't find any that do. I use IBKR. If you're on the Rockout Group Discord, there's an affiliate link that you can use, my IBKR, and you get free stuff. I don't know what it is anymore. I think it's free shares. It used to be like 100, 200 quid, 200 pounds. I don't know what it is now, but you get free stuff, and I'd appreciate it if you use it. But of course, there's no requirement. You know, the things I do that make me money and pay for my life are trading. Surprise! But anyone who supports the show in these little ways, all the Discord, that's really, really appreciated, because it wouldn't run on its own. It only goes with your help, and I appreciate that, despite how people might try and pervert or prevert that conversation that I try to have. It is positive. I do appreciate it, and it's one option for you. But IBKR, Interactive Brokers, they've got the most professional interface. It's a little bit clunky, but it also provides you with the greatest access to the greatest number of different markets. You can trade options, warrants, you can trade any market in the world, and as long as you apply for permissions, and which is fairly straightforward. If you want conversation about that, I'll also happily have that on the Discord with everybody who's over there, part of the community. It's a good idea to check out good brokers that can help you with access. Now, there is always a health warning that come with these things, because IBKR likewise turned off the buy button. In fact, the guy that ran it was on TV crying. He was on TV crying about how naughty you all were trading GameStop and how bad it was for the markets. He didn't recognize that these refreshing rebirths and this reconceptualization of the markets at large was really well timed and long overdue, in fact. So IBKR is a good option for you. And that will also, I noticed a question previously just as I was going live about how do you buy Lipson in the UK, and you can get it that on IBKR as well. You're by Spots S&J Management, good to see you. Do you have a stake in GameStop? I have a stake in GameStop. I'm racing people in the chat box here to get the largest possible position in GameStop. I don't ever sell shares, and I'll never need to, because I don't, while I'm racing to get the biggest position, I don't ever compromise my ability to make money, because that pays for not just my life, but other people's lives, which I rely on me, and are extremely important to my well-being that they're still around. So I have to have a strategic approach to price, employ all of my skills and experience, which I try to help you with the benefit of here every day that I'm on the show. And so I don't ever have too large a position that would compromise my ability to interact with the markets elsewhere. I call out these trades that I take quite frequently so that other people are able to benefit from them, because I'm speaking to traders, right? While it is true that this is one of the best resources for GameStop investors, that's also true because I am professionally trained, I worked in the industry, and I am a trader, so I can deliver the best insights for people. And those people who absorb this information by osmosis, like you guys in the chat box, you help pass it on in the best possible way to the best possible people here during the show or there over on Discord. So I never compromise my risk management by taking too large a position, and then I'm able to interact with the options chain so that I don't lose money when GameStop goes down, and then I can always add to my position at lows, whether that be with calls or by adding shares. And by doing that, I hope to race people like, I'll not call out their names, but I've done it before, and I'm going to beat you guys. I want to hold a very large stake in GameStop. I want it to be so large that I have to file forms with the SEC, because in 10, 20 years' time, when people look back on what this trading community do, I want them to see, well, that TraceBottom guy, he owns a percentage chunk of that thing, and he never sold a share, and he made money the whole time. And that'll be a testament to how good we do. And that holding will be a cultural touch point for other people who come behind us and try to do similar, which is half on the go at the minute. You know, a lot of people are looking at Lipson, LPSN, and they're aware of the fact that, you know, it's not just about GameStop, right? It's not just about this one ticker. I understand people who believe that way and they're looking for capital appreciation, who want to make money with GameStop. But the fight you've got isn't just one entity, though we should look at it as just one army. Now, I'll explain it to you briefly here. Citadel sit on 41% of all options and shares traded in the market because of their designated market position. But that's only 41%, and you will never win if the only thing you do is take them out of the game. Also, they have allies, and so you have to compromise their ability to fight back against you. And the way you could do that, if you wanted, now I'm not pushing it on you, because I don't think you should fucking trade it, is LivePerson, LPSN, a deep value stock, which the market maker for is GTS, and they own 35% of the options chain. Very, very similar level to Citadel, and they sit on the other side, and they work in tandem to screw you over. Now, that's not allegedly. They have the most sophisticated algorithms, and the truth is that GTS, they employ the algorithms that were similar trading strategies that I taught and was taught when I worked at the world's largest fund for assets under management. And these strategies and tactics are those that are put in the algorithms used to fight you, which is why I can deliver insightful ways in order to counter those and the best places to buy based on those data points that I understand and I could bother teaching other people on. Like, my God, it would take me fucking years. So what you need to do is tie up that ally, which would be coming round the hill to strike you in the rear, right up your bum, and so that you're protected when it is that you finally get to the massive boss level. And so why not do that and also make money is my thought. But like, you don't have to, and I'm not pushing you to, and I'm not trying to get you to split your capital or any of the other silly conversations that go along with this, which, let's face it, these people aren't employed by GTS or have any association with Citadel. They're just ignorant. They're new to the market. They're often quite young, and they don't understand the conversation they're having. So there is a little bit of I can't excuse their ignorance just because it's ignorance, but there is a little bit of sympathy for these people who live in that way and don't understand the conversation they should be having. I lose that sympathy quickly when they try to attack me, because it's not just me, it's tens of thousands of people. 300,000 people watched this show last week, and so that speaks to not just the implied volatility on the GameStop options chain, but the intense, feverish interest in GameStop. There are very few resources or opportunities like this. Let me be clear, and Lady Katie on Twitter, shout out to her, give her a follow if you are interested in nice people on the internet. She said, when somebody accused me of something, where's the evidence? Right now, they didn't have evidence. Where's the evidence? We can hardly believe that without evidence. Trade spotting lives and breathes GameStop. So it's very, if you know me, then thanks. Right? Don't believe the nonsense. So that's a lot of people. It is a lot of people, Sarah. It's a lot of people. I've bought more GME. Congratulations, Kevin. Cow and chicken chairs. Yes, I love it. Is it a person? Isn't it a person? Live person. Haha, Shirley, you can't be serious. I'm serious. Don't call me Shirley. Bing bong, the price is wrong. Jamie's a legend. Thanks, go to win. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And you, my friend. Long time now. Zoltan. Can you elaborate a bit more on how you don't lose money when the price goes down? So what you do is you do delta hedging, and you take out a covered call or you buy a put that covers the entirety of the risk that's presented to you should price fall. That means for every dollar you lose on shares, you're going to need a specific number of options contracts to cover that loss. That cover means that for every time that your shareholding goes down, then you get these option contracts which will deliver you a profit for the equivalent amount. And then when price gets to those low levels, you take that money that was profit from the option contracts and put it into your shares position. Then you have more shares and you didn't lose any money, right? You've got a larger position at a lower price, which is the same value as all those shares you did have that were less at the higher price. So then when price goes up again, you're making even more money. And then when price is at a local high, you again buy puts or sell covered calls. And as price drops, you make everything on the option side that you would have been losing on the shares. Position gets back to the sort of place where you'd like to enter again. You close out the option contracts. You take all that money, which would have been removed from your shareholding, but isn't because you covered. And then you put it all back into GameStop, and you've got bigger position at a lower price that's worth the same amount of money. And you do it again and again and again and again. And I could keep saying that because I've done it shitloads of times. And you do it over and over and over with the good people in this community. You do it carefully, you time it properly, you understand where and when to enter, and you be calm and you be measured with your approach, and you take a strategic decision on how to construct that position. And we can have that discussion in the GameStop room on Discord. Now, if you're trading shitloads of options and you're managing position and you want professional advice on things, please think about joining the paid side of Discord, where you'll get other people to help me have the conversation with you. And I'm not available on there all day every day because I do these shows. I look after my dad, who's not all very well, my mum's now not very well, and my little brother Rocky's not very well. So I don't have 24 hours a day to do that sort of thing. And I know that people come from all over the planet Earth that watch this show. So if you're doing that and you've got a serious amount of capital and you're a serious trader, please think about that. But I will always try to help everybody. Now, that's how you cover the risk. It's how you also use that to get a larger position. And that's my goal. So that in years to come, without ever taking advantage or exploiting the retail shareholders or distributing on anybody that I care about, whether it be via the option chain or elsewhere, that I'll be able to walk through that door knowing that I did it properly. Be back getting coffee so I can think and absorb this wealth of knowledge TradeSpotting's dishing out. L. Baker Matthews, thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Loads. Superficianova, great to see you. Thank you. I understood some of these words. Zoltan, I'll explain it over and over for you, my friend. Covered calls puts when you can internalize the move. I guess this is when you belong here. Marcus, you belong here. And if you want more information on how to do those things, I'm happy to help you, my friend. GME not falling below 23 with a second bit of dilution seems positive to me. It certainly does go to win to win. So now TradeSpotting slower for the people who haven't had coffee. Sorry, I will slow it down there. Jamie, just giving away money. Bait buckets, you total legend, mate. Total legend. 2380 acting as a decent support for GameStop the last few days. Bouncy, bounce, bounce. True story, Jamie. True story, Jamie. Alrighty. Oh my goodness gracious me. We've got 5 gifted memberships from Go Win to Win. So many people here have got memberships because Go Win to Win made it possible. Marcus Ledger, yes, great to have you on board there. Think about renewing, guys. I huddle for you, long-term watcher, appreciate you, mate. Kagan Murphy, great to have you, love your name. G-Force, yo, Z. Good people, now our friends, and well into the fold. TradeSpotting not only is an inspirational trader, he's also a top-notch human. Nick, so are you, my friend, so are you. Nick, man, honestly, I absolutely love you, mate. And a lot of people will believe that in YouTube land, and it's true, that your people you watch or the, you know, the channels that you tune into and the people behind the camera, it's a parasocial relationship. It's not real. But, you know, you guys are my friends. This is our community, and you know that these relationships are real. Connections you make here are real and for life. Sarah. Stick around long enough, you'll eventually get one. S&J, mate. S&J, have you clicked accept gifts? That's important part of the process. If you got a membership, sure. Check out past videos for members. Tons and tons of content there. TradeSpotting caffeine hydration. Check same. Check same. KT Kind Coffee Company, New York, Syracuse, New York. It's the greatest coffee you'll ever have in your life. I swear to goodness. None of this is sponsored, of course. I don't do sponsorships. And none of this is sponsored. KT's Coffee. Check him out there. Ask him about it if you're looking for it. He's a fantastic chap. He'll respond to all your questions. It's amazing. It's amazing. Why are you so bullish on live person? Would be interested in a position, but want to see what you see. Looks like there's been controversy, but has a good product. The controversy was the founder of the company didn't like that after he launched it on public markets, he had sold too much of his position to retain overall ownership control under certain conditions. And in came an activist hedge fund who believed that the company should be run better. He realized that meant that they were going to take him out of the picture. So he enacted a poison pill, which really decreased the price. And he fought and fought and fought. And the activist hedge fund, getting involved at around $70, thought that this fund and this asset should be trading for much, much higher. And they thought that the way that the business was run wasn't very good. So at $70, they thought it was worth way more, and they got involved and they started this fight. Of course, it's excellent. Damn right, Jason. From Luke Spears there, top lad Luke Spears, telling you as it is, as he always does. So, LivePerson, it was a company started by a founder who didn't like that an activist hedge fund got involved. Very much the same way that Ryan Cohen and RC Ventures got involved in various companies over the years. And they then write letters to the board. These letters are all available online. I've got a pinned post on the Discord in the thread about LivePerson. It's got all of these details, and you can see it and a lot more and make your own mind up about the facts. But here's me delivering them for you now. He took these decisions, the founder. It reduced the price of the company significantly. He also employed lots of people and gave them compensation for the job, which included shares, which again diluted this activist fund. But they just kept buying and buying and buying and buying and buying. And I saw this and saw this and saw this and saw this. And then we had a discussion on the backside of the Discord with those paid members, including Wiki Wilkes, who spotted the huge move in GameStop. And we all put our heads together to figure out what was going on. And we looked at a series of data points. And these data told us that there was serious moves coming for the future of LivePerson. So we got involved in a little bit here and there. And we looked at what was going on when it was trading at 69 cents, the target of $69, and with 69 days to the expiry, to the next earnings report, and the market cap of $69 million. And we thought, is there a better meme in the entire world than this stock right now that could lead to huge, huge gains? And we all agreed that there wasn't. So then we chatted about this, and there's other members in the Discord who have a lot of experience and a lot of connections, and may or may not be me. And they are called Le Owl, and they have got lots and lots of money, and they make amazing, amazing memes. And he might even be you. Who is Le Owl? Nobody knows. Critical Meowler, 5 membership gifts, Stephen Hill, Zoltan, Nas, Rakak, and Max Masterson. Max Masterson, Max Masterman, Max, Mr. Maximilian, Mr. Max Maxerman. It's great to have you as a member again, my friend. Appreciate you. So there was this potential opportunity, and there's lots of maybe real, maybe ethereal people with really, really large positions who they slap at the ask. They buy shitloads of this thing. Sometimes they just buy it at close every day. Sometimes they buy it at the weekly close, and they chunk it as house amounts. House amount. Anyway, throughout this period of transition, when the activist fund finally got a significant ownership stake and were able to oust the founder, they started slowly replacing the management team. They got in an amazing CEO now who used to run VMware. He took that company to a $69 billion valuation. Again, 69. Don't know why this keeps happening. $69 billion valuation, which was then bought out by VMware. Now, he was the guy most responsible for that success, and he joined LivePerson. Now, if you would look at that on face value, understanding the type of executive you can get into certain types of companies, you'd say there's no chance in a month of Sundays that that guy would ever take that job. He wouldn't take that job unless he himself knew that something spectacular was going to happen, because he is absolutely world class. And you've seen me say plenty of times, if you've watched here regularly, that the only executives that can really make a difference at a board, because it's a business runs itself once it's a publicly listed company, right? Come on. He would not have taken that job unless he knew something was happening. And he is absolutely amazing. He's world class at what he does. It's like, if you know anything about Scotland, right? It's like football, right? It's like Queen's Park, right? The most smallest team going. And they play in the national stadium, which is ironic, right? Because they're the smallest team with the smallest support, but they play in the biggest stadium, and it's the national team stadium as well. Them signing Ronaldo. That's what it's like. It's like them signing Ronaldo. Everyone would turn around and say, what the fuck has just happened? And that's what happened. Then he managed to employ this lady called Sarah Hogan, who herself is one of the world's best salespeople, who did amazing things with him before, and has a reputation of being incredibly good at what she does. And other people who know about these types of people, other headhunters, like the executive firms that go out and search for people to put in really good positions, they would have been like, what the flying hell is happening right now? And now there's a pattern and a trend evolving where they're getting a world-class executive team, that their technology is absolutely amazing, that it's in the strongest sector like right now. The hype about AI is off the chart, and this company is about to pivot and make moves that will surprise a lot of people. They've got the best, the preeminent transition experts now running the company, and they've got maybe have a real person, who knows if he's a real person, he's definitely a live person, called the Owl, making these amazing memes all about other information that I can't articulate legally here on the internet or talk about full stop. So we have this ethereal being, the Owl, doing it, and he's fantastic at it. He wears a purple hat, he got a cheetah print, and he dances on people. You should check out the video that came out last night. There's 2 of them, and in those memes you'll get more detail. And then in the series of memes on the Meme Treasury, of which it's now approximately an hour long of the best content you've ever seen in your life. I've ever seen in my life. It's hilarious. I can't not laugh till I'm crying watching it, and that's having seen it hundreds of times, hundreds and hundreds of times. You know, so. Yeah, Lipson, interesting. There's a Gartley on Lipson right now in this bottom. Oh my goodness gracious me. We've got a bottom on Lipson. We've also got GameStop at 24.50. Let's see this bottom on Lipson. Live stream, check in with the details and get this Gartley. What time frame do you see this Gartley on, sir? We've got 115 likes from 332 viewers. That's amazing. 50% of the people watching now perhaps have hit like. Maybe some people who like left. Maybe some people came and didn't hit like and then left, in which case, I don't know where they're going. Must be off to the hospital or something, because it doesn't make any sense. You should definitely be stuck here. You should be stuck here like glue. Now, that's not near as good as Kindness Coffee, but I was in a rush and I was at Adam Smith's grave. I visit Adam Smith's grave every day. Sometimes I have a picnic there, and not so long ago, I was having a picnic beside Smith's grave with my mum, and the police came. Police came. You know, maybe there's something weird. Maybe I'm weird. But the police came and they thought it was weird, and they wanted to know what was going on. And they'd noticed that I'd been there on the regular, and they thought it was suspicious. And I had to explain to them about the wealth of nations, about the father of economics, and how they were ridiculous, and that I'd be enjoying my picnic here on the regular, so get out my face, unless Adam Smith himself tells me not to do it, and in which case, you know, he'd be a live person, and then we'd all be laughing. So, where is this Gartley? Gartleys are the best reversal formation on the chart. They are absolutely hugely beneficial to me over the past 20 years, and you don't get much better than a Gartley. A lot of users hang around graveyards where I'm from, might be why, but they're having picnics with their mum. Are they having picnics with their mum? You see, I agree, right, that there's the potential for this, but why would you send the police out for that, right? And why would you keep going to the same place to do that sort of thing? I mean, I'm not going to try and put my head in that person's space, why they'd be doing that sort of thing, but why do people do that? Edinburgh's full of parks and lots of nice benches and better places to be doing that sort of thing. Street caffeine is unexcused if you stop saying the L word. Zzz, much trade spotting. What L word? Lipson. You can't stop saying Lipson, it's too good. Where is Nick with the Gartley? 23XX was an entry. It certainly was an entry. You buy spots. You buy spots. You buy on spot. You buy shares. That's what SNJ management is saying. If that's what you're saying, yes. I buy shares. I only use option contracts as insurance over my position. So while I love to see them go up shitloads, and that'd be really good for people who trade option contracts, it's not something that I particularly involve myself in doing all that often. I would use them as insurance for over the position I've got to make sure that I don't lose money on the downswing. And that's plenty enough for me. You know, risk management at the heart of my strategy. Like, I don't want to ever lose money on the markets if at all possible, because I could be spending that on an MRI or a better doctor or something for my mum or something to help Rocky, you know. And I desperately need to be doing these things all the time. And so I have a high throughput as a trader. I'm very active on the markets, and I rely on my skills. So I don't take certain types of risks. But I do appreciate seeing it go up, and it's great for everybody. Carambola, TraceBond has been discussing entries every day for weeks. Yes, Carambola, can we talk about the best entry point in GameStop? Sure, we can keep doing it. I mean, it's at $23 and change there. And there's a target drawn on the chart for you with an actual trade setup, with a target to get in at, a stop loss to look to, and take profit to be aware of. So that's right there on the chart, right there. Oops, I moved it. So this is a very good way of managing your risk here. This entry, at the start of the show, I talked about it a little bit as well. And you've also got the potential for a breakout move of this wedge. So a lot of people would be looking at this breaking out of here, taking it on the breakout, or taking it on a retest of the breakout, right? So price, let's say price does that, right? And some people would get in here because they like a lot of chocolate on their biscuit. Other people might buy it right there on the first breakout. I'd say cautious because it could obviously find resistance there. And I'd say caution because it could obviously come back and retest this breakout zone, obviously taking people out of that potential setup if they entered on the first occasion where price found its way there. But the retest of a breakout move, and I've got a video on how to trade breakouts and how this would be much higher probability success rate over a period of time, means that you'd be able to buy GameStop there. So those are the entries, and I hope that's helpful. And yes, we can talk about that anytime you like, buddy. It's just that I was in the middle of a conversation answering somebody else's question about something else, and like I say, we can't ever achieve our collective goals as an activist investor base by only buying GameStop, because the people that fight against us sit on a monopoly of market maker seats across the vast majority of all stocks traded in America, and they act in tandem as one entity to ruin your ability to counter their actions. It's not well known, it's not widely understood, and I hope to explain it over time, because I'm absolutely sick of the teenage DD that infests the community, along with the toxic losers who think that pumping it out there and telling people that I'm not providing like the valuable content, or I'm somehow doing something wrong, distract from this goal that I have, which existed long before GameStop became a weapon of choice. You know, like very few people have ever got the balls to stand up as a young man in an office full of extremely wealthy, well-employed people in a in the world's largest investment bank with the most assets under management, and say, fuck you guys, I'm out of here. And them say, no way, that's bullshit, sit down and stop saying stuff like that. And me say, no mate, fuck you and fuck everybody else here, I'm off, I'm leaving. And then even few of them are lucky enough to have a brother who stands up as well and says, fuck this place, I'm also out of here, and leave. And that's nearly word for word how it went. And few people have that ability. So some people who think they can shut me down on Twitter by young in their 20s or early 30s saying, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm not going to listen to those people. It's just a bit silly. And then very few of them have got the training or the skills or the qualifications or the educational background I have. So I know that I'm developing really good strategies and tactics to change the world here. I'm not going to back down because of some silly Billy. And I think the whole thing's really ridiculous. Also, I do recognise when conversations come in the chat box that some people deliver conversations in a particular way. They have a type of tone to the way they write things that doesn't necessarily reflect the totality of their intentions or meaning. And I also know that people are very defensive here of me because they've experienced these nonsense attacks over a long period of time. So just saying, can we look at GameStop entries when I'm in the middle of a conversation about something else, can be seen to be saying like, well, my priorities are this and your obligations are X, and it's like, well, you just don't understand properly if that's what your true meaning is. But I also am aware of the fact that there's a particular type of pathology here with regards to supporting GameStop, where people might think like, this is a GameStop video, this is largely a GameStop community, can we talk more about GameStop? And I would tell you, rest assured that today's stream, 6, 9, 11 hours, 14 hours, however long it might be, because I do awful long streams focusing on these sort of things to help people, that we will cover multiple entry opportunities for GameStop, that the vast majority of them will be successful and make the people watching along lots of money, and that if you're calm and patient and you interact with people in the chat box, they will help you, I will help you, and we will get around to doing everything that you possibly want here today and every day on the Trades Bottom stream. So I hope that is clear. Now, Nick, I didn't really get to your message, so I didn't end up finding that harmonic on GameStop. Though I can do if you would like me to. Tell me more about it. Or no, it's on Lipson, isn't it? It's on Lipson. Yes, and I do enjoy talking about Lipson because it's currently trading at less than $1. It probably goes to 69. That's 8,000% or whatever it is. It's far more than people are going to make on GameStop in terms of capital appreciation. So if you're only interested in money and not activist intentions, then this is also a good opportunity. If you're interested in the activism that's not like, you know, activism is about business efficiency. It's got nothing to do with morality. Nothing. So if you think you're a good guy because you're fighting for GameStop to be worth more, that's a conflation. That's not what activism is. Activism is about business efficiency. Ethical investing, on the other hand, that's about changing the market dynamics at large. And if you, in my impression and my goal is anyway, so if you're looking to do that, then this is also really helpful. Yeah, pardon me. Pardon me. Give me a second. Lipson up 5.5% today. That's not terrible. Oh my god, where did this come from? I know where it's going. In my belly. GameStop 25.33. Lots to be happy about so far today. Lots of discussions about GameStop so far. And the market dynamics in general. It's now 3:30. We've gone through the opening range and we've seen GameStop up a few percent. So that speaks to a positive trend today. If price do come down to the opening range, the price we were at, the low side of today so far, then a lot of people would be looking at that as an entry. Just below it would also be interesting and potentially touching the bottom side of that wedge. And in the meantime, we'll see price go through that pattern and what might come up for us. Right, back to Nick. Nick, where's our Gartley? Likely low volume. Likely low volume. The low volume on the stream is because I'm using the microphone in the laptop and it doesn't go loud enough. Doesn't pick up or give it loud enough for me. So I rely on you guys either turning your device up to max or getting a plugin that means you can turn up the volume beyond max. With a lot of them do it like Google extensions, like Chrome extensions and stuff like that. I'm definitely going to join the paid side Discord when I can, but due to have a baby any day now. Matt, congratulations, Matt. TraceBot, listen to you talk about Lipson was really interesting. Where's it best to do some more reading about things you were discussing? On the pinned thread on the live person conversation in that room on Discord. And if you go to Discord, www.discord.gg/rockyoutcrop and verify that you're a live person by just doing a simple SMS confirmation. Which you need a new phone number for that. Like, you can't be using one that's associated with a different account or anything. You get on the Discord and then just ask where's the live person thread, and you'll get tagged in it and sent to it, and you can read there. It might take you a while to get the rank. You need to be rank 3 to prove you're not a shill or an Egypt. And since we started, GameStop got a lot more popular recently, and so all of the shills and the people from Meltdown and whatnot, we don't want them interfering with what is a really safe space. So they have to, everybody who joins has to post a few times, and then we get to know you, you get to know us, and then your rank goes up to level 3, which happens really quickly, right? It only takes a few posts. And then you get all the entire history of everything you want to see and read and be involved in, and that's where you'll get really good information on Lipsin. Also, I can repost that thread underneath so you can then see it from then on if you're interested in reading more about it, and I'll definitely do that later today for anybody if they fancy it. Using Lipsin games eventually in GameStop, that's my plan, says Eric, and I think that that's a lot of people share that plan. Have you seen my question above? No, I didn't, Kevin N. I'm very interested in how open interest between two heavy volume option affects price. Did you see my video the day before yesterday about open interest on GameStop? This is GameStop's expiry this week. Refresh. Don't break. Oh my god, it did break. Right, so there's, for example, on GameStop, 2511, you're getting that harmonic play that we talked about in the video yesterday, so a lot of people happy who haven't seen that video, they've done well. But say, for example, right, there's an open interest node at $30, right? $30. This is $30 in around here, right? And say you've got a call contract, you got a call contract that's the strike of which is 30. You're going to sell a lot of people, because Friday's approaching quickly and they don't have the money to exercise to buy all these shares that they've got option contracts for, because the exercise means you have to buy at that strike price for all of your shares, and every option contract is 100 of them, so that means you're spending $3,000 to exercise one option contract. And if you've got 10, that's 30 grand. If you've got 100, that's 300 grand. And a lot of the people who trade in these instruments don't have that kind of money. So when price gets to these levels or above there, they're incentivized to close, which means that they sell that contract. And that's selling pressure. And it also means that the other side of the trade, who is hedging against you, or isn't, don't have to any longer. Overall, it leads to an aggregate selling pressure above 30, which pushes price back down below 30. If you've got a strike at 30 and an expiration coming up, and you're selling shorts, you're short on the option chain, then as it dips below, you'll buy those contracts back, which adds buying pressure. So a high open interest node will cause price to flutter either side of that strike price, and it causes a degree of stickiness around that open interest node. And so if you've got two different nodes with big volume on them, then if price gets stuck on one and the implied volatility is picking up, the time to expiry is decreasing, that it may well be that a lot of these contracts also start hedging because they think price will get stuck at that previous node, which is very, very common and very, very true. And the overall balance of all of these option contracts and their volume on each strike price is where we derive max pain from. Max pain is the equilibrium price from all of these open contracts. And because people close when price is below their strike and they're short, or close when price is above their strike and they're short, price tends to gravitate towards this equilibrium, and that's the main sticky point. So they call it max pain because most contracts finish out of the money there. But that doesn't mean that those contracts are going to be held to expiry. It's the very fact that they're not causes price to gravitate towards those areas. So when people say they're pushing it to max pain, they don't understand the first thing they're talking about. They're not doing anything. It's retail traders pushing contracts prices out of in particular ways that cause price to ultimately find that equilibrium around max pain. And it's just the equilibrium point for all open interest on the chain. So that's that answer. And a pretty good one. Oh, I got it. Pardon me. Hello, Chris Roth. Good to see you. Great that you're here. And you should that all of those indicators you're talking about, they've been superseded by new, better ones. You should get on the Discord, the paid site, and then you'll get great explanations and great help on how to use them properly. If you don't do that, then you're using old tools which aren't as effective anymore, and we don't try and use those anymore because we've improved them. You know, like they're rusty old tools. We use new ones now. I saw that sheet on Twitter. Don't react, it's pointless. Yo, thanks very much. R45H1D99. Yes, Tracepoint, does the school offer one-on-one help as well? Jay Singh, you get weekly, forever. You know, there's people willing to, teachers, lieutenants, the most advanced students, Rocky and myself very frequently. Often you'll see Jake or Bad Mama Jama or Lucas or Hans or other people on there who give you really good weekly one, presenting the class, talking about questions, answering things, and helping people directly. And you'll get that one-on-one help in a group setting. You'll also be on the paid side on the school side of Discord, and you'll always have the most attention that Rocky and I have for people is here on paid side of Discord or on the school side of Discord, and that's where you get the best engagement from Rocky and myself, and leads to that one-on-one coaching. And you'll also get that for the rest of your life. So while the course will take you very, very far to being a consistent and profitable trader, you'll also again get exceptional help from some of the world's best forever and be in a really good team. And if you turn out to be one of the better traders, if you turn out to be a fantastic part of that team, which people come from nowhere with no relevant background, with no prior experience or skills, and manage to be some of the best traders I've seen. If you do turn out to be like that, then you'll join my team, and we'll be not too long. I aim to turn us into a fund that does significant change to the markets and makes huge profits for people here. So at the end of your learning, there's an incentive to keep learning, and there's an avenue for continued professional development, and you'll include this one-to-one or the group setting teaching, where we will do our best to turn you into an absolute weapon. And it's in my interest to get you to that level, so everybody's welcome to take that course and be part of that team. I've been investing for 20 years and I've learned more in this channel than I have anywhere else in those 2 decades. Eric, you and me both with the 20 years. Great to have you here, my friend. Can you give an example of how you would delta hedge a trade? Say you just bought 100 shares. Do you also buy one covered call at the same time? Yes, exactly. If so, what strike price and expiration date? That'll depend on the technical analysis you do on the chart and where you bought those shares at and what impact that change in price would have for those shares, which will give you the delta. That's the change. That rate of change is the delta, and that'll tell you how, maybe you don't need the one contract, right? Because you don't need to match it one-to-one in terms of shares and contracts, but you use what's called a delta calculator, a delta hedging calculator, and there's fucking tens of thousands probably of these. They all do exactly the same thing, and they'll tell you, depending on what your position size is and what price might go to, how many shares you'd need to have to cover that position, because of course the option contracts themselves will change asymmetrically in value to the underlying shares themselves, and so you need to be aware of these calculations, and the calculator does it all for you, so you can do that. TradePoint, I bought in at 23.7. Should I sell my 24.5 call soon? I had a target of around 26 thoughts. You could follow it with an order just below current prices in case you get taken out, and then you don't lose anything, and then you're managing that risk to protect your profit. Or you could move a stop up above previous pullbacks on price and put conditional orders in below the previous price of the underlying, and that will mean that you're protected from the average pullback in that move, so it'll keep you in it longer. Or you could just close it. It's up to yourself. I can't give specific, explicit financial advice, but I can tell you that it's a good idea to manage your profit, that if you let your winners run, you'll make more money over time. We can't predict tops exactly, and sometimes price does really shoot up. So it's a question of balancing what you want to happen and what you can protect of your current position. and protecting your capital with a stop loss and your profit with one that moves into profit is a very, very smart way of trading. Apex. People love a good story. People love the story they can understand, and it puts them in a specific light. Yes, it places them in a specific light. It's a great point, Merrick. Another excellent trader. Merrick is an absolutely excellent trader. He's dedicated to what he's doing. Minner, another excellent trader. These are the sort of people who I know are going to be world-beating traders and who are already on a path to extreme success. And I really appreciate having you here, Merrick. Thank you very much. Well said, mate. Thank you very much, Apex, right? If that was for me. Traceball posted Gartley in the Discord. Oh my goodness gracious me. A Gartley in the Discord. Hi, Jamie. New here just this week. Found you looking for live channels for GameStop. Been listening all week. Just bought some Lipson. Thanks for all the information. Rod Bigelow. Our personal gigolo. Well, great to see you here, Mr. Rod friend. We'll have a good Rod over here. We got a new one. Shout out to Rod. Welcome to the channel. Great to have you here. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you, mate. A lot of friends in the chat box for you there. Critical Mailer saying hello. Very friendly chap. Yo, Tubes! Another brilliant trader. You know, you're surrounded by fantastic people here. You really are. Tubes, shout out Tubes. Legend. So, you posted it in the Discord. Let me check it out. It'll be in the live person thread, I imagine. Check see that's the one, and me too. Boy oh boy oh boy. I did not get a bigger position today. There it is, sir. There's your Gartley. Oh yes, that's not so bad at all. That's not so bad at all, sir. It's right there at the edge there. That's pretty nice, yo. Hard to argue with that. We like that. So we do. There's a Gartley on Lipson. Are we on Lipson or are we on GameStop in the background here? I'm on Lipson, right? No, I'm on GameStop. Pardon me. Can't even talk properly. How am I supposed to do a YouTube show when I can't even talk? Right, so this is GameStop so far today. There's also a harmonic happened there. But the Lipson one, I'll get that up presently. I shall get it up presently. $5.50. Interesting. Interesting. It's not just that, you know, there's also a deep crab on Lipson. Oops. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. That's Lipson 5455. Jeepers. I gotta get Lipson into my face. I gotta get more Lipson into my face. That deep crab there, I'm not 100% sure on it. I should probably check it out. Check it out on... I should probably check it out with an indicator to make sure that it is for reals. And the Gartley too, likewise. Should probably check that out, but it looks good from there. And it's exactly at the right place. that right? I mean, I suppose I should be just measuring it with fibs and doing it properly, but it's something like that. Something in and around here, which gives you a hop somewhere in and around here. Which would suggest this is the buy area, and your target on that might be, it's obviously back towards the bottom area of that, which gives you the best performing ones anyway. And deep crab tricks a lot of people because, you know, it could be a lot of different things before it turns into that crab, so it tricks folks. And it would be that your target on that would be you'd have one target here, right, at the bottom side of that gap. You'd have another target here at the top side of this red box. And then you'd have a take profit 3 here, somewhere around there. So that's what you'd be looking at from the deep crab. And then you've also got a Gartley, which is not that. That's horrible. Also, I need it to be a different color. I just draw this here nonsense and then change that to yellow. We'll go with yellow. A little bit of yellow for my buddies. No, we don't need. What the hell is that anyway? Yeah. Yep, that's that. Should I do the fibs and draw it out or not? Or not, sir? Where's the disc? Where's your Gartley? There. It's right. You've done it correctly, from what I can see. Yeah. So you'll be looking at your Lipson, your Lipson Gartley, McLipson Gartley, GameStop 24.79. So it's come back a little bit. Haven't touched the top side of that channel. I'll get back to that in a second. So yeah, so you're talking about this the actual low recently here, and then the oscillation high, and then back down again. So you're talking about sorry, going back and forth to Discord. You're talking about in and around here. $618. So about that. And then this high here, which I'm far too zoomed in to see. But this is what you're talking about in terms of the Gartley. Is that guy? I'm not sure. That's not right, is it? It's more like... Where's the low on this guy? There. Gotcha. Maybe you're talking about this guy, like that, and then you'd be talking about this guy, which could go as low as like that, really. It's so annoying. So it could be as low as those sort of areas, which would give you also Tubes will be really handy at this. You know, he's much faster with the old harmonics now than you're getting from me today. Pardon me. Which would also give you an entry, which would be, you know, the first case entry would be in and around this sort of area. Make that oh no, make that a different color. So this is what I'm talking about. It's more obvious. And then make this blue because it matches up with the blue I used. Whoa, genius. So this is what you'd be looking at from your deep crab, which is confluent with your Gartley, and it gives you entries, it gives you stop loss, and it gives you targets. And the Gartley target on this thing would be a significant price movement, and you'd be coming back to test this downward sloping resistance. This would be the neckline. So that would be a test of this guy. and your target from the Gartley would take you to the top side of the previous entry on the crab, and you'd be breaking through the neckline of that potential inverted head and shoulders, which is like shoulder, head, shoulder idea. And in which case you might be then looking for the measured move, and like at some point you're going to get this sort of measured move if that formation doesn't break, because it's so obvious. And you'd be taking this move. So price needs to break back above 6465, and the target on the Gartley is like here. That's it to there. So you can see how the Gartley turns into the crab, turns into the inverted head and shoulders, and then it's a 2618. 90% of your oscillations towards a 2618 will rest there before finding support. And so you would be looking for price to do something like this. Right, something like that, very much like this. Maybe it would be slightly higher because you've got this peak and this peak. So you might be looking at it doing something like that, right? That might be exactly what it does. That would be ridiculous. But I'm going to leave that on because it might happen. I'm also going to make this smaller so it's not so in your face. Doesn't even need to be like that. That's good enough. So that's maybe what you're looking at in Lipson. I would be very careful with the stock like Lipson because it's trading at $0.50, so every 1 cent is 2% of your position. 2% is perhaps enough to be putting in a stop. So the way you'd manage this risk isn't exclusively with a stop loss, but it'd also be with your capital allocation to the trade. So while you might be happy to lose 2% of any trade, and that trade size would be 2% of your total account, and I'm just using figures, right? It could be whatever suits you. Then you could instead take that value, that dollar value, and say that's the maximum money I'm prepared to lose, instead of the percentage that I'm talking about, and instead then put in less capital initially, so that if your stop is hit, then it's only that amount of money you're losing, even though it's a larger percentage distance than your stop might normally be. And target the same profit above, and then you would be able to add to it when it breaks through resistance. You'd be able to add here, you'd be able to add here, and you'd be able to look for it up towards $1.49, whatever. It's a 300% move, and that 300% moves nothing because I'm targeting this thing making not just this move, it's a 50% retracement from the all-time high to the all-time lows, but nor am I going to stop when it fills the gap in a golden pocket at $10. No, I'll be looking for this thing to make a move back up. Not I'm going to even stop at the 886. I'm looking for this thing to make eventually new highs, right? So 141, or if it breaks 141, the next target's 603, and if that breaks, the next target's 1,710. You think I'm crazy? That's fine. People thought I was crazy when I talked about Root. Thought I was crazy when I talked about Carvana. I thought I was crazy when I talked about Rolls Royce. Thought I was crazy when I talked about GameStop. Thought I was crazy all the freaking time. Talked about Oatly when it was 40 cents. They thought I was crazy, and then it went to 140 in days. So, you know, people think crazy things all the time about me, which is fine. You know, I don't really give a shit. Anyway, that's perhaps like what you'd be looking at Lipson. And if you were to be looking at it like that, you can see that there's now another harmonic forming. That would be a bat that might lead to these retracements back down again. Maybe it comes even in around 7.2, 7.0. And, you know, that would be fantastic. So if you're the sort of person who bought strikes at 50 cents for November 2024 or early next year, and price went to these high levels, you might like exercise half of them. You might put that you'd use sell the other half and use that profit to exercise those half, at which point you'd be getting shares for 50 cents at the exercise price, which isn't that expensive, right? And people are always asking me on this show, TradeSpot, can you please cover a ticker that allows us to actually exercise some calls? And I say, there's very few of them that aren't presenting extreme amounts of risk and danger, and if I was going to do that, it would need to chime with the overall community's objectives, because it would take up a lot of time to explain the process and nuances, and so we finally got one. So that's what it is, right? And you would be able to use that position to grow your own position even larger if you did interact with the option chain in that way, so that you were able to acquire shares for way less than the current price that they were traded at, having bought the right to buy them at this price, using an option contract. Then you could exercise half, sell half to pay for those, get more money and put that into shares, and you would initially just buy an option contracts alone, will not do anything for the underlying price, and likely cost you lose your money. Whereas if you were to split your investment between shares and options with a predominant amount in shares, then you'd be adding to that buying pressure, which would likely be noticed by the algorithms that are fighting against us. So they'd back off a little bit. That would lead to your option prices premium going up, so that you'd be able to sell them for even more money, leading you to buy even more shares or make even more profit, in which case you'd be able to build your position into a place of strength without spending intense amounts of money, because you could be adding to your shares at 50 cents when the price of the thing is up at around 140 or 70 or 238, or which is going to happen, or $5, which is probably going to happen, or $7, again probably going to happen in the not too distant future. So now I'm talking medium to long term horizon, but not too distant. And so I would say that there's so many different ways you could manage a Lipson position to create something fun for yourself that wouldn't be distinctly different from how Roaring Kitty grew his position in GameStop. This thing's way cheaper, it provides you with a much better opportunity to do the sort of things that your heroes do, learn in fun ways and not spend too much money, and also get rich. So that's what thing people would think about. GameStop now at a percentage up for the day, 24 spot free. Thanks very much, Nick, for that, Gartley. I appreciate it, and I'm sure everybody else does too. Did I just move something there? I think I might have done. Yeah. So you're looking at, I've got all these trades drawn across price. Now you're going to have to be aware of the fact that they're real. Look at that. Is that the... just get over here, mate. Why does it not keep it where it is when I hold shift? That's so annoying. Anyway, I don't want this to be on top of price when I'm moving it around, so I'll drag it over there. And zoom in again, down to the 15 seconds. Let's GameStop. Boom. Strong move at that important horizontal that we marked out. Support here, it's been support recently, and it may well be support again now. If not, we'll look at this coming back down and testing either, that's the harmonic, that's the bat there that we're talking about, right? Thick. I did one wrong. Now I have to go back again. I hate it when it does that. You're only looking for this. Oh my god, it's so annoying. So it's in around these levels. Yeah, that sort of thing there. And you could be looking for this if prices kind of really exceeded the entry that would suggest you're getting, but whatever. Go away then, price. Get out of here. Also, looks like there's maybe another thing down there. Anyway, point being, there's harmonic resonance throughout this thing recently. There's also an A, B, C, D there on the downturn there, which is actually everything inside this wedge. Plus they've got all of this, right? So there's so much here, right? So you're looking at this downward sloping resistance. You probably wouldn't put too much emphasis on this diagonal, but it's there. If it manages to break out of it, you'd be looking for moves back up measured against that. You'd be saying the first target next 382, 50%, golden pocket 886. And if this is peaking, which if it's going up with this enthusiasm this week, then it might be you're looking for that 886 if you do manage to break through here, rather than just, because you're already at a 236 and you're at that important horizontal which we defined from support and resistance previously. So breaking through that's already significant for a number of reasons. So I wouldn't just look for, the truth is that's the first thing you'd look for. But because price action is so enthusiastic and because the volatility is so high, I'd be looking for this to test 886 and look for itself to fail, because who wants to short it at now, right? That's just not sensible based on the technicals. So it either fails here or it probably tests higher in at around 25.30, and then, but it's been recently, or 25.50. If that area breaks, then you're starting to get what could be the breakout move from the cipher and the Gartley here. And then talking about this in terms of its targets, I did it like this because a lot of people are looking for confluence between these two things, but there's your golden pocket matching up with the retracement on that golden pocket, and this is an important area too now. So it's already got a line on it, so I didn't need that second one. So these are the targets. If price can make it back above 24.89, then it's 25.30, and then it's 25.50, 25.60. So there's quite a lot of information coming across here, and some people just hear the dollar targets that I'm talking about. Other people are looking to learn about the methods, means, and approach to price. and then other people still are watching to copy me and make their own content because they're losers who've not got their own brain. It's brilliant. I've got a great team here contributing with valuable information, and all of us can be proud about the teenagers and the young men out on the internet trying to make a name for themselves with the work we do. The goodness that we put out into the world is unmatched. Can you hear that music? It's very loud, isn't it? Is it triggering anything? Are you getting any warnings on the stream? Aye, I can hear it. I know that it's going to get me in trouble, so bear with me a moment. It's too loud, isn't it? Can any of you hear this? You can't hear it any Zoltan. Okay. Not heard over even your cup setting down. Good to hear it. Good to know. If the YouTube picks up on it, then I'll get copyright stuff again. So I don't want that to happen. So if it does get too loud, then tell me and I shall make sure to phone them. You can hear it for sure, says Off Grid Games. You can't tell which song. It's Nirvana. It's the bar. So there's various ways I could deal with it. That's the first way I would try. Hi there, my name's Jamie. I live upstairs from you guys. I phoned earlier on this morning because I do YouTube streams and I was interrupted because the music from the kitchen is so loud that it triggers the copyright notice on my stream, and the chap in charge at the time advised the kitchen people to turn the music down, but I can hear Nirvana playing again now, and I'm hoping that you'll work with me to get that music just slightly quieter so that me and the thousands of people watching and the copyright algorithm... Awesome. Thank you so much, that's appreciated. Cheers. Bye. So, I mean, I like Nirvana probably more than the people listening. But I'm sorry, you know, there's rules. Also, it's amplified music, so you're not allowed to do it full stop. And the council starts soon, so I'll be phoning them shortly. And you can only get so many of these times that they come out before that happens. Thank you very much, BMG. There, it's down now. It worked. It worked, eh? Brilliant. What a nice cordial way to resolve the situation. Critical mailer, thank you very much. It is much better, isn't it? Together we appreciate it. What an absolute professional. Thank you very much, DC. No point falling out with the people. They're just listening to Nirvana, right? Which I like. So I probably would like them. And it's true, they're doing a job, which their job means just to stand up all day. And it's much easier if you've got a bit of spring in your step. So I don't mind about that. And I would rather, though, that they didn't, you know, get me in trouble with the algorithm and whatnot. Also, it hurts the channel, you know. If I'm going to play music that copyright striked, I want it to be us partying and having a good time ourselves, rather than just vaguely hearing the odd bass and then getting chunked off. In the stock market, there's always noise. It's a good lesson to learn, KT. Noise, noise, noise. Noise, noise, noise. Noisy, noise, noise. Who's playing the music? The people downstairs in the bar. I'm not sure exactly what song. Smells Like Teen Spirit, I think. Critical Meowler, I used to listen to Nirvana. I still do, but I used to too. I live above a cheese sandwich factory. It's true, Avery. So that has distracted my thinking slightly. I was in the zone there, broke that through that diagonal, but you haven't managed to exceed the horizontal level, which is important there. Got the targets above scoped out. I think people understand what's going on all right. Have I missed anything on via donations? Nope, nothing there, so nobody in that. I've not left anybody abandoned on that front, which would be something I'd be worried about, so I'm glad that hasn't happened. You live above a bar. Yes, Tyler. I live above a bar. I live above a bar. How you doing, Tyler, my friend? Good to see you. Always good to see you. The previous owners were really sound, and like I'd go in, meet people there, order some drinks, and they'd be like, "Don't worry about it," and that was great. And then new people bought it, and they started using my garden for their bins, and so I stopped that happening. But you know, I was very forceful in the way I did that, and you know, perhaps I maybe could have done it differently. Anyway, that's left this residual impression there, so now I deal with it in a slightly different way. Doing well, thank you. Good to know, Mr. Tyler, good to know. What are your thoughts on the FDD cycles? That's how they screw us. I've been saying it for ages. So long. It's FDDs. It's FDDs. It's not swaps. It's not the naked shorting. It's the failures to deliver that are the problem. They're also the way that you change the system. Is by telling your broker to force close those positions. It requires the opposite side of the trade to end that FTD instead of just paying the interest on it. And if you've got the right broker and you speak to them in the right way, then they'll close those trades out, they'll make sure you get your shares, and the other people on the other side of the trade will either be fined, which they can only have so many before they get their market maker seat taken away from them, or similar situation to that. So my thoughts on it are, let's do something about it. Let's make sure that we don't have to, go through these situations anymore. If you're sitting on the side of a trade where you've had a failure to deliver, then you get the broker to follow the rules for you. I have to roll over my $28 calls on this rally. I got 9 of them expiring tomorrow. Oof, I'm a deal fan. Oof, suits you, sir. So rolling over is a smart idea for a lot of people, especially if you're doing it at the sort of a price where it doesn't cost too much, but it does always have a cost. Get out of my garden, BMJ Shadow. Yeah, exactly. Get out of my garden. You know, they all use plastic bins, and plastic bins. They're not metal bins. Plastic bins, which means they're vulnerable. They can borrow to deliver correctly. I read through some SEC sales yesterday. Well, then they've got other shares they've borrowed that they need to service as well. It comes with a cost, and then they're paying a cost that would be equivalent to the FDDs that they've not borrowed. Like, I mean, if you've got an FDD, you pay the rent on that position, which adds up, or you borrow the shares, which cost money, and that adds up. So yeah, it's possible to do it, but it comes with a cost for them, and they'll later have to close out that side of the trade too. So the FTDs, it's mostly about, often it's market makers with regulator shorts, with regulator SHO on, which means that they're allowed to sell shares without a locate during that period of time. And when that happens, frequently they'll end up with FTDs because they don't then go around getting the shares on time. So, what was the question? Why are there a shitload of calls for $125 tomorrow? A lot of that has been on the books for a long period of time. You know, there's like $125, $128, that sort of level, been on for like years. Some rolled, some not years, but rolled from years. People rolling up to that level. There was a huge spike in price, and some people just bought at that because it's so cheap. There's a lot of activity there, and people thought that it must mean something. So there was like a degree of following the crowd. There was a huge node there already. There was contracts rolled from like a year ago, and a year before that, and so it all just ended up there. The vast majority of that is hedged at lower prices with puts, and a big chunk of that hedging came on at $65, $50, those sort of levels. So why is it there and why does it persist there is because the people aren't exposed to the danger of having that, and a lot of following the crowd, and those contracts at various times were so cheap that a lot of people will be in profit even though the contracts themselves are not in the money. So it's left to these. They're not going to be, obviously they're not going to be exercised, but that's partly why Mr. Tyler, sir, because we believe, cries Adrian. Poor Adrian, don't cry. Most of it is covered calls, I feel as well. I sold some for premium. Smart man, smart man. Yeah, so you'd be hedging it with the shares themselves then. Just Wild State Street XRT ETF short, 350%, largest holding GME, but GME short interest in the low 20s. That's wild to me. True story. True story. You have to be careful what I say about State Street, but true story. My Lisbon call makes me happy though. Good to hear it, Adrian. I'm happy about that. And being happy is such a positive thing. You're happy about that. I'm happy about that. You being happy. Most boring days if you look at the chart. Many boring days if you look at the chart. Bobby, they're not boring days. They're positive days, which is why you're here with me looking at the chart, having a great time as a part of the community, Bobby. 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 You've been around a lot recently, haven't you, Mr. Bobby, sir? Tell me more about yourself. What's your background? How long have you been trading for? What are your goals as a trader? Stock isn't supposed to be for your entertainment, you know. This stock is very entertaining. It's good fun. KT might find out. What might he find out? You've said a couple of things to KT now. He's a really nice guy, and he's got a particular way of communicating, so I'd appreciate it if you could adopt something similar yourself, Bobby, so that you're speaking to him in an appropriate way that gets effective communication from the whole group. Otherwise, whether you like it or not, it could seem like you've got an aggressive form of communication, and not everybody will appreciate the same type of banter. So if you could do me the respect of talking to people in the way that you think they'd like to be talked to, as opposed to the way you want to talk to people, then you would facilitate better relationships in the community. And I'd appreciate that, especially because you've already fallen out with Alessandro, who himself and you had a very confrontational conversation. So try and get on with each other, please, sir. Bobby Buller, I appreciate that. Bobby the Butcher, pardon me, is great at trace bowling. We are good. Okay, that's okay then. He is fine, no worries, he is good. Well, that's good to hear you think so. I'm the boss though, so I'll make my own mind up. I'm only in it for entertainment. I don't care about the money, I just want to understand all of this new information. Diana Stevens, that's a positive message. Cool. Trace bowling. He is a butcher, trace bowling. That's how I'm going to explain it to my kids. Talk to people how you want to be talked to instead of how you want to talk to them. Yes, Jen, total legend. Jen's a mod. She's fantastic at doing it. She's ruthless. She's ruthless. And any decision she makes, I would agree with it, right? I'd just say, yeah, you're right, Jen. I don't care what the thoughts of other people are. Just right, so, watch out. She'll go around with her sledgehammer, knocking people on the head with it. In which case that would be bad if you were lost forever because of that. So try and stay on the right side of people. I understand, there's lots of different communication styles, and a lot of people are set in their ways about the way they talk and stuff. So I would ask you to stretch there. Stretch. Nerd of the outcrop. Nerd at Merrick. Merrick, a nerd. Merrick's a cool dude. Bit of a nerd in the best possible ways, I think, about trading. Trading Charted is my favourite outcrop YouTuber. Yes, he's a brilliant YouTuber. Check out Trading Charted on YouTube anytime you're looking around for somebody who explicitly explains the way they trade, why, and so on, and also journals all of his trades with videos so that you can learn along with him. He's an excellent student. He's a brilliant trader. Trading Charted. Watching L2s on another channel. Ugh. AMC and GME are following the same pattern. L2s, you mean the order book, which is also known as a book of lies, and is pretty useless when it comes to trading. In order to escape the no spoofing rules, you just need to have your trades on there for a while. And so if you're able to work out that prices aren't going to get to a specific level for at least that period of time, then you can just set massive buy or sell walls on the L2 data, which confuses market participants who look at it and is never actually affects the price because it directly, because it never interacts with the price. There's no buys or sells from that market participant. They just pretending they'll be, which creates anxiety. And so the psychology and the impact of the L2 data is like completely useless, worse than useless for any of your risk management, and it can obfuscate the truth, which is most of the trades on there is for that purpose. Especially any significant size position on there is really only there to lie to you, right? Which is why it's called the Book of Lies, and why people like myself have called it the Book of Lies for a good 10, 15 years, And I can't give you, say that I would have done that myself ever before, but, might have happened. Tracepoint, is there a particular time tomorrow for the quad witching that is a most crucial, like a fulcrum of sorts, or the whole day? It's the end of the day. So my gifts are welcome here. You are? Oh, yes, your gifts are welcome there. Very much so, Flasher. L2 is just a bunch of props, is often that sort of thing. Some brokers have the audacity to charge more for the Book of Lies. It's right off-grid games, they do. They do, whereas in crypto, every exchange will give it to you right up there in front. You can look at it in various different dimensions. If you wanted to, why would you though? Trade spotting, end of the retail hours, right? Yes, end of the retail hours, market close. Reddit, look at the stock, EMKR. At Reddit, Troy Stewart, are you a bot? We're not Reddit. This is trade spotting. Are you an effective team? Yes, we're an effective team. Eh? Oof, wanted to show you something there, but I can't because I'll definitely get in trouble. What would happen if market makers declare bankruptcy? Could they default on their FTDs? Defaulting on FTDs. FTDs are a default. If FTDs and the holder of them goes bankrupt, then other participants of the depository trust will have to cover those positions. That's what has to happen. Crypto is where I've made... Also, you can't default on them because if you've got FTDs, you also have to provide collateral for the equivalent amount, and so that'll be liquidated to cover that position as part of the bankruptcy process, and they would be the higher priority in that bankruptcy. And bankruptcy is to protect you. This is what bankruptcy is for. It's to protect your company from ultimate liquidation. So if you declare bankruptcy, it's in an effort to survive. And you do it before your collateral is exhausted, and that collateral will be matched against those FTDs. So while they're a default, there is a collateral obligation. So if you go bankrupt, then that highest priority creditor is those FTDs, right? Not anyone else. So that's the answer. EMKR looks like shite. Well, if Merrick says it looks like shite, I'm not even going to look at it because he knows what he's talking about. Matar, it's almost as if the system is set up to protect market makers and not retail traders. The system is set up to provide price stability because stability allows for efficient production, and it's on the production side that's then protected. But the point of the markets is to provide price discovery. Price discovery leads to fairer prices, which leads to better consumer choices, which leads to more liquidity and more money in the system from the consumer side, which increases the velocity of trading, which increases the ability to capital accumulation. And so you've got these two competing forces of price stability versus price stability. And the SEC worship at the altar of liquidity. So because designated market makers, in their exact job is to reduce the spread, do that by providing liquidity, and then that leads to price stability. Then because the regulators worship at the altar of liquidity and at there's people who tighten the spread, they do it at the expense. Often the market makers themselves will be obfuscating true price discovery. And so there's these two competing objectives. The regulators, who provide oversight over the markets, are themselves governed by Congress. So Congress, the people who benefit from these inefficiencies in the market and who allow themselves to trade on private information, but it's illegal for everybody else, they provide oversight over the regulators. The regulators worship at the foot of the altar for the market makers. The market makers lobby the Congress, and so the cycle of bullshit continues. And to facilitate even greater velocity in this scam, the market makers employ people who used to work at the regulators to find out about all the new tactics and rules and ways that they would try and slow down their role. So those people who come up with the rules to target the market makers and clamp down on them, they are then in a revolving door and go and work for the hedge funds and then tell them all the information. So you're really fighting against the system set up against you in lots of different ways. Random question, did I see you have a Mighty Plus the other day, or was I mistaken? Lol. A Mighty Plus, what's that? I ask because I have a tiny Might 2 and I don't see that many people with high quality vapes like that. Rocky got me the vapes, so it may well be. I've got this dude here. Where is he? This guy. People think I'm smoking a cassette tape. It's a Mighty something. Stores and Bickle. Pretty good, this guy. Pretty darn good. Everything's about the quality of the stuff you put in it to a certain degree, but this is pretty good. FTDs are moot on T0 settlement systems. Exactly, Space Cadet. Why did we not go to T0? Why did we go to T1 instead? You know, why did we go from T2 to T1 and not T0? And why is the settlement process still such a mess? It's such a mess. You know, every day now markets close and you look at the closing price and you're like, well, I don't know if that's real. You know, I don't know if that's real. And then very frequently you look at it half an hour later and it's not been real, it's changed. And you think to yourself, well, if they can't get it real prices then at the most important part of the day, then how are they getting prices real at any other point in time? And it's because of the nibble, and the nibble itself is controlled because of the spread, and the spread is affected by the market makers, and they're able to do it because shares aren't fungible, and so they just talk shit all day and then let somebody else deal with the clear up at the end. T30 seconds, anything but zero. Yeah, this is what they lobby for, anything but zero. James Halden, nice friend, lol. That's definitely not a cheap vape. Mine is similarly priced and I paid $400. Holy shit. Right, Rocky. Thanks, James. So GME is going to peter out some wherever the expression is between 20 and 30. Yo, Bobby the Butcher. Glad to see you stuck with my assault of a conversation there and you're still here. I appreciate that. Before I get off the chat box and look at this idea. I didn't manage to make it back above that 236. So you'll be looking at this as support now because it had a distinct reason for finding resistance, having broken out of this diagonal, so it probably slips down in line with that. And putting that in the context of, where's my top side line? You know, putting that in the context of this guy. Touch 2, cuts off the top of 1. Is that actually okay? Let me go up and check that. I'm not cheating really with that. Not cheating, I've not even done it as strong as it should be done. I can't believe I got that wrong. So you'll be looking at that more. And if that is the case, you'll be looking at that and saying, it may break. To the top side, somewhere around here. That'd be Friday. I've already got a huge vertical line there talking about how it might break there on Friday, but if it breaks there before Friday, then you might be looking at breaking $29 or $30 on Friday or before, and then, you know, the sooner it happens, the likelier you get to 33 and then ultimately up towards $40. But I'd be cautious about those sort of numbers and talking much more about $30 and this important distinction at $30 because there's an open interest node there, and tomorrow you've got quad witching. You can take that back further if you want. Do you want? Death of a Friege, are you standing at the desk then? You take a dictation well then. My quads are jacked. Quads jacked. Make sure you leave an offering for the stonk gods for quad witching. shall we talk? I could tell you a story about Horatius, who held back an army on a bridge all by himself. He held back an army in Rome, and he fought against improbable odds. And unfortunately, he died. But what better way to die, right, than fighting improbable gods in the ashes of your fathers in front of the temples of your gods? Eh? Fuck you, Sally. Fuck you, State Street. I want to buy a Storms and Bickle at some point, but I love my TM2. It hits like a bong. You've put this thing in my mind. Now it's now in my mind again, and it's now in my mouth too. It's amazing that happens. Posture checks. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yes, Freeze. Freeze, you're a total legend, and I owe you one, and I'll always appreciate you, mate. Thanks for being such a huge, important supporter, such a big friend to the community, such a big part of everything we do. Thank you so much, Freeze. Fuel mixture. Bleh. Bleh. Fuel mixture. Bleh. Is it a good day that GME can... Is it good day? Is a good day... Sorry, there's this heart thing in front of my... Yay. There's this heart thing in front of the messages, so I can't read the last word often. Is a good day that GME broke 26 today? Well, it's not bad that that happens. It's the nature of the trend that you're looking to defeat as opposed to any one specific price. So higher highs, which means that, you know, you're looking for 30 bucks. You want to break out of this downward sloping diagonal. Here. Oh, that's not what I'm looking to bring up. That's what you're looking to break, and when you do, you're then looking to take out the previous highs. And you know, there are various places they come in. First one's like there at 26 and change, so that would be very good if it broke 26. You're correct, my friend. And then you'd be looking for it to break. These are kind of one node in price, really. 30, right? So that's why 30 is the next level, and then you're looking up at 33. So those are the three levels, and that's correct, sir. That's correct. That's what would be a good day would be at breaking it. You'd also then be saying that it's only really changed market structure. It hasn't actually put in an uptrend yet. So then you'd be looking for a higher low, and so price could break 26 and come back below it, and put in a higher low than the most recent low, which is in around 23.50. So it's a combination of factors. It's a sequence of price that needs to occur before we can truly say that it's a good day. It's a good day, sir, but it could break 26 and go on so much higher that the significant movement in price from its departure point would mean that you'd be talking about a potential uptrend regardless of the higher low that came in, because it would be so obvious. People would be buying it at previous levels of resistance, and that would then turn into support. So depending on the nature of the move, the extent of that move, and how far above those important targets, 26, 30, 33, it made its way up, then you might not be looking immediately for a higher low. You might be looking for a continuation of that move. You definitely taste the terps. You start at lower temperature. What temperature do you start at? And where do you go to, James? I said good day, sir. Good day, sir. And I don't need it portable because my left is pretty much in house arrest most of the times, or same. You got one, a desk one. That's pretty nifty too. You makes me so excited to buy lips and lols. Space Ghost Derps. Space Ghost Derps. It's not me that did it. It's Lit Owl. 318 to 322 Fahrenheit. What's that in Celsius? Are these not German? Yeah, these are made in Germany. Why would you have Fahrenheit on it? It's Celsius, you big silly billies. I'm about 30 minutes behind, so my excitement is still catching up. Oh, I see. I start a bit over 300 and then hair under 400. What? Sorry, I have to get my Fahrenheit to Celsius calculator out because people are speaking gobbledygook language. There's gobbledygook language going on. $148. Ah, well, I'll go down a bit then. I just had it at 169 because I like that number and whatever, eh? But like, cool, do there and then you go up. I suppose that makes sense, increasing it over time, get more out of it and stuff. To work in the margins. Smart. Smart. Alrighty then. Start around 144 and work your way up. 144. Okay, 147. We're going for 147. Which is the opposite of 741. So I'm about 30 minutes behind, so my excitement's still yep. Each time I increase a bit and then get different buzzes and taste. Wasn't Fahrenheit German? Baked buckets. I don't know. I don't know. But if it was, then they changed it a long time ago. Like hundreds of years ago. In which case, we still wouldn't do it. You know, they do say, I mean, it's German and it's got Celsius on it. It must be that it's. I'm sure it's not that complicated. It's a software update as opposed to some hardware change. Maybe they've got it differently in different areas to service the customer base and their expectations. Quite probably, eh? Well, this is cold, as you would expect. As you would expect, I shall be microwaving it. Do you want to hear the microwave or not? I suspect not. In 1 second, I shall return. Fahrenheit was Polish, actually. Polish. Shout out the Poles. Big fan of the Polish. Oh, you lucky things. Can you hear it? You lucky, lucky things. You take it all the way up to 230. There's absolutely nothing left at 230. I suppose you call it a vaporizer, but you don't want to vaporize your face. That Dalai Lama video is beautiful. I watch it over and over. That's Merrick talking about the time I met the Dalai Lama. Yeah, it was a really cool meeting, and he's a really cool dude. And I know that there's been like things said about him since, but you do understand that the Chinese hate him and want him destroyed and want to totally ruin his reputation, and that if you believe things the way you read them, then without looking into it yourself, then you will forever be going down silly paths. But the Dalai Lama is, in Buddhism, he's reincarnated the god of love. And so, you know, I definitely think that he's a nice chap. Definitely do. There he goes, bing. I take mine all at 230. Got that one. Whew. Whew. Cheapers. Whew. Whew, suits you, sir. Bing bong. Bro, what are the probabilities of that happening? Crazy. A beautiful story, the way the universe sends you blessings. The chances of it must be very, very slim. Very, very slim. And the biggest takeaway of it to me was, you know, that everybody's a human being at the end of the day. Even somebody who's like a living god. And in Buddhism, he's a living god. And reach the top of the godhead, except for actually being in nirvana there. And so it's nice when a living god steps into your corner and then invites you for a cup of tea and a chat and gives you an escape route from a difficult situation and talks about all the things in your life that would be worrying and upset you and makes you feel better about them in a really nice, mature way that, if anything, cost him a lot of time, and when he should have been doing other things. I just did some DMT on Monday. We'll be back better by now. The Dalai Lama's brother lives and runs a temple right by me. Robert Pierpont, that's awesome. Which one of his brothers? Some of them are still in jail in China being tortured. Those that didn't manage to escape to South Africa are in jail still being tortured. Free Tibet, yo. Free to bet. Sarah, I grew up in, like, say, it's a nice one, Robert. That's awesome. The connections in the world there. We're just a handshake away. A hug. I'm sure. Give him a hug and it's like one hug from me to you. Sarah, I grew up in a duplex in Anchorage as a wee lad next to my cousin who's 2 weeks younger, and he and I created our own babbing language we spoke for years. Mescaline. You can't trade on mescaline, Senkikas. You just can't. I would do Ayahuasca, but there weren't so much puking. Yeah, the puking thing. I mean, is it worth the puking? I'm not sure. It's not. I'm not sure if it's worth the puking. I'm with you there. I'm with you there. DMT's Ayahuasca, but without the mal, and it's pure ninindimta. So no puking. But it's combusting, isn't it? It's combustible. A lot of people don't want to combust it and put, like, effectively breathing in vaporized plastic. A lot of people don't like that either. Thumbin Jigminorbu. Thumpton Jigminorbu. I'm probably saying that wrong. Made you look 1 month. Congratulations, Senkikas. A whole month. I appreciate you being here for a whole month. A lot of people don't make it past that target. So the fact that you have done is fantastic. And, you know, add a number more together. You'll be here a couple of years' time. You'll have surpassed 90% of traders' ability to meet the markets. And you'll be one of the few traders that might be really successful. So great to see you making that milestone. Many more ahead, I hope, friend. Vince, any thoughts on AMC? I put it in my weed vape. Good idea, James. Good idea, James. Holy shit, I might try that. GameStop, and then you want to see AMC. AMC, it's down 0.5%, so not doing it as good as GameStop recently. We reached that 550 target a number of times. And since then, it's just going sideways, you know. It's waiting for all the things to pop so that, you know, the short side of the trade get fearedy and scared and decide to back off a little bit, in which case the buying pressure would probably be consistent and the thing would ultimately go up. Hourly be saying, is this non-regular hours? Yeah. Well, it's just going sideways. The problem with AMC is, like, you really do not want it dropping below this line where it's touched here. You really do not want that happening, because if it does, a lot of people will be anticipating it coming back to 250 and they will sell, right? They'll sell. So if it drops below there, it'll come back in and test that level. It's also true to say that there's a gap there and there's a fair value gap there. So they're both there, and they both likely mean price gets back there, and the time at which it would go there would be when it breaks back below $4.10 or thereabouts. If it's to break to the top side, then it needs to make a move back above, well, I mean, for a start it needs to break 625, which wouldn't happen until it breaks 550, which is a crucial level of resistance. But once it gets back above there, it's got an even harder job to do, because the real target is breaking back above 730, and this wick spike and falling back below it doesn't mean it's broken. Sure, quite a trenchant move on price action, but the retracement was lower than support, where you would anticipate having tested so high. So overall, that's like both bullish and bearish, and speaks to a degree of ambiguity that will only be resolved when price makes its way back above 730 or below 410. If it does get back above 730, then you're also in with a fight for this guy here. And if you can make it back into this formation, which would mean exceeding $10, then you will go up and test this topside gap, perhaps as far as 22, wherever the top side of this is, by the time price makes it up there, and at which point you're really, you know, away from the pertinent information at the moment in price, which is there in around 410 or back above 550, and then in particular 730. So that's what I'd be conscious of. Very much so. What did I just go to there? Okay, so 10 to 5. I've been looking at nerdy lately. You think it'd go to 5 or even 14? Yo, don't forget to like. I was just about to comment on the marginal utility of doing these live streams. Sell point for GME is 0, by the way, if you guys were wondering. It's a good idea. Even below 0, you know, should it ever get there, and if not, no problem. Yo, Tyler, good to see it. Roaring Kitty didn't mean extra 0. What extra 0? What are we talking about? AMC 20, GME to 50. The GME's already at 24. And AMC's at 4. So if AMC goes to 20, that's going up 300%. And if GameStop's doing the equivalent move, it would be at 60, 80, 100. So I'm not sure why you think there would be more velocity on AMC than GameStop. No, it's not a commentary between the two companies or saying anything negative about either, just wondering about the equivalency in that calculation there. I'll get to that in 2 seconds. Don't forget to like. What did I miss in the conversation? Thanks for the tips there, James. It's getting confusing with Rory Kitty back in the picture. I didn't actually name myself after him. I just really love cats. Oh yeah, it was Kitties Never Die. It wasn't. It was me. Only me that was confused because I'm a silly Billy. Trade spot and delta hedging feels the most appropriate for my GameStop position. New student to the course, definitely not familiar enough with options yet. I feel it's the best move, don't know what to do. Well, if you don't know what to do and you're interacting with the options chain and you've already got shares, then nothing can go wrong as long as you don't leave yourself exposed. So being exposed to price movements where you don't have a cover should it go against you, which would be selling puts or buying calls without owning any shares. Sorry, selling calls or buying puts without having any shares. Buying puts isn't so bad, selling puts worse. Because you need to actually have the underlying so that should price go the opposite direction, you're not on the hook for infinite risk. And so probably what's best for you is selling covered calls, because then you'll get paid the premium rather than having to spend anything. And you can use those silly targets up at like 128, or you know, if it's like a much closer expiry, then 80 or 60 or 45, and you can use those strike prices depending on what expiry you're going for to collect premium and get paid for price moving against you. Delta hedging entirely with covered calls can mean that you're opening up like quite large positions at different times depending on what your shareholding is at the minute. But that's interesting to hear about your background there. I've noticed you talking and things you've been saying and seen you in Discord and seen your interactions and the people that have been answering you and being enthusiastic about where you're going. So I am seeing what's going on there. I appreciate you, Ismail. I don't know what to do. Well, people, good people who do the Lord's work for me. That's your first super chat too. When you see Ismail on Discord, where he has the same name, and he asks about these things, even if you don't know, try and give him some context. And if you do know, even better, give him the best of you, help him out. He's on the course, he's a generous chap, he's very engaged with the community, and now he's one of us. So, and I'll get there after today's show and try and help with extra context, depending on what's already been said and so on. So, and you're among good people there. You don't have to worry too much. You don't have to, or you can if you want to share your more specific details on the size of your position and so on. And people will give you tips on how to manage it. Really good people. and I'll jump into and try and help as well. Thank you very much, Ishmael. Appreciate that. And don't forget to like. Been looking at Nerdy recently. What do you think I go to 5 or even 14? Nerdy, 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 nerdy. $175 at the minute. Oof, that's a big retracement there. That being lower is not fantastic, but it is W. There's a gap. Bottom side of it 250, top side 260. Last time there was something similar, it made a 50% move there, it closed that. This time, from just from here, which is dodgy because it looks like it's rolling over, you'd need a similar move. So it's not impossible, it has happened previously. What you'd be looking at then, maybe, am I on the right thing? Can you guys see what, am I on the right screen? That nerdy user looking at. Yes, it is, it's nerdy. Phew. These are all lower lows. And you have got lower lows on the momentum indicator at the same time. 4 hour. Oh, for goodness sake, what is this crap? Oh, now that we're here. You've got your 255 and the bottom side of that gap is an arrow flash, so that's interesting. I wouldn't necessarily say now's the time to go for it because on that 4 hour you've slipped back below the center line here. So I'd be careful of testing that in around 255. It's not Nordy that asked me, it's don't forget to like. That's funny because there's a Nordy in chat. Sorry, get confused there. There's Nordy in chat, but that's not yourself. That's don't forget to like. So you're 255 rocket crop flash. Interested? It's in the 4 hour. It's not interrupted. 1 hour time frame. You can see that the nature of this W is like a little bit ambiguous in that the right oscillation is lower than the left, and you'd prefer it not to be, but it was bullishly divergent, and that led to this move. The retracement since has filled a gap there, and double testing that level is not completely impossible. I hear somebody at my front door, so I'm going to check who that is. Well, I hear them at the garden gate. Now I hear them at the door. Back in a moment. Hello. See the volume bar going with the beat of the music. Did you guys hear it? Hola, Vince. How are you doing, Mr. Rodriguez? Thank you very much, Zoltan. Zoltan! That's perfect timing, huh? Ariana Grande album finished, Tracebottom back in the hot seat. GameStop down a percentage point for the day so far. Mostly sideways price action. Fairly obvious that. I'm sure you're aware of it. Would you look at that, eh? Well, what do you know, folks? Had a failure swing on SPY with that divergent high. Price coming back down to test the basis line of that previous channel. Only really there to demark the line between the fib progression. A clear gap here could well be the SPX tests 5400. You're already towards the low side of the RSI, which I wouldn't speak to means that there's currently continuation divergence, because you've just seen a failure swing, gone through the center line, found a rejection, and this is 30-minute time frame, so it's not completely insignificant. And so perhaps continuation, you'd be testing 5440. Maybe that's all you're looking for from today. That would happen if you break 5460. You'd look for 5440, which would be the sort of appropriate retracement from that move. 786, 886 would buy 5430. So you're looking at 5430 in a golden pocket retracement here, so you would. That probably catches up with the bottom side of that channel. Break 5460, go into 5440, and that could be price action heading down to 5400 if there's a big volatile move before the end of the week. Otherwise, slowly drifting right might be the case. Definitely doesn't look like it looks bullish, that's for sure, which would have implications. VIX up 8%, holding that $12 we were talking about. $12 on VIX means that it likely does try and test back at this previous level of resistance. You get it on 4 hour, maybe better, but bottom side of this channel, you can update that fib maybe. No, it's pretty much correct. You're at 236 at the minute on VIX, so I would suggest that this is perhaps SPX trying to hold 5460 for a wee while, perhaps towards the end of the day, last hour of price action. You could see it dip and then VIX push, unless VIX pushes up now, in which case it will go on up and test this, test the 382 at 15, 12 to 15. Such a common move on VIX in the last year. And if that was happening, SPY would be falling down to 5440, testing this golden pocket. 544, 547, whatever. Point is, it'll be heading down, which would likely take GameStop with it a little bit. On the 1 hour time frame, negative candle there, not bearishly engulfing, but could take you in for these entries, and then you could be getting your break on this horizontal. That'll probably have moved it on a different time frame, and that'll be wrong, but whatever. That's the target to break for any sort of significant move on GameStop. All this stuff's different on different time frames. You're supposed to be on the breakout point. You're supposed to be measured from the breakout point. Is this correct even on this time frame? It's not. For goodness sake, what do you like, TradingView? Oh no, I dated that line. It would have been right previously. Anyway, you're looking at this sort of thing. That isn't to say that GameStop's going to go exactly the same way SPY is and make an equivalent move. Obviously, because this is talking about a bullish breakout and we're looking at a breakdown in SPY. But if SPY does fall down, then maybe you're looking at tests of these lower areas. Put it in the context of the broader market, you could see that there's nothing desperately bullish at the moment, even though this formation is lining up for a breakout to the top side. If this formation were to fail, then I would take that and get nowhere because it's got one touch and it's completely useless. In which case, maybe you're looking at it as this. Oh no. Oh no. And it happened again. Stop happening. Thanks. Still, you only got one touch and you've nothing to anchor it with, so really this wedge looks like it'll break up and put in sideways price action again, and then 30, 33, 26. Important levels on GameStop still. Speak up, my lad. Volume is maxed. Yo, IV, we had a discussion about what IV was earlier on today. Cool, cool. I see Dalton asking about the course, so if you've got feedback about the course you want to give people who ask in the chat box, it's really appreciated. You know, what parts of it helped you most, and all the different resources available and whatnot. Any of those answers, anything that might be helpful to people asking about it, that would be appreciated. After the Nirvana incident, maybe the bar sent a bouncer up to silence him. Yay. The bouncer, which is actually the head of security for the chain of bars, because they don't have bouncers at that bar, is a buddy of mine who did the door at a bar that I worked at bars all through university on this one particular street in Edinburgh, which is full of bars, and I worked in all of them, and did, like, you know, supervisor, manager, and a couple of them, whatnot, and be really friendly with that guy. And regularly when I was living in Amsterdam, coming back and forth years after finishing uni and working in bars, he'd be on the plane too, going there to do whatever he did in Amsterdam and pick up cigarettes, which he then put in the cigarette machines in those bars and clubs and sold them from those cigarette machines. And that was how he made his money. That and in other ways. And he's a nice chap. We're friends. He's from a place called Paisley, which is a pretty rough town. And he's a pretty rough kind of guy, but he's a nice guy. And if he came up, we'd have a cup of tea and a chat and whatnot, and he'd go down and tell them to shut their mouth. But he's not around at the minute because they don't have a on-location security. Does anybody else get scared-ish when the ads come on at max volume? I'm not surprised, goddamn ads. I wish I could do this. I will be fixing the audio from the next time I get a payout here. I'll invest that money into equipment for the show. Tracebottom, can you comment on GameStop options at strike $20? Do you, the market makers will try to trade down to expire the options worthless? It's not the market makers that make money from driving the price down. There is a hedge fund, a directional hedge fund, that owns the designated market maker seat on GameStop and trades on NYSE, but it's not them specifically trying to drive the price down on GameStop. It would be the directional hedge fund taking the information from those market makers and the oversight that that role gives them, using price push and push down. So they'd be the short side of the trade trying to push price down rather than the market makers themselves, though I understand what you mean for sure. Matt, good to see you, Matt Sklar. Thanks very much for being here. And do I think they'll try to drive it below 20? I mean, the shorts would love it to be below 20 because the strikes on GameStop. Does this work anymore? Didn't work earlier, so it might not be working now, you know. Oh, I think we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Nope, fuck. Anyway, the point being, there are important nodes on GameStop's price at 20, 25, and 30. Here, so like there, that's an important one. 25, probably got it marked, you know, these lines, 25 and 20, it's like here. So the question is, do the shorts want the price to be down in this sort of area? And of course they do want it to be. long positions, you would be ideally seeing it expire above 30. And then up here, liquidity goes to the long side of the trade because the open interest long up here would finish in the money, and that'd be really great. Down here, a lot of that open interest long expires worthless, and tambien, a lot of that short side liquidity will be rewarded back to the short side, and people would likely add to that direction with that extra liquidity, whether it be in options or otherwise. But as price has got so little time left this week, and because there is such a higher open interest, it tends to be sticky. Price tends to be sticky at those nodes. So 25 is the area where it's fluctuating in and around right now, and that's where it currently is. So that might be where we would anticipate the week closing, what with there being a day and a half left. It's quad witching, so there's an awful lot of contracts closing out. Single stock options, index options, single stock futures, index futures. That's what the quad witching is, those 4 different types of instruments. They all have an expiry on the same day, which means that those people in the market maker role have been providing liquidity for each of those instruments on either side of the trade to close the spread, so they themselves have the highest contribution that they would have to that volume profile on the options chain or on the futures market. And so their busiest time and the most intense closing period comes when all of this confluence happens on the same day. So they themselves add to the stickiness around those prices, unwinding those contracts, and what they rely on is volume, so that their actions on the market won't have as great a cost to them, the marginal cost of each action, which means the total amount that they'd have to commit in terms of time and money to closing out any position is reduced because of this greater volume that they can be operating within. And because volume on today and the last couple of days, I've got volume on, have I have, yes. The volume today and on these last couple of days, it's been significantly higher than it has been historically, but it's in a downtrend. As you can see, these are the volume nodes here, and generally speaking it's been going down. Here's the moving average of the volume profile, which you can see has got a negative slope, and so the average volume has been decreasing based on the look back period used in this indicator here, which speaks to the fact that there's less and less and less volume on that chain, especially open and long. And so, not that tells you that, but I'm telling you that. And what means, trust me bro, or whatever people think. I mean, it's pretty obvious, the logic. If you don't understand it, I could explain it, but I have done it already a number of times. So because the volume has been decreasing on average, it gets harder for them to enact their strategic approach to doing what you suggest there, Matt Sklar. So price was likely sticky among these levels, and anything dropping below 20 will push it back up again. Anything pushing back above 25 will make it really hard to push it put down. Below 25, short side's not as busy as the long open interest, and so it's harder for price to make its way to the top side, because not the market makers and not the directional hedge funds, but there's so much activity previously on the option chain that in order for that contracts to unwind means that there'll be selling pressure much more than there'll be buying pressure, and so price could easily slip down. The reason it would be slipping down would be retail traders pushing down the price of GameStop because they bought so many options and aren't able to exercise them to add buying pressure that balances out their selling pressure from their actions. And so, in the nicest possible way, it would be retail causing price to go down in this instance because of the nuances of what retail have been doing over the past month, 2 months, targeting that strike this Friday at those 3 different prices. So those strikes at this Friday. So do I think they will? They'd love it if we did, and the chances are that we do, because we have been trading in such a way that makes that likely. And I say we, it wasn't me, and I did articulate this point a number of times to different people. Like, there's ex-Superstonk mods on Twitter talking about how you should not buy those contracts because Roaring Kitty's doing it and you're his friend, so you should help him too. And that emotional reasoning doesn't help. You want to drag your friend out of a fight he's going to get beaten up in, rather than you also getting beaten up. So, I wasn't able to convince that person that there would be a mature and more responsible way of talking about things, and it's the same with the general conversation at large. And every time I try to communicate these things in this environment where knowledge is not properly tested, and where any commentary that seemed to be negative is shut down, rather than like adult conversations among people who understand what's happening, it makes it so that I'm de-incentivized to talk about it publicly in any place other than on these streams to people who are actually engaged in listening, because then I can explain it in a way that they'll understand. I'm very supportive of GameStop, especially of the investor base, and I want to deliver information that helps them make money so that they're more effective in their actions. And that's all tied to my view of how we can make the efficient markets more fair for the world, rather than me saying something that, like, oh my god, he's on the side of the hedge funds. Do you know he used to work for one? Oh my god. Oh my god. And these other conversations, which are quite funny. Really, they're quite funny. At the time they're happening, they can be frustrating, but quickly get over that. And on reflection, I just would like it so that the message got out more, so that the conversation became easier, and so that over time we became more effective. And I think most of the people in the chat box here understand where I'm coming from, because you've all got other options of people to watch, and you choose to be here, and I appreciate that. You get this particular type of person then that chooses to watch these streams and interacts with this type of information, as opposed to the populist version of the conversation. And in these conversations where people are very sensitive, I understand how difficult it might be for you to talk about these things. So I invite people to have the conversation here. Also, often you see people think oh, great, this is a place where I can slag off those people who believe in crazy theories. And that's not true either. You don't hear me slagging people off for being ignorant. I try to enlighten them. You see me slagging people off for sticking cotton wool in their ears and burying their head in the sand, right? So that you can tell somebody something once, and if they don't get it, that's cool, I don't mind, right? You can tell them it twice, at which point I think a good listener and somebody who's really motivated to do it properly will probably start implementing the things that you're talking about, if they can see the value in them. And you can try telling them 3 times, at which point, if they don't hear you, I don't think that there's any opportunity left to explain things to that person, because they themselves are being more convinced by your arguments, and so you're making your own job harder, and they perhaps suffering under some cognitive dissonance. Maybe they've just got real stubborn attitude, or alternatively they just simply see things differently from whatever their experience is. And I'm not going to speak to their experience or try and tell them that their lived reality isn't true. I would just say that these are facts that have served me well for years, and I am a trader, so it carry some weight. Like, to me it does. But I don't care to argue with people who don't want to listen, especially not in an environment where, so I see also people arrive, and they might have had a bad experience on a subreddit, or they might have tried to have these conversations elsewhere, and it's left them bitter about other sections of the community, and they'll have conversations say everybody over there in Superstonk's an idiot, and that's not true, because they're over there in Superstonk, who many of you are, I am, and there's a huge base of the investors who rely on these resources, who don't have any prejudicial ideas, don't have any bias with regards to their cognition, and are open to hearing the whole conversation. So you can get caught between 2 stools sometimes when you take this approach. I don't think there's any benefit to us attacking people, so I don't do that. I would never open up a tweet and say this guy is a bastard unless something terrible had happened. And regularly you'll see people attack me, like some weirdo yesterday on Twitter, who used to be huge on Reddit, but Reddit's much less of where the conversation is now, so he wants a profile on X. So he opened up this tweet and started saying, I remember when Tracepot told me I was delusional for buying GameStop at $10, which is like the most hilarious untruth I've heard in 3.5 years. Because I was saying for 3.5 years it'll go to $10, while he was saying I was a shill for saying that. He was trying to attack me for the whole times because I had said that price would happen. Yet when that price happened, he makes up this lie about me having told him he was delusional for buying there, which is like so obviously untrue. It doesn't really bear having a conversation about. So I tried to point out there in that conversation, no, look, mate, I said the opposite of that, and the fact that you're putting this obvious untruth out there is for everybody else to make their mind up why. But they what's the point, right? Like, I don't care to convince him that he's wrong, and I don't care that he would say negative things about me, because he's a young guy who has his whole life to lead in front of him, and he has to live all of it with tarnishing his reputation, because the truth eventually proves correct, right? That always happens. So you just wait, and but I would rather people didn't divide communities like that. I like bridges between communities, and like any positive communities that I notice in GameStop, I'm eager to be contributing to their success, right? And I think like rising tide lifts all ships, as Rocky says, and that's what we're doing there with our community. And that's the way it goes. And a point of attack for them would be, yeah, but he sells stuff. And like, just so you're aware, and so that the whole community, if they ever would like to know, is that this YouTube channel started long before GameStop was a thing, like in 2019. And Rocket Crop's Discord, it started long before that. And he had a YouTube channel for years before that. And it's his job, and it's my job. And unless you're a weirdo communist that thinks that we should all be paid the same, then you'd recognize that the job we do is very helpful, it's very lucrative opportunities for people who engage with the content we put out there. It helps them improve their lives, and it takes a lot of time, and I put a lot of effort in, and I've got a high level of experience, and my time's worth a lot. So if I'm going to do these jobs, as opposed to another one, which would pay me hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, easily could walk into that job tomorrow, and I was offered one a couple of weeks ago, and previous to that I was offered another, and previous to that a few months ago I was offered millions of pounds a year to go and work in Dubai and do what I do for you guys for one dude. And so when I turn down these opportunities because I have this other goal, which itself is quite altruistic, I would like the show that I'm doing to fund itself, and I would like the people that engage with me and get lifetime coaching and so on, to be paying a small amount to demonstrate they're serious. Because if they're paying $200 and they give up 3 months into it, right, then they've not, it really wasn't to be worth my time. It would really distract and take away from the effectiveness of what I'm trying to do. So you're going to have to pay like the bare minimum, right, which is what these things cost. I know people think like it's expensive, but that's relative to their own life, rather than relative to the opportunity that's provided, which again is their problem, right? Because you self-identify as somebody that's, that would be good for that progress and that avenue of progress. So way I express that is good people find each other, and they're experienced in doing so, even in the most difficult of conversations. And that's why I think that the people who turn up here in this chat box are good people, and everyone gets that benefit of the doubt, because I'm out here taking the flack and standing up to it and never backing down, because I know that I'm right, and so that if I'm taking it, the people behind me don't have to as much, and they've got serious things to be getting on with. So, there are conversations, and I tend to ignore them mostly, and I rely on you guys choosing your future and taking advantage of the opportunities I provide. And if you don't want to, that's totally okay and cool. I also do these shows for free all the time, and you can join the Discord, and there's a huge free side to it. And there's a lot of good people there who I do teach, who also help people on the free side. So I still feel like I'm contributing more than most, and I don't particularly believe the criticism is valid, but also I don't really care too much, because I'm a trader, and as the longer you're a trader, the more and more you focus on the pragmatic side of life, and in truth the better life you have. So sometimes it does make me a little bit upset that I work so hard for some people who then turn out to be a bit disappointing, but then that's more than compensated by the people who do really well and excel. And like, I've said their names in the chat box today, and Luke answered Zoltan about the course. I get to meet people who are exceptionally nice people, who, if they had the means and resources, and they're getting closer at different times, these people, they'll change the world to be better for all of us, and that sort of stuff more than makes up for any of the negativity. So I don't know where I started with this conversation, but the end of it is really to say that the things I do are for the community, that community is the most effective in GameStop, and that it's led by hugely talented people like you guys, and I appreciate you all desperately, and together we advance into success and make a real difference around us, so well, we can't drive price to certain areas like directional hedge funds or the massive liquidity providers, whether they be market makers or any other entity. We can assess the flow, and we can follow the big fish, and eventually, slowly but surely, we become collectively that big fish. And I know that the mountain is large, and the climbing it or moving it isn't easy, but how do you eat an elephant? How did Ming Lo move the mountain? Bit by bit. Bit by bit. 24 spot 67. What's Jackbox saying? Nick, let's keep this show funded so we can keep on learning. How do I hit like on that? Nick, you tool legend. Yes, the next investments are getting the right equipment to connect up the audio so that you don't get scared by the adverts. Which I imagine has a huge impact on the viewership numbers, which then feeds back to the algorithm. So I know that it would be overall a good investment, and it's part of the show, so I'll definitely be doing that hopefully next week. Let me hit like on that from Nick. Thank you so much. 9 people. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Legend. Trace Bonds legend. Luke Spears is such a nice guy. I got kicked out of a GameStop group on Facebook because they said it wouldn't be a bad idea for some people to buy cash secured puts. It's not a bad idea for some people at all. Devin Pettigen. It's not a bad idea at all. Yeah, I mean, Facebook isn't the premier destination for financial education. But I don't know who runs these groups or who these people are, I don't really know. I don't know. I know a few people that reached out to me recently that were positive people, and I try to interact with like the big accounts that are positive, and some of them recognize that I add a particular type of value and appreciate me too. So there's lots of good stuff there, but I don't know if any of them run Facebook groups, to be honest. I don't think they do. I don't think they do. But also Facebook, you lose a degree of anonymity there, don't you? Especially with if you've got a history of public posts and so on, about your family or your holidays or whatever, and Devin, maybe you're better off not being in it. No offense to the group at large there that are running it or whatever, but maybe you're better off not being in it. And if you've ever got any questions from things that you see there or elsewhere, I'll try and help with them. Nick the Legend, Ari Main. In my opinion, there isn't any better live technical analysis than here. I've never seen it anywhere other than here. The nuggets are amazing. Mr. Boomery, Mr. Nick. Legend. Sounds like a politician. A politician. The nasty politicians. Especially when there's proof on video. Such a silly lie. Yeah, that was about that. Yeah, yeah, but the people that particular individual was speaking to, they don't care about the evidence, right? What they want is their own feelings validated. And a lot of people don't like me because they know that I wouldn't like them. And it's true, because although I come across as a really nice guy, that's only to the people that I like, and I assume you are those people. Actually, I can be a really, really forceful and confrontational person, which isn't that mold of the most popular guy. But I never aim to be that most popular guy. I aim to be the most effective version of myself, which I most certainly have worked towards and definitely feel like I've earned. So I'm not going to change, and if anyone's an idiot, I'll tell them a fucking idiot and tell them to go fuck themselves. And I'll do it really early in the conversation. And others, they take time to make their mind up about certain things, or they whatever it might be. They don't like me telling them that they're ignorant or that their comments are stupid or that it's reflective of somebody with a low IQ. And in trading, there's two things that will impact you more than anything else. One is your fear and the other is your greed. And in actual fact, they're the same thing. They're your greed and fear of money. You're afraid of having none and you desperately want more. And that's the same thing's true for every human being ever that exists in a world controlled by and transactions are facilitated by money, right? So you need money. Having money gives you freedom. And living a hard life makes you want it more and need it more. The more you lack, often the more greedy you become and the more fearful you come of not having it. And so when I interact with people, and having done this for a long time, I know that much of the conversation they're having when it's expressing emotions about somebody else is actually just a projection of that fear and greed. And when I talk to people, I'm very articulate and explicit about the fact that they're greedy and they're afraid. And it's not a prejudicial comment, it's not pejorative, it's just simply stating the psychology of that individual that they're telling me and showing me. And it's hard being on the other end of that from somebody who considers themselves serious and who has experience and carries a degree of weight with their opinion, telling you that you're a feckless, greedy idiot that's afraid of your own success and everything you do is controlled by your emotions and you need to grow up and stop being such a baby. Such a baby, because that's what they are, just babies. They don't like it. And commonly nowadays you'll find that people who are afraid of doing hard work trade because they're afraid of doing that hard work. And they don't turn into good traders, but they talk a lot about it to justify their actions because they're actually losing money. And so I'm not sure if you agree with me, and I'm certainly not adopting the tone or the conversation of people like Andrew Tate, but there are a lot of young men who are not very thick-skinned, who are not very wise or mature, and they're really just real adult babies. And they walk around talking like human beings, like really full-grown adults. They've got a fully grown body. They might even have a bit of stubble, but they're not, or even a beard. They might even have slightly longer hair than they had this time a couple of years ago, but they're not serious people. They're not serious people, right? They're afraid and they're greedy and they don't understand what life's all about, how hard it is even if you have money, how some problems can't be fixed with them, how the true fears that they have in life will never be conquered because everybody's afraid of everything. Everybody's afraid of the same thing, and that's living a meaningless life and dying alone. And everyone's afraid of that. And if they can't confront the fact that they have to then have a meaningful life in order to ameliorate those problems, then it can leave them very bitter and confused and attacking other people to establish some sense of identity. And the people who do that have a very thin impression of themselves. So when they're confronted by me telling them they're a greedy, feckless, chicken shit loser, adult baby, walking around with no idea what they're doing, trying to slag off me to get their own identity, I tell them that and they get upset and they don't like me, which is more fool them because I don't need them and don't care about them. And I think I said it earlier on the stream, like 300,000 people watching there in the last wee period of time. I didn't directly address all 300,000 people, though I do say your names. Hello, Grant, Tennessee Texan, Explicit, aka Vince, Nick, Luke. I do say your names. Alright, Ari Main. I posted your live stream as Superstunk on Reddit. I think your intraday technical analysis will help people better understand the why behind intraday moves. Thanks very much, Ari Main. But like I'm saying, a lot of those people, not there specifically because of that environment. I think that it's an excellent resource for those people who truly want information. A lot of people there and elsewhere in GameStop are babies, adult babies, who are afraid of life, and they're afraid of who they are because who they are is such a thin identity with no real meaning. And your identity doesn't matter. No one gives a fuck, right? No one gives a fuck. Even the person who loves you doesn't give a fuck about who you think you are. They'll make their own mind up about who you are. And I'm fully aware that people make their own mind up about who I am. right? So, go for it, right? Go for it. I don't need them. I don't care about them beyond trying to help them because they'd help our movement. And if they're not on board, then like that's the end of that. I don't really care. If you do go making up lies about me or stealing from me or harming my family, then I'll bring that to the attention of a greater community, thinking that good people will defend good people. And typically that's what happens. It's what happened yesterday. Hundreds of people, well, hundreds of likes and comments together saying that's not true. Where's the evidence? And the evidence came back like, oh, he tweeted it at me, but now he's deleted the tweet. And then somebody else said, this Rafa guy who's like super aggressive, said like, well, when did it happen? Because TradeSpotting definitely doesn't watch you to tell you that. So it must have been when you were watching TradeSpotting. And the guy denied it. And then the Rafa guy said, well, it's true though, isn't it? Because I was talking to you in TradeSpotting's live stream and you were watching him. And I definitely didn't say it to him in that live stream, but he was clearly then being caught watching this channel because he himself doesn't know what's happening with price. So even people who don't like me watch, and some of them will be watching now. And you guys, welcome to the show. Hit the like button. Think about not being such a scaredy cat loser all the time. Grant, TracePoint, if you were the CEO of GME, what would your strategy be for the company? Just curious, all hypothetical. In August, I would announce the 7-for-1. I'd have the holding company GameStop invest in a series of businesses which the capital and the strength of the logistic business would provide economies of scale to these companies I was investing in, so the owners and the shareholders of which would appreciate that equity stake that we as GameStop were taking in them. It would, our logistics and back business to business side of the GameStop business, that infrastructure that facilitates the forward facing side of GameStop, the stores and the games, I would use that to boost these other companies' abilities to meet their goals and targets with a lower cost base, which would make it more incentivized for them to accept that equity investment. I'd buy a controlling stake or a significant stake so that our company was on the board of these companies, and create a network of businesses that benefited each other through economies of scale. I'd use the balance sheet that we've got at the minute to boost those balance sheets, and all of our profit and loss accounts grow together. I would do it in a particular set of businesses, which some people have already identified are realistic, and it will happen. I'm sorry to be the bearer of truth sometimes, but there's communities out there that are seen to be ridiculous that are actually correct. And I'd do that. I would do it in August, because in August Jerome Powell is going to announce that there'll be a rate cut ahead of the election in November, at which point the value of holding your money in treasury bonds will go down, and the pressure on companies to deliver earnings and capital expansion from their investments will go down. The ability to do that will go up. There'll be more attractive places to put your money than resting it in a treasury bond. So the risk will be worth more in August onwards. And so while I'd raise money now because the prices are high now and they are above my last entry, if I was the CEO and that was my last entry in around 22 as it was with Ryan Cohen's, that would be where I'd be doing the raises. And when price was above there, I'd be interested in similar. And I'd take that money, I'd bank it on the balance sheet, I'd keep making money on it. I personally would have also invested it in Bitcoin, but that's a distinction that's more nuanced than simply holding that money in treasury bonds, earning a risk-free return. And then when it became appropriate, which is going to be in August and then towards November, then I'd start making these investments, because that would be the time to deploy that capital, and beforehand it doesn't make sense, whether or not we want it to, whether or not we think like, Ryan Cohen's attacking the option chain and he's reducing the value of our investments, or whatever ways to talk about it, right? I don't really care. I understand that people have emotional reactions. I would say that's what I would do. I wouldn't necessarily say it. I might let it be known through various channels and in various ways that was obvious, to the point that it reached people just like who I actually am, me, right now, so that could be communicated in a calm, clear and concise way to the investor base, so that people didn't panic and that people knew who to trust as and when the truth was proved correct, as it has been with the things I've said over the years. which, you know, you can put two and two together and come up with the answer there, or you can just pretend you don't hear any of this and that none of it's true, or it doesn't make sense, or you can invest your life in conspiracy theories or whatever you want to do. And that's fine, you know, go for it. But that's what I would do as the CEO, and those companies that I'd invest in would be not complementing the legacy business of GameStop specifically. Those that did would be in companies that followed our similar business model. And GameStop's business model isn't computer games, right? Business model at GameStop is trade in. You trade the thing in, they sell it on to somebody else, and they're a middleman. And that's what GameStop is, a middleman. So if GameStop's going to invest in other companies, it'll be adding that middleman benefit to those economies and then developing scale from that benefit. So, you know, I can't say who those companies will be, but other people have mentioned some of them on other places, and that's because they haven't been told specifically, so they're allowed to make guesses, and those guesses proved correct. The SEC won't come after them, and they won't be revealing private information. But I know what I know, and it's obvious, and other people could have figured it out or been connected to the right people to figure out if they'd done what I've done over the last 3 years, and then they'd be getting the tidbits that prove the truth too. So great question. That's the answer. It's what's going to happen, and the who's how many people are here hearing that? Considering there's millions of GameStop investors, 273 folks. Congratulations. That's the truth. Is June 21st a nothing burger? Ben, what do you mean in terms of context? It's important with regards to the option chain. So Mo asked near August. All right, JK. Tradespawn, what's your view on Broadcom given the split next month and the FOMO around AI? The split makes it more attractive and easier for people to buy full lots. It makes the option chain cheaper. It means that the retail investors will be more enthusiastic. Broadcom itself is a fantastic business. I know the guy that's very high up on it lives across the road from me. I've seen but not been introduced to, but not really met the owner of Broadcom, and he's fucking pragmatic, ruthless, killer businessman. The mergers and acquisition strategy they've been on for the past decade's insane. The company itself's fantastic. The former leaders of that company now work at Lisbon, and LPSN is going to blow the top off the market. It's absolutely brilliant. It's a deep value play. That's the answer there. Dirty Jez, make sure you Lisbon to Tradespotting and Rocky. Nobody does it better. Everybody else is a copycat. Fugazi. Bing bong, Dirty Jez, legend, years in the making, a total weapon. Nice, came back just in time for the recovery to 25. Sticky price action, 25.05, everything over 25 means you're in the money holding those $25 calls. Coming up for expiry tomorrow with the uncertainty surrounding price, the volatility on GameStop. While it's a risk, it's also an opportunity. A lot of people that bought those contracts previously will be hesitant to lose anything on them. There's a huge amount of contracts, which means a huge amount of capital at risk relative to people's lives. That means there's a need for them to close because they don't want to lose that money, and that pressure because of their circumstances in life will mean that there's stickiness above 25, and a lot of people on long-term contract or on long side contracts closing them, putting a pressure on price above 25. Should it make it back above there significantly, then you've got the same thing happening above 30. Technicals suggest that above 30 the structure of price would change and that you'd be putting in a higher high, and so there's a reason why a lot of people would be eager to short it from that area. It also explains why no one's going to want to short it between 25 and 30, and between 30 and 35 people likely don't really want to short it, except that wick high at 33 and these body closes in at around 30. So there will be extra selling pressure at those levels, not just from the option chain, but also shorts are more incentivized to short from that area than they are from this area, because if it does break against them, it'll go up 10% plus to 15%. In which case, why would you hold on to that trade? You wouldn't. You'd close it. That closing would add buying pressure and again push it to those levels. The shorts are aware that the guy standing next to them also short would do that and compromise your position, and so they don't want to enter at that price. And so the selling pressure cuts heavier back around $30, and that's from people who want to short it, along with people who close in on the option chain. At 25, people are closing out because they are retail traders, and they're what are causing the stickiness at this current price. That's the answer there. You know what? I have to say, I'm glad you are still here doing this. You were one of the OGs back in the day, so seeing you still sticking around, still doing this is bullish to me. JK, Yep, and that's why I'm very privileged to have some of the connections I do and be able to be here delivering this information, because I was there back at the start, and the people who would help me, who do know more, aren't themselves interested in those online arguments with the silly people, but those silly people won't be getting the same level of data that we get here. So you're right to think it's bullish, because it is bullish. Welcome back, JK. Welcome back, JK. Good to have you here. That's true, yeah. Welcome back. And thanks very much for recognizing the history and the heritage of this community. There's a lot of people see it, commonly see it, that we were in here doing this right from the very beginning. Trace Button, what's your view on Broadcom? Got that one. Thank you, McCracken. Good question. Will, nice came back. Yes, Will, got that. Lisa, great to see you. Total champion. Critical Meowler, good to see you too. Welcome back, JK. Luke Spears, Critical Meowler, Dirty Jez. Dirty Jez. Hey Lisa, beautiful day. Jersey today. Hey, that's the good contingent from Jersey. Shout out to everybody who watches the show from Jersey. I know it's not easy. Jokes. Love you guys. Bento, how you doing, Bento? They can become what they want now, start to digitalize, create some competitions versus Game Pass, Xbox, PS, and be cross-platform like Steam. It's very possible with this level of capital that they could make a stab at that area, and I'm sure that it would get a lot of attention. But would that attention be from the general marketplace, and would that open up a larger addressable target market, or would it be customers they would already be servicing in store? Doesn't necessarily follow in the trade-in route, but if GameStop were able to develop a model of trading in digitalized versions of games, so that when you bought something you'd had true ownership and could then sell that thing and they could then resell it, if they had that opportunity, they'd create a huge market for themselves, and especially possible if they were to go into buying developers and publishers, so had the distribution rights over these titles. They could give them effective shelf space, prime location shelf space on the GameStop marketplace, which would provide for these other avenues and opportunities that leverage GameStop's capital and human resources and logistic strengths, and add it to the creative and economic capital that these companies themselves provide their creators. So the publishers and developers of games, in which case you'd be looking at small studios that were at the beginning and midpoint of their development cycle, who were working on titles that had large public interest. ALFOC was one of them. We talked about it in November. It subsequently went up over 100%. Somebody who watched the video asked March Rants for his comments on it, and he said, "Oh my god, I wouldn't trust Trace Button. Oh my god, he said something bad about Ryan Cohen." Which wasn't true, and if it was true, I wouldn't have the knowledge I have at the minute. I commented on the ethical implications of certain decisions and asked the audience what they thought of them, as I did with the shareholder meeting, as I do with all of these events. And I'm quite agnostic when it comes to judging these other people and these behaviors. I ask the audience what they think, we have the conversation, and we move on in a mature way. But other people don't necessarily see that. They think like you have to be, never saying anything that could further the argument, if at all. That conversation means that you have to listen to or speak to people that might have a critical opinion. And I'm not a cynic. I'm aggressively optimistic, and I believe in the power of people. But I'm not going to ignore obvious facts or try and, wrestle the community forward against their better judgment. We're going to have the conversation. We're going to talk it out. We're going to believe in our own opinions while discussing the true facts, and then adjust and update our attitude to the company, which isn't going to change like off the back of these conversations, because we're serious adults having a conversation. People who are really insecure worry about these things, and especially people, the stronger their conviction that they express often is directly correlated to the strength of their anxiety and insecurity about being proved wrong. Okay, you understand why they vocalize so much now. It's because they're afraid that they'll be wrong, and they want everyone else to push on the same direction as them in case they are wrong. Whereas people who are confidently having a conversation which might include the critical side of the argument and yet still maintain a bullish perspective and a forward-looking attitude and believe in GameStop, those people typically have stronger conviction and base it on real things, which is what you find here in this overall in this entire community. So you're right, JK, it's very bullish that I'm still here, and I'm still here because it's bullish. Seeing many stocks moving in unison today. Unison. Yes, towards the end of the week. That does happen, you know. That does happen. Your correlation with the market at large tends to be true because you look to the market, broad market picture to determine closing prices of your stocks at the end of that week, as most traders would do. So towards the end of the week, you see that sort of thing happen more often. When volume is low, even more so, and when volume's been trending down and all those things are true, also equally true. And then on quad witching, even more so. And this week, unlike many others, especially when there's been a day less trading this week, it's true to say, like, for a huge collection of reasons, that today that sort of thing is more likely than maybe other days. So good point, well made. What a thick app arc forecast for today. Partly cloudy and hot with a frack ton of under boob sweat. Oh my goodness gracious me, Jersey. You see, this is the thing. You need to take your tissues out in Jersey, and the roll-on, roll-off deodorant, that's the top recommendation in there, whether you got your boobs or not. What do you think about the recent microfractal pattern discussed on X? I didn't have a conversation with people about microfractal patterns because that's stupid. You know how Darwin would walk around his back garden discussing with himself? No, you maybe don't, right? Well, Darwin went out in his back garden in England every day and would walk around his back garden. He's in Edinburgh for a long time, and it is, anyway, long story short, right? Darwin, who studied the future of humanity, who figured out the evolution of our species, he himself said that you could spend your life studying fractals and get nowhere. And I commonly talk about that. You know, it wasn't the exact quote, but he really fucking hated fractals. And he spent years and years and years investigating them in nature, in various animals, in the correlations between fractals. And his conclusion, after wasting decades of his life, this is a more effective person than you're likely to talk about typically. He said that it was somewhere you could spend multiple lifetimes, and at the end of which you'd be stupider than when you started. And I wholeheartedly agree with him. I think it's even more stupid to talk about them with regards to price action. What would the theory be? You know, that fractals repeat and that get smaller or larger and that are repetitions of themselves. Like, what would the theory be as to why that was happening, right? God? I mean, God's got fuck all to do with price. Like, why would... Like, it's a stupid ass conversation. It's got no logic. There's no thread of rationale running through it. Like, can someone tell me, like, why it would be worth me spending 10 seconds of my time actually looking at fractals? Like, no, it wouldn't add anything to my trading. It's just so stupid. It's insanely stupid. Like, really it is, you know. Though I appreciate people have conversations about things they find to be interesting, and I don't want to interfere with that, so they're welcome to work on it. You know, go for it, guys. And if you ever get anywhere talking about fractals, congratulations, right? You'll have achieved something significant for humanity. But it's not going to happen, so I won't be doing it. Did you say Lispin? I did, Lisa, Disney style. There's a big fan of Lipson. There's a lot of people turn up here because they also themselves, maybe yourself, Lisa, it might not be. I've heard that Lipson's a great idea. And so they turn up to hear more about it. And they're right, it's amazing. The only fractals I enjoy are the ones you get on LSD. I'm not going to argue with that. Thanks for the answer. You're welcome, Mr. R45H1D99. I appreciate you a lot. And the way you asked the question, the way you responded to my answer. Thanks, I appreciate that too. Eh? What a great group of great gang we've got here. Don't get Jamie talking about fractals. Yeah, don't. Cheers, Nick. If you were starting out anew, would you continually compound all profit or slide some off the table to be safe, assuming you had rock solid risk management on the downside? All in, always at TradeSpotting. Great question, KT. No, I keep a significant proportion of my capital free for me to deploy as and when I want to do so. I have My portfolio follows a risk-managed corridor. I have a strategic approach to my investments at large as well as on an individual basis. I know the benefit of having cash at hand, and I try to operate in that way, which is why I have a very hyper focus on where and how much of percentage of my capital is deployed at any time. My aim in life as a trader is to get a larger and larger account so that I can take the same size trades while risking less percentage of my total account, and to reduce my risk at exposed at any time so that I'm more effective when I do really go in with size. And when I do that, it's typically very short periods of time with tight stops, managing that risk so that I'm not trapped in positions that take up a large part of my account, because I need to make profit on the regular much more than I need to compound my winnings to be rich. And as you become more effective as a trader, you too will realize that the goal isn't about having billions of dollars in the bank. It's about knowing that when you meet the market, when rubber meets the road, as Diana said, when the bullet meets the bone, that you're able to make profit, and so that you can rely on yourself to generate capital so that you can live rather than be rich, which is a relative figure anyway, right? It'll change. The more money you get, the more you'll want, the more you'll feel you need it, and the more you'll compare yourself to other people, which really is a pragmatic conversation. It's stupid, right? It's fucking stupid, and people typically do that who, it's stupid. So what you want to is get to a position where you're not having to take as much risk to make the same amount of money so that you have a better life, right? And then the compounded benefits take care of themselves. Plus, if you get 9 trades of 100% in a row, then you start with $1,000, you'll make $1 million. And you know yourself, KT, we pump those trades out regularly on this channel. So being able to make money and generate significant capital with smaller amounts is what I'm all about, right? And that's what real traders do. They don't sit around with 50 million bucks trading one stock. Doesn't happen. Truth one, I agree wholeheartedly. I want to make enough. Yeah, enough so that the risk is reduced. Did you send me these details once upon a time? I'll pop into my Discord and refresh my memory. Good question, Katie. What are you talking about? Testnets are free, no crypto needed. I see a conversation going on. I appreciate it. Friend, open that up and read it for everybody viewing. What are we reading and opening? People need to see that. Sorry for spamming it, but look at it. What is it? Please open this up, my friend. Pull it up on screen and show everybody. What? I can't see it. I'm going back in the chat and I can't see what it is. What is it your boy's talking about there? There's literally no link or anything. You can't share a link, but open up what? I mean, do you think I'll miss out on Lipson? No, James. Like, that's also the thing. Like, you reduce your risk by entering an established trend. The thing could be going to $69. I think it'll probably go eventually higher. So the fact that it's currently trading at half a cent means that you've got anywhere to buy it. And if you were buying it at 30 and it went up to 60, you'd make 100% on your money. And if you watch this channel for years, then you'll make that sort of money lots of times. And so making everything in one trade is like the wrong objective, It's the wrong objective. You don't need to make everything that you're hoping to make on one trade, right? Like, you don't need to worry about that, about the one shot, the one chance, that one opportunity, or else you're doomed to always work at the cheese sandwich factory. You don't need that, mate. That's an insecurity you don't need anymore. I'm here. I'm in your corner. We're going to do this for years and years and years. And you will be okay. You don't need that in one trade. And you will make enough in Lipson whenever you get paid. Doesn't matter if it's now, next week, next month. That's a live opportunity that you can take as and when it suits you. And there's no help in rushing to be rich, and plenty of wealth in waiting to be right. Roaring Kitty is our Darwin. Alright, Apex right. Yep. Lipson to the moon. It clicks gaming. It's true, it's going to the moon. I hope this isn't an ignorant question, but is a cent an American dollar? Adrian Martinez, a cent is a denomination of the dollar. You've got 100 cents in a dollar, and in UK you've got a pound, and you've got 100 cents as a pound. And in euro, you've got 100 euro, 1 euro See, they drop the S and it's still pluralized. €1 is 100 cents, and so that's all it is. It's just a denomination. So if I'm saying it in a way that comes across differently, it might be my accent, it might be your own location, but no question is. Every question expresses a degree of ignorance because you want to know the answer, right? But you're talking about ignorant as in it makes you seem stupid. It doesn't make, no question will make you seem stupid. There is no stupid questions, right? There are stupid people, right enough, but there's no stupid questions. And people who ask stupid questions that they don't exist, but questions they would see to be stupid, are immediately answered with a proper answer, and so would be less stupid. And so you're encouraged to ask them and get them out of the way as quickly as possible so that you can be less stupid. Okay. Not that you're stupid, you seem pretty decent. You said Lipson was trading at half a cent, half a dollar, and so every move in a cent means that it's 2%. And I was speaking to your capital at risk because a lot of people would look to significant percentage of any trade being 2%, and so cut their risk at that point. And so if you're looking at that as a typical stop loss area, then you're exposed to one move in price being a cent, taking you out of a trade, and regularly that stock with its volatility profile will move more than a cent in any given time period on any given candle, and so you could immediately get stopped out. So there's a high cost of trading if your risk management exclusively involves your stop area, which is why the totality of risk management is so much better. It's a big conversation, and it involves so many aspects, one of which is enter an established trend. So James's question about will I miss out is no, because the trend hasn't been established. You'll be waiting for better risk conditions, and that would be, from a new trader's perspective or someone looking to enter in most particular ways, it'll make it easier and cool. The only reason that it's such a big opportunity for certain people at the moment is because a lot of people who follow this show over the last 2 months made hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars trading GameStop options and shares, and took a lot of that money off the table in and around the Roaring Kitty live stream just before that, the expiry before that, or are currently in shitloads of money now with option contracts expiring this week, who are looking to put that capital into something else that's a huge YOLO play. And well, everything I said above is true, right? Let me now draw a line underneath it and tell you that I have an extreme personality. I love taking risks, and I have to fight against it. But every so often, when I do very well, I allow myself a little bit of a treat, and that treat is usually a fuck off massive YOLO. And so this occasion, I'm doing a massive fuck off massive YOLO into Lipson, and it's ridiculously fucking massive for what I should be doing. It doesn't make sense. Nobody will ever understand it, but afterwards they'll cheer it on because it's so fucking brilliantly successful. And there's a lot of other people doing similar. But I would say only do that if you can afford to lose these things, and that's because you've recently come into that sort of money and it hasn't yet changed your attitude or perspectives in life. So if that's the case, feel free to YOLO with me, which a number of people are doing. A lot of people are doing. You can see them there. Buy 100, buy 100, buy 100, buy 100. Just look at what goes through. Look at what goes through on Lipson. Buying 100, buying 100, buying 100. To about the same amount of time it would take you to click the button, close the window, click the button, close the window, click the button, close the window, and you'll see that's them. Love the stream, AK699. How do I hit like on that one? I want to hit like on it. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate that, AK, and great to have you here. Oh, the chat box wasn't moving. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. Yo, Luke's Beard, AK. Yes. Yes, this is right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and great to have you on board. Thank you very much for being part of the team, AK. Recently, you've stepped up a couple of times there. Being a member, putting a donation in, first live super chat. I see you very, very, very clearly, mate. Cheers. I'm on your side, you betcha. Caledonia calling you, James Halden. Caledonia calling you. You coming home? Thanks for the clarification. You're welcome, Adrian. Sorry I wasn't clear the first time. It was a good question, and you're very welcome. Yes, Scoops, July 21st. If anybody would open that link, I keep copying, they would see the DD. What's it about, Stick Boy? This isn't a risk, you will see when you open and read that archived link. If you share it on the Discord, one of the mods would be able to share it here, or send me a DM on one of the mods would be able to send me a DM on Discord, and I'd look at it and tell you what it is. But the idea that there's no risk, it means that there would also be no opportunity available then. So there will be a risk, and relying on other people's information, of course, without having seen it, is tough job. Tough risk to take yourself there. So I would like to see it first. I disagree with you that there might be some valuable information that you've got, but I can't see it, and typically people who have valuable information would also figure out a way of getting it to me. So that's one way. There are other ways that can preserve your anonymity and whatnot, which you're all welcome to do too. Too bad I learned your take on risk management too late. Kevin N, there is no too late. You only need to double that $1,000, double it 9 times, and you've got $1 million. You double that 9 times, you'll have $1 billion, and that's only 18 trades. Let's call it 20, because 2 of them might go wrong. Let's call it 40, because 22 of them might go wrong. And in that case, if you manage your risk so that you're never losing more than a significant amount, you enter at a strategic place on the chart and you build your position as price moves in your direction to your intended target, while constantly protecting your capital and profit, then those 22 trades won't cost you any more than you'd make in 1, and you will make it. So it's not too late. It's never too late. It's never too late. No idea what you're talking about, Stickboy. Yeah, we don't know, Stickboy. Okay, I will try. Okay, good one. Thank you very much. Good one. Guess I like degenerates. There's the GME. You can go on Discord. You can share that link, and then people will send it. I'll see it, or people will send it to me, and they'll be able to also have a quick look and tell me if it's worth my time or not. Which, if it is, then I'll definitely put that with considerable attention to it. Siri now says the I word for me instead of letters. I think you mean it says I instead of me, but what do you mean instead of the letters? I keep doubling my losses. Pancakes, bacon pancakes. You're a nice chap, bacon pancakes. And you're on the right path now. Doubling your losses. That suggests that there's like a critical mistake in your approach. And really, any trade you're entering, you should be limiting your risk. There should be defined risk-reward ratio, and you should be using an edge which proves to be more effective than the ratio of the risk you're taking. That is to say, if you're taking 3-to-1 trades that work out 3 out of every 1, that give you a ratio of 3-to-1. So the risk is 1, the potential reward is 3. That means that you only need to be right 1 out of every 3 times to pay for every 3 goals. And so you should be using an edge which delivers better than 1 in 3, and taking risk-reward trades that are no lower than 1 out of 3. And that might sound complicated. If it does, over time you'll learn more about how to do that, and if you take the course, less time and do it better. Just being in the Discord with people who have done that and being serious about trading and really wanting to learn will drive you in that direction, because it's the truth. It's obviously pragmatically they're available for you. Risk reward ratio, an edge. People who've got these edges, people who can see effective trade setups that match that ratio or better, and you're here engaging in the show, and I'll be sure to help you out. Don't worry, I'm back. Thank God, Tyler. We do not like it when you leave like that. PP sent me. I have a lot of respect for PP. I don't think people realize how much of a nice guy he is, how much effort he puts in. He's congenial, he's funny, he's got charisma, he understands people instantly, he's got a really nice nature, he's intelligent, way more than he would be bothered trying to show people, because he's not egotistical. He's a nice chap who's got so much going for him, and I really, really like him. I really like PP. Total legend. And his show's good, his community is fantastic. He's a really good guy in so many ways. I could talk about PP in a positive light for fucking days on end. I absolutely love that guy. Roaring Kitty's option sale on cost basis proves that he did not exercise on Thursday, June the 13th, 2024. Instead of T1 flag day, we were on T35 settlement period due to his direct stock purchases. I see what you're getting at now. It's the T35 idea. Yeah, I see what you're getting at there. Yes, it's true to say that if you did the maths anyway, it's pretty obvious he didn't exercise all of his contracts And well, I mean, you can see that straight up obvious. But he was never going to exercise all of them. That's a silly idea. Option sale cost basis proves that he did not exercise on Thursday, June the 13th, 2024, instead of T+1 flag day, where on a T35 settlement period due to his direct stock purchases. I'm not sure entirely what you mean in your message there, but I do understand that what you're talking about is the settlement process, the idea of Wolverine uncovered, the settlement needing to reclate those shares, and that impact it'll have on price, and then what would be happening. The question then becomes, why would he buy contracts that were expiring on the 21st if that was the idea? And, you know, follow that thread of logic. Like, why would he be buying those contracts for the 21st if it was that he was looking at T35? And then, you know, it's not to say that the argument breaks down, but you'd need to have more there in the conversation. Cost basis proves that he did not exercise on 30 days. He didn't exercise all that much, if at all. You know, he exercised something because he increased his share position, and he did it with contracts that were lower than the price by exercising, I suppose, instead of reading the market and buying them there and then. So, and also it's true to say that if he had exercised with his cost basis at 25 plus, and when it's now at 23 and change, means that he did exercise something to get that cost basis down, because they needed to for it to be the $20 purchase. So he did exercise some. That's why it did bring his cost basis down. He sold the rest according to his position sharing, and yeah, but then the question is like the motivations, you know, why, and the T35. So you're talking when then? July, mid-July, start first a couple of weeks in July, that sort of thing, for a boost in price off the back of that. You know, you've got your FTDs and whatnot too, which are on your cycle there, gives you a better, which also chimes with that idea. So, I mean, without looking at the exact data and going on the message I see there, from what I understand, it sounds like you're more or less correct with regards to what he did. The why he did it though is like still up for debate, of course, and it's great context to add. Stick boy. Though Sick Boy is a very good name too. Thanks very much for that contribution, Stick Boy. That's the sort of conversation that would get a lot of traction on the Discord and people talking about it with you. Assumption is DFE sold all the calls and bought shares to start a T35 cycle. Well, he didn't sell all of them and buy shares, because he definitely sold some, because he managed to reduce his cost basis and price didn't get that low that would have been able to have that impact on his entry price. It just, the maths doesn't add up that way. He had to exercise some so that those strikes were at 20, so that his cost basis went down to the level it did. So he definitely had to exercise some of them in order to acquire those shares at 20, which is a price that the stock hasn't got to since. So some of them he did. The rest of them, UL 204 provides an extended period of time to close out certain failures to deliver, specifically if a failure to deliver precision results from the sale of a security that a person is deemed to own, and that such person intends to deliver as soon as all restrictions on delivery have been removed. The firm has up to 35 calendar days following the trade date to close out the failure to deliver. Yeah, but the failure to deliver deadlines are 30 odd days anyway. We haven't seen his YOLO update in a while. There is a possibility that he made an ACAT event by DRSing. Thank you, buddy. You're welcome, Stickboy. I appreciate it. Thanks for contributing there. It's positive, man. It's great to have these conversations and flesh it out more. Yeah, we haven't seen his YOLO update in a while, but we saw it since that he shifted the options and went into shares. So are we expecting NFT action tomorrow? FTC's like, they've been not even releasing the FTD data properly recently. You know, is they've even done it yet? I mean, the one before the last one didn't even come out right. It's my belief that the algorithms that run on GameStop deal with FTDs in a slow purchase method in which they purchase shares over these 30-day periods. That's not an unfair assumption. We probably won't see another YOLO update for a bit. Tyler is very, very, very wise. How does 5xx equal T35? Katie's asking the question there, which I don't even understand what you're saying. Tracebot and switch to lower time frame on GameStop. Shit, sorry, yes. Well, we're 4 hour. Oh my god, what are we? 25 spot 35. That's great to see this. You know, I mean, this move up is great to see. The fact that it's still doing what we said it would do is neither here nor there. We knew it would still do what we said it would do. The pressure above 25 is equal to the pressure pushing it up below 25. So similar situation, but it's exciting to see these moves. We like it, and it has to get here to break through. And if it did break through, like I say, you could see a quick move to 30 from 25, which would be extremely positive for people holding options. And those options in the money, I know a lot of people have got that $20 strike. And no, not that a lot of people have it. That's obvious. I know a lot of people who have it. I know them, and shout out to you guys. So you'll be doing better up here at these areas for sure. $25 strike, that's a big node on the option chain, so there's differences between the $25 and $20 strike. Big differences there. Huge differences. Yeah. Go on, GameStoppy, Stuppy. What you like? What you like, GameStoppy? Thanks, Luke, for the heads up. Scoops, you don't think that the 5xx from the cat face has to do with the T35? Just a little bit times x equals 10. X equals 10. I thought x was the 5. Do I not think that? Do I think that or not think that? You mean, do I think that he's hinting at how he's behaving and what he's doing with his position in these memes? Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what he's doing, and that's what Leowl. I think that's what Leowl is doing in his memes on Lipson. And I understand the market mechanics perhaps there, but do I not think? What do you mean? I always hate these "do you not think" questions, and it's my own brain, not the way not the question. Do you not think? So, do I disagree? I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But does that mean that then I would draw other further implications from? Not necessarily, right? Because, well, it's possible he knows stuff I don't, and I'm sure that if based on my experience, that you would give him more. Like, I mean, I'm not sure how to answer the question. I'll try answer it over time as we have the conversation more and see exactly what you mean. I want to take the class, but I am low on funds. Last night I started the TradingView playlist on YouTube and plan on finishing soon. Once I am done with that, what should I do next while I save up? Join the free-sided Discord. Tell people about your plans and your strategy on there. They'll give you feedback as to how effective it is, or various avenues and routes you should take. To learn more about you as a trader, what your goals and objectives are, and how you plan to get there, would help other people understand the best help they can give you. So I would say that anyone watching along, that the best approach for you, whether you've experienced trader or not, is to define your goal, what you hope to achieve from trading. And I mean explicitly in terms of money, right? Money, because you don't get houses from trading, nor do you get girlfriends or boyfriends or babies or cars. You get money. So I want you to do, all of you, if you haven't done it already, I want you to, on Traders Talk on the Discord thread that's open free to everyone, I want you to say, these are my percentage return goals over the next 12 months. How much percent do you want to generate on what you're currently operating with over the next 12 months? What would you want in your life to get over the next 12 months on the capital you've got right now? You don't have to say the dollar amount, right? Just say the percentage. And then everybody do that. And you'll all be able to see from each other what everybody else is looking at. And I'll give you all feedback at the same time, telling you what level's more realistic, what level of skill and experience you'd need to get those bigger amounts, who's not ambitious enough and could do better. And then, also in the same comment, tell me what you want to do in percentage return on the second year and the third year. And then you yourself will know what you're starting with. You yourself will know what that means in terms of total capital value to you. And along that process, if you defining those things, I'll tell you more or less where you're right or wrong. That's what you should be doing next, my friend Chad Tang. And then we can discuss the particular strategies and methodologies that you would employ to reach those targets. at which point you'll be now operating under a strategic approach to trading. You'll be a trade spot in Acolyte, and you'll be soon on your way to making enough money to take that course and level up and do all the other things that mean that you'll be an effective trader and part of a fucking killer team. Will GME go up tomorrow with options expiring, or will it be a flat day? Sari Menon. Well, we've had a conversation about that that's taken multiple hours. To try and sum it up quickly, I would say price will drive price, as price always does, and so if you get a break above 25 and it's a significant one and it makes its way back above prior highs within the previous oscillation and goes beyond specific fib targets, then you'll be targeting 30. What was the question? Will it go up tomorrow with options expiring? Well, yeah, I mean, it'll go up and down every day. You mean, will it go up from the closing price today? That depends what price close at today. Will it go up from here? It might go down first. It's just hit just above 25, and the pressure above 25 is to sell. Pressure to below 25 is to close short and therefore buy. And so there's a stickiness around the current price. But should it break free of that area, then it'll push towards 30. At that point, it's so much money, invested in the options chain that will be profitable, be in the money. There'll be an enthusiasm behind the shares at that price again, and even unwinding those contracts won't cost that much. Exercising them, a lot more people exercising in the money, which will cause even greater increase in price. Good life, $4 for you. Thank you very much. And there's a little picture of a person drinking a cup of coffee there. €4, even better, even better. Thank you so much, Good Life. Appreciate that. That's really good of you. It's going up right now. Yes, it's going up right now. That's the answer, Luke. That's the answer. It's going up right now. Why wait till tomorrow? Why can I not hit like on that one? Hey, Good Life, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Total legend. Chad Wilkins says 20,000%. Are we gonna? Your chart is frozen. No, my chart's not frozen. It's legit. It's legit. This chart nil frozen. Never frozen. My charts can't freeze. I keep them at an ambient temperature all times. Never ever drop below 0 degrees. Why would anyone use Fahrenheit when 0 is 0 degrees Celsius and that's the freezing point of water, and 100 degrees, that's the boiling point of water, and that's a really good scale? Why would anyone use Fahrenheit? It's like you might as well be using Kelvin, which would actually be better too, you know. I don't understand why, what conversation were we having there again? Oh, the chart's frozen. Oh yeah, we weren't talking about that at all. But it's weird, isn't it? I think it's just weird. I don't understand. Oh my god, trying to make a move. It's trying. All right, you're right, it is. It's frozen while you went and click on it. It says, I believe you. GameStop halted? Maybe that was my frozen chart. But I do keep them at ambient temperature, so I don't know. Because 100 degrees Fahrenheit is a fever. Oh, right, I suppose, right. Well, when you're conquering the wild west, you don't actually care about the temperature. You're just going to plow on through and find that gold. Then, yeah, I suppose you're 100 degrees. But, like, you know, it's also easy to just pick a... but, yeah, fair enough, right? 100 degrees of favor makes sense. That's really good information. Cheers, Hustlehuff. That explains it. That does explain a lot. Thanks. Fucking hell, that's brilliant. Hustlehuff, I owe you one. Thanks. Damn, realistically, 2,000%? That's not good. What? Oh, a goal within the year, 20,000, 2,000. That's what you're talking about there. I can give you better feedback on Discord, but yeah. 20,000% in a year. Why would you need that much? You know. And if you can successfully and consistently trade for 12 months to generate 20,000%, you'd never really need to trade again, right? You probably wouldn't, depending on your starting capital, you probably wouldn't, in which case you'd have developed skills that are incredibly valuable. You'd have developed an approach to the market you'd probably really enjoy, and you'd likely trade for a number of years further. So why would you need the 20,000%, you know? 2,000 isn't completely crazy. It's not completely crazy. It's very ambitious though, and in order to achieve that, you'll need to pick particular types of assets. You'll need to be very reflexive with your trading. Paleo Brain, first super chat. We've had so many people, their first ever super chat here on this channel. I fucking appreciate that so much. Paleo Burn. That's an Italian and Irish in a one name. You're a rare breed, Paleo Burn. Thank you so very much for that first super chat. That's really good of you. Thank you so much. What was the question before? Celsius is better though. My weather ranges from 0 to 30, which is way more handy. Yeah, super handy, right? Above 30 degrees? Fucking hell. Where are you? Saudi Arabia? Get the hell out of there, yo. Only been watching 2 weeks and it's amazing. Keep up the channel. Paleo Burn! Appreciated, buddy. Yeah, so I think what I was saying there was you don't need 2000%. It's very ambitious, but like it's possible. In order to achieve it, you need a specific and particular approach to trading. And I can help you with that, sure. You'll need certain assets, you'll need to be able to get in and out quickly, you'll definitely need to be managing your risk with stops, and you'll need to choose the type of trading setup very carefully. But again, I can help you with that too. Not crazy, but very ambitious. Knowledge. Hedgie Hunter, legend. Legend, total legend there, Hedgie Hunter. Appreciate seeing you in a live chat. Always appreciate your comments too, Mr. Hedgie Hunter. Cheers, Paleo Burn. See the sense of community here? It's absolutely freaking fantastic. So we've had to touch on that downward sloping diagonal that we drew in. Eh? Oh shit, I'm moving that. I don't want to move that. I want to keep that where it is. I'll go up to the 1 minute. Oh, the 1 minute. Yes, the 1 minute. So this idea, this trade setup, that's if you break out of here and come back. Just to be clear. It's not just enter it because price came from below to that area. How did you get in here, Fly? And again, I've forgotten what I was talking about. Does anyone remember? Finished that conversation about strategic approach to risk. I can't remember. Yeah, so I was saying that about PP, that I like PP, and I really do like him. Lots. And not just him, other people on his show. There's a chap called Tyler, shares a name with the chat and chat box here. Really, really nice guy. There's the guy who used to be on Rocky's, or is still a member, but he used to be more regularly there on Rocky's Discord. Fucking what's his name again? Shit, I don't like forgetting his name. He's a nice bloke. Sloppy, totally very funny, totally like that. Love that guy. And Ross on there, total legend, really, really good guy. And the other people on there are all nice too. The guy Michael seems a very sensitive chap. He's got the right intuition about how to look for the compression of price, and he's picked up on that seemingly on his own. So you know, there's a lot to be said that's positive about him too. I don't actually know much because I didn't interact with him on the channel ever before, but he seems sound, and I think that he's got like a certain natural ability to see the compression of price on a chart. So, you know, you build that into a structured approach to his learning, I think he could go far. But they all seem like super nice people, and I really, really, really like all of them. So I don't want to just say it's about PP because the whole show's great there, but he is an absolute star. What else was I talking about that I didn't finish? Didn't finish the other things. What was it? Look how price is bouncing on those lines. We love that. We love those lines, don't we? All of those lines. Look, every one of them was important. This guy, resistance. This guy, downward sloping diagonal. This guy was obviously support again subsequently, and this is where it went to. I mean, cheapers creepers, and it found support there, and it found resistance on the way to it. I mean, you know, obviously I'm not surprised. So maybe I could probably sell it better, like, whoa, my god, my lines were amazing. Can you believe it, guys? Can you believe it? I'm so shocked, guys. I'm shocked myself. I'm super shocked. It's crazy. See, I sounded surprised there, for sure I did. I was surprised anyone hearing that. There we go, past those two in the browser. Past those two in the browser. Fucking what the hell does that mean? Who's PP? I've heard him mention a few times here since following. He's a chap that runs a show ostensibly about Bed Bath & Beyond, but they also talk about GameStop, and because they're all invested in GameStop. This is also this weird thing. It's like, oh my god, you talked about Nvidia once. You're not in a GameStop community. You talked about Nvidia. Get out of here. And it's like, well, that doesn't serve our purposes very well, does it? What with us being invested in GameStop and wanting more people to buy GameStop, and you know the people you would really like to be doing it are those who had experience investing in other things and had capital to do so. So yeah, so I don't like the way people give off about other communities getting involved in GameStop. I think that people should get more people involved in GameStop. And I'm not precious about the audience share. You know, I think the audience could grow and lift all ships. You know, rising tide lifts all ships, and he does a great job of bringing new traders into the conversation and stuff. And so he's like that sort of a guy. He runs. He's like the host of a show where other people come on and talk about things. And nice guy. You know, he associates with other people who themselves get a bad rep for similar lines, like Pooty. You know, he gets a bad rep because people want to say like, yeah, hands off my GameStop, and it's like, nah, the more billionaires to buy GameStop, the better, like definitely. And you know, why would anyone judge anyone from afar like that because they've got billions of dollars? Is it just because you're jealous of the guy? I mean, it comes off real bad. Like, the guy seems fairly legit. He seems like a nice chap, and like from what I could tell you, he has your best interests at heart. Whether he's got other agendas or not, like, as if you don't have another agenda, like as if we all don't have our own life goals and stuff. You know, that's a silly conversation. It's just used to prejudice people and castigate them when there's no need. Like, you know? So, and people then say, well, but he's got a political opinion. It's like, so do you probably, you know what I mean? Like, keep it to yourself, like, freaking embarrassing all of us over here, right? And also, he's a man of considerable means and talent, and he seems like he does a lot of good stuff. So I like the guy too, you know, fucking like the guy too, right? Let's be cheers, Paolo Burn. Stick around here and you will learn a lot. Welcome to the Doomslayers. Welcome. It won't let me paste it together. It shows it up on my screen, but not on the one you have on the screen. Sigpie FPV, if you at TradeSpot, your message will stand out to him. Yes. See, like I get a big orange thing. You see that there? You'll see it on the screen. I get that when you write at TradeSpot in. I get this orange thing, and that's definitely catches my attention because the brain is like, yo, get yourself down there and read that message. I'm in the same boat. I FOMO'd in Foosley at 44. It could be worse, mate. Around the 13th of May, then slowly averaged down to 25 bucks. Oof. Oof. Well, you got your average down to 25. Fucking well. Well done, Will. You did brilliantly there, Will. That is from 44 getting average down to 25 means that you managed your position size very, very well. Props to you, Will. Congratulations. That's a good move. If it goes to 30, I'm a cry. Good. I hope it goes to 30. We've got an hour and a half of trading left, and it's holding important support levels as it breaks to the top side. These are exactly where you would expect it to do so, partly because of this. This is going to move that thing behind rather. See, it does that all the time. I don't want to move that. I want to move the fuck. Can I lock that somehow? Oh, I can lock everything. That, right? That locks it, doesn't it? New drawings will sync in layout. No, there's the lock button. Fuck. I can do it now. Yeah. Right, so... Sorry, pardon me. Oh shit, I needed to change that drawing. I can do a new drawing though. Screw you, Price. I can do a new drawing. Try to lock me down. Try to make MTV that let me be me. MTV was for sale there. I would have so loved to have bought that, by the way. I would have made MTV an hour a day trade spot, and you know, can you imagine the impact it would have had on the world if we had me on MTV for an hour every day? I'd be on MTV too. MTV Trade. It would be fully shit. It would have been fucking amazing, and I can't believe that somebody didn't scoop in and pick that up. The jewel in the, like. Mind you, I also was interested in buying ICQ, and that would have been silly, wouldn't it? Still much better value than Twitter. I said a comment this morning on Twitter about how is X the new platform for the people, right? Meaning like to talk about GameStop, the people that talk about GameStop, because Reddit is less activity than it did previously, and there's silly people there sometimes. And I got these intense, crazy ass comments. Crazy. People are fucking crazy, mate. People are crazy. On both sides of the aisle, people are absolutely bonkers. And like, you know, they'll always be crazy. People will always be crazy. People always being crazy. People always be crazy, yo. People always be crazy, yo. I don't get it. People always be crazy. It's like they want to be crazy. It's fine, but be crazy on YOLO trades, on Lipson and stuff like that. You know what I mean? GME, James, and GameStop at low, and it's at low prices when it's at support areas. Yo, it's that entering an established trend doesn't mean jumping on a train that's moving at speed. You know what I'm saying? It means entering at lows. You buy the dips, you sell the rallies, you follow the trend. You know. Hey, Lipson's up 3.15%. Yo. Nick, it's your Gartley. It's Nick's Gartley. Nick, welcome to the huge group of people adding value to the Lipson trade setups. What the fuck is that? It's not big. Oh, that's the entries in the town. What? I thought this was like the risk reward on Lipson. Like, what? Who the fuck's selling it there? I'm sure somebody does. There's lots of different market participants, and they're each welcome to make their own decisions, yo. We're each welcome to. This is the idea of a debit spread, you know. It's the idea of a debit spread on Lipson. What's GameStop doing? It's 25.22. I'm not going to ignore that. I have to get back there. But do you want to hear more about debit spreads? Is that something that part of the conversation? Oh, look at that, folks. Oh, that fucking... Is this moving again? Why is it not locked anymore? Oh my god! Imagine your house was like that. Yeah, I decided to unlock myself because, you know, you left. So you hear Emin. He's away Emin below. You won't stop Emin. Slim Shady's dead. Slim Shady's couldn't be more fucking dead. And he did it to himself too, silly idiot. This is a noisy, stupid and noisy one. Also looks like lipstick. Ah, Lipson! Lipstick. There's some jokes in there. Haha! Yeah. Right, so... Ugh. Don't like that one. What's that one? Cherry ice. No wonder it's disgusting. What are we doing here? Am I on Lipson or GameStop? I'm on GameStop and it's still above 25 and the world is okay. It's got to catch this trend line or else we're all going to freezing iceberg land. We're all going to live in igloos and eat fish for the rest of our lives. That's it. So we're all screwed. We're all going to be eating fish and our neighbours will be penguins and we'll be ostracised to the cap of the planet where you know, you're kissed that magnesium goodbye. You're eating blabber and penguin fur. You'll be lucky to have a chair after this. Oh, I love my chair. I love lamp. So we've got 335 live viewers and 272 likes today. Boom! Thank you very much, everybody. Posture check, hydration check, everybody. Make sure you're fully hydrated and you're sitting up straight. If you're doing this on the regular, you don't want it to damage you. Do no harm, especially to your own back. There's that fly. Fuck you, fly. Where did you come from? Where are you, anyway? How come you're so noisy and yet so small, you little shithead? Hey. So, do you want to hear about debit spreads? And why they're a great way of doing trading? A great way of managing risk. Because you're interacting with, like, option contracts and they're dangerous as. Yes, please, trade spotting. Please. Do that again. You want to hear about debit spreads? They're very popular, and they're not extremely complicated, really, considering relative to the other things you could be doing. Oh my god, that's well handy. Oh my god, I feel like I was meant to sit like this. I'm probably not as hearable back here. Am I hearable? Okay, debit spreads, right? They can be particularly useful if you're new to the option trading, that sort of thing. I definitely think that music's too loud, but people do change shifts, and I don't want to yap at people. So, as long as it's not triggering any annoyance in the audience, I'll let it go, let it slide for now. So yeah, you want to do a debit spread. You want to manage your risk and cost, and especially your costs, and still potentially profit from market movements using the option chain and debit spreads, don't you? A debit spread, also known as a net debit spread, right? What's the chat box saying? Are you telling me to shut up and not talk about crap like that, or what? Oh no! I would love to learn about debit spreads. Okay, Diana, we gotcha. Escuchable. 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 It's hearable. A hearables. You got the old Slim Shady on the go. I've got one of these. I bet you it's going to be even worse. What would you prefer instead? Liz. No, Katie, but fridge. No, what are we talking about there? Yes, please, says Ishamil. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Yo, Bon Jovi. Everyone loves Bon Jovi. Everyone loves Bon Jovi, especially Americans, because he sang songs and had an American flag up. So he especially Americans. Yes, sir. You ever run the options wheel? You will just spin it and then pick one. I'm more of a Joel gal myself. Joel. Remind me, Joel. Fuck. Oh my god. There you are. Ha! Got you little shit! Okay, now I can deal with the debit spreads. More of a Lenon man. I thought you were going to say Lenin. Lenin, the work shy Vladimir Lenin. I'm a live person. The banana frige is a live person. No changing that. Yadida! A debit spread. So you buy one option and you sell another option, and the overall cost is the difference between the premium in the buying one and the selling the other, which is the debit into your account, which gives them that name. This tastes nearly exactly the same. Maybe it's my mouth that's got the problem. What was I saying? Debit spreads. Yes, so it's you're buying one option, selling another option, and the difference is in the premium is what's getting debited into your account, which is fantastic. You're getting paid money. Whoa, happy days. Risk management with debit spreads. That's the important point. Not the cost structure, really, but that's what you're doing. You know, you're buying one, selling another. You pay premium for one, you get paid premium for another, and the money gets paid into your account. That's the difference between those two premiums, right? Clearly, that's the way maths works. And risk management, the way it works is it limits the potential gains and the potential losses. So you've got a defined risk management strategy, and it's all about the right strikes that you're buying, right? Buying the right strike prices. And you can use them in a bullish or a bearish market, depending on which strikes you're picking and the current price of the thing you're trading, right? So you would have a bull put spread or a bear put spread. The debit spread is how there's money getting paid into your account. The bull put spread is because your direction on the trade is long. Your bear put spread because your direction on the trade is short. And with a bull's put spread, which involves buying a call option at a lower strike price and selling another call option at a higher strike price, with the objective to make money from the rise in the underlying asset, right? So you buy a call at 50 and a strike at 55, and you hope the price goes up. A bear put spread is when you buy a put option at a higher strike price and you sell a put option at a lower strike price. Okay, so your objective there is to make money as the underlying goes down. So, example, using the same sort of figures would be, well, I can't use the same figures. You buy a put at $50 strike and sell a put at $45 strike. And it would work because the stock or the index or the asset you're trading options on moves in price and you're capturing that move. The market direction will depend on your technical analysis. Selecting the strike and expiry, again, would be picking the appropriate prices based on your technical analysis, looking at the correct expiration date, so understanding the volatility of the asset, the amount of time until those contracts expire, and that asset typically moves that percentage that you're looking for within that period of time. So you've got to select a strike price and an expiry that will allow your trading idea to be realistic. And then you execute that by buying in the money the lower strike calls and a higher strike for puts. So you're buying in the money, the option, and you sell out of the money so that you're able to the contract that's moving the most will be the one that's benefiting you. In a bullish put spread, you're looking for price to move up. Then in a bearish put spread, you're looking for price to move down. You sell it out of the money strike, higher strike for calls, lower strike for puts, and you do it simultaneously so that you make the money and you close out the position. You don't want to have like one side of it open and close the other, because then you're just taking on all of the risk with none of the protection. Sure, if prices move to the right, and because of the way that prices, because of the structure of the contracts and the mechanism you're using to interact with the option chain, you want to be closing them both out at the same time, and then you get paid, and that's all. That's that trade done, right? It doesn't talk about talking about what comes next. You do whatever next with the money you've just made there, and it's important to track the market and monitor that position, so that you can do that at the best time, right? So your goal is for the spread to widen in a bull call or narrow, and to realize the put profit, depending on whether it's a bull or a bearish debit spread you're doing. And closing the positions, you sell them before expiration, or you could let them expire. It doesn't really matter in this example, depending on the market movements and the profit loss at any given period. You know, if like your bullish price goes up shitloads, why wait for them to expire and take that profit? Just take the money here, you'll be getting more money, right? So closing the position means monitoring the market. When you open it, you want to be constantly monitoring the market. The right strike prices will depend on your analysis of the chart, and the expiry you choose will depend on the volatility of the asset over its historical volatility, and that you can see that it's moved those sort of percentages in the sort of period of time you're looking for, preferably even much less time it's done it before, so that you will get those contracts and be able to capitalize when prices moved in your intended direction. And so you can then let it expire if you want, but you'd be better off capitalizing on price moves that go in your direction, obviously. So if you're following with me now, it's about buying buying one contract long, one contract short, and doing it depending on your bullish or bearish perspective. Higher strike for the sell if you're bullish, lower strike for the sell if you're bearish. So the short side, I mean, not the sell side, but the same. And so maybe you've got those examples of $50 and $55 for the bullish spread, right? So you would look for a strike price of $50 on the call and a strike price for $55 on the put. Sorry, not the put, the sell of the call. So you buy a call, sell a call. Sell a call at 55, buy a call at 50. And then your premium might be, you get paid $3 for the sell of that call, and you might be paying $1 for the buying of the call. All right, so your difference is $2, and so you're making $2 on that buy, and you get debited that money. So you get hundreds and hundreds of these. You times it by 2, and you get hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And the premium is what you're getting paid and what you're paying. So the difference in what in your premium is what's getting debited to your account. And so it's about picking those contracts that deliver you that difference. And doing that means you analyze the price, you see the trend direction, you recognize the support and resistance, and you set your buy and your sell of that call either side of the resistance on the top side, the support underneath. And you understand the trend direction, and so you enter in that direction. For a bullish trend, you would enter a bull put spread, a bull debit spread, and for a bearish one, it's a bear put spread. So it's calls if you're bullish and puts if you're bearish, and you do that based on the direction of the trend. And it's important to analyze trend and be aware of the support and resistance so you can pick the right contracts. So I think I've explained it mostly there. It limits your risk, so your maximum loss is the net debit paid. So like, you're never going to lose more than you've put in to get those contracts, right? And compared to buying a single option outright, the net cost is lower because you're offsetting the premium you're paying on one side with the premium you're getting on the sold option, right? So if it's bearish, it's the put you're selling. If it's bullish, it's the call you're selling. That premium you're getting paid is offsetting what you're paying for the long side of that spread. So that's what you would look to. The disadvantages of trading that way, I mean, it's not a disadvantage, but you're limiting the profit you're going to make, which is what happens on the option chain when you limit your maximum loss. You will have also limited your maximum gain. And they have a lower cost compared to just buying a single option contract, obviously, because you're getting paid. But you are in danger of time decay because both options lose value as the expiration date is approaching, which is why you want to be closing it out when you can, if prices go in your direction. And it can work against you then if the asset doesn't move at all. So, wow, that's now quite noisy. It's distracting me too. And people would say that it's more complex than just buying, selling a covered call, for example. People might feel that it's more complex because you're taking both sides of the trade. But it's not really all that much more complicated. So they're a good strategy for new traders in some ways because you're participating in the option chain, but you are controlling your risk and your cost. And understanding how debit spread works can help you make the most of what you can see to be, what you might think to be obvious or price action that you're familiar with. You can then interact with the options chain in a way that's relatively cheap compared to maybe buying the shares. And the examples we were given, they were $50, right? And then the premium you might be paying would be $3 or $1, in which case you're able to interact with expensive option contracts and still make money and never have to worry about exercising, not worry too much about the strength of the move in price, and still capture that opportunity while managing your risk very, very tightly because it's set what it'll be. And so they can be good for new traders, but again, I wouldn't run off and do it now having heard me explain them for the first time. I would think about how that's one example of how you could take an option trade and limit your risk while also taking advantage of potential opportunities. And if you're relatively good at spotting trend direction and confirming that, then you'll be able to do quite well with a debit spread. And the reason it looks like a good idea on Lipson is because the thing's so bloody freaking low and closest to the lowest possible strike you can get anyway. And we're speaking to the potential of a turnaround. Then you can use that way of interacting with the market so that you get paid for interacting with the options chain without needing massive moves on price and so on. So you could do that. It would also potentially leave you with the idea that if price did really move to the top side and you did do really well, then you could close out the sell side of that contract, the short hand side of the contract, the put, the sold call or the bought put. You can close, in this example for Lipson, it's a sold call. you can manage your interaction with price, close down one side of the contract, and if price is taken off, and you've got a far enough away expiry and so on, then that could be something that you really hold on to and turns into a good part of your position. And then if price moves up loads and loads and loads, then you could exercise the remaining bullish part of the contracts, in which case you'd then be acquiring shares in this example at 50 cents. So if prices and the shares are moving up lots, that's a fantastic way to get a larger position, to use the option chain to do it, to manage the downside risk of that option chain interaction, and to acquire shares for cheaper later. And the right to buy, rather than the obligation, the right to buy those shares later at that cheap price is then provided to you at a very cost-effective price, because the purchasing that right and getting that cost you the premium, you're having that offset by that which you're selling and the premium you're getting paid, which is why it's a debit, because you're getting debited, and it's a spread because it's either side of it's multiple contracts at different strikes, and yeah, that's it. Like you're buying and selling, so you're getting premium, you're paying premium. It's a spread because there's multiple expiries, and if price moves in your intended direction, you're looking at a bull put spread, a bull debit spread on Lipson. Pardon me. I imagine this would be confusing. Then that would be a great way of acquiring shares cheaper later and getting paid for the right to make that decision too. So it could really work to your favor, especially if you had a large account and were buying large positions. So one way of managing your risk by using the option chain is to think about debit spreads. And I think that if you were to look into that more and talk about it with me on Discord, and we'll go back and forth about it, of course, you could think about it. If you've got shitloads of money, you've got huge position size, you're taking loads of gains from GameStop that you're making, you think, I'm going to YOLO into another thing. YOLOing in is funny and great fun, and sharing your net worth with a stock is a very intimate experience. But you don't want to do it in such a way that it could ultimately cost you all your money. And this is a good way of managing that process that could also evolve into something that's like a greater, grander position. So that's the main takeaways from why I would have even brought it up. What's the chat box saying? Interesting, Jamie. So much knowledge. I'm going to buy a book so I understand this more thoroughly. There will be one soon in the book club. You're describing a credit spread. You get credited money coming into your account. Debit spread costs money. Money is debited. The difference between the two. The difference between the two premiums is the debit or the credit. Yeah, that's correct. Impulse Nori, explain debit spreads thoroughly. Thank you very much, Luke. Kevin Ha with the no message coming up there. Why are you bullish on Lipson? Eclipse Gaming, because they've got a transition period and they've got a new board. It's hard to put money in from GME when you're in the red, lol. It totally is. I understand that, Tyler. Very much so. On the chain reels with the salute. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. What else did I mess up here? Impulse Nor, thank you very much for correcting me there if I got that bit wrong. Interesting, Jamie. Got a book on it soon, L. Baker. Power of the Sour Hour. Yes, 2 minutes in. 2 minutes in, lift to eat. Big put selling in GameStop. What about just stock though? Yeah, that's great too. That's great too. It doesn't necessarily manage your capital at risk, but yeah, you're right. Like if you've got a long-term hold position and you don't believe the company's going to zero or going bankrupt or being delisted or going OTC or whatever, then yeah, maybe you just want to focus on shares. The way it is that it works with a call spread in that example is that you do open up the potential to close down the short side of the trade, and then you still have that right to buy at the prices that you would have defined in your strike. And so should it be that Lipson does move up a lot, then you'd be able to add to that position at a much cheaper price than the current shares, which would then immediately give you shares, you'd be in profit immediately. So you'd have to exercise and obviously buy them, but you'd be buying them at the cheap strike as opposed to the current price of the shares. So I think I explained that more or less correctly, and Impulse Nor corrected me for when I said debit instead of credit. together. I think we explained it there, but again, happy to go over it more and properly in text, where maybe I can remember the first thing I said slightly better, so explain the next thing better. What are your thoughts on if Rowan Kitty and RC become co-CEOs on GameStop? I think it's extremely positive and interesting and fun. I don't think Rowan Kitty wants to be the CEO of GameStop. You want your best players in their best position, right? And if your formation is to have two people up front, then sure, Ryan Cohen, Rowan Kitty, great. I think that Ryan Cohen, even in particular, doesn't his best position is raising funds, right? Ryan Cohen's fantastic at raising funds. That's one of the key parts to being a good businessman, is being able to access money. And you only have so much of your own money, even if you are Ryan Cohen. And so being able to convince other people to invest in your businesses is a key part to being a really good executive. And he's got that. He doesn't have to be the CEO to do that, obviously. But he's good at it. Maybe he'd be better going back to chairman of the board and exploiting his skills in a more relaxed way. And I think that would be also fantastic for GameStop. I don't know how the market would receive that news, but I think it would be good. Putting somebody else then in as a CEO who's best able to exploit the advantages of that business would be good. But if GameStop's moving to a digital store and moving to less physical products, which I don't necessarily think they are doing, then Ryan Cohen would perhaps be a fantastic CEO forever in that sense. But it's a very tough job, and he's already expressed that, you know, it can take a lot out of you, and so the rewards should be significant for the person doing the job. But maybe we would want Ryan Cohen in a different position if it isn't going to be that it's transition into a digital based business. And so I still think he'd be a fantastic chairman, and that might be his best position depending on the nature of the business in future. Do I think Rowan Kitty's idea is ahead of a trade-in business or part of a business-to-business network, or organising mergers and acquisitions which lead to economies of scale? Not necessarily, but I certainly think that Rowan Kitty would add an awful lot of positive and unique skills if it came to trading, and if GameStop itself is positioning itself as a holding company that buys and sells various assets at different times, then Rowan Kitty would be your man, right? He'd be a fantastic person to have in the job. So there's roles for both of them in the company, for sure. I don't necessarily think Ryan Cohen as the CEO is the long-term future, and that's not negative, right? It really isn't. I think that him as the chairman is probably better, and that means getting the right CEO in. But does that mean the right CEO is Rowan Kitty? It depends on the nature of the business as we go forward, and I don't think that the future of GameStop in 10 years will be as a trade-in business, which is what it is at the minute, as opposed to a computer game retailer. So do I think that Rowan Kitty should be the CEO? I don't think either. Like, the question is, want to hear your thoughts on what if Rowan Kitty and Ryan Cohen become co-CEOs. I don't think that should happen. Like, frankly, I don't think that should happen. I don't think either of them should be the CEO. I think Luke Spears and vis-a-vis Lisa in the chat box, they should be the co-CEOs. Ryan Cohen should be the chairman of the board. Rowan Kitty should be the COO, or the head of the trading desk. GameStop should transition to a holding company that operates via trading, that delivers operational profit, which can then be distributed via dividend, and the company itself could grow like Berkshire Hathaway. That's what I think. Neither of them should be the CEOs. It should be vis-a-vis and Luke Spears. Hope that lip-sync works out for y'all. I like selling out of the money vertical put spreads when the IV is high for bullish patterns. Lift to eat with a properly excellent additional value there. Nope, taking your course before I do anything. Good, smart decision, bacon pancakes. When Coco CEO of GameStop, yeah. Coco to be a very aggressive CEO. New daily high today for GameStop coming up. Truevax, is it? Let's see. It's back at that resistance level. It's come back down, found support on that trend line, touching that downward sloping pressure on price. Does very much look like it's a potential opportunity. I'm not worried about that, and it is Power Hour. So since Power Hour started, things have worked well. Still holding my GME $20 calls for tomorrow. Jose F. Madden Basketball. See you, mate. Thank you very much for being here, constantly being here, for the support and the kind words. I appreciate it and remember it, and always will. Cheers. And yeah, you're doing alright then. I had to work today. I feel like I missed a lot of this. Work sucks. Adrian Hannah, good to see you. Well done at work. I am maximum lost lol. I'm not ready to YOLO on Lipson yet. Soon though. Soon though, Tyler. Exposure to heavy metals, volatile organic compounds, diacetyl and other potential flavorants are to be considered. From vaping, for sure. It's disgusting. Especially flavoured vapes, which hide all these awful carcinogenic chemicals. Instead, stick to menthol and then get off them as soon as possible. If don't ever start if you're not. Cars are associated with hazardous... Oh, it's cars. Yeah, cars are bad too. Yeah, cars, particulates. You're right, it's terrible. I've missed a lot of tonight's chat, but what do you think about a video series on options and what situations are goose to is them, Mr. Sputter? Yeah, that's maybe good, you know, a video series on that sort of thing. That's a good idea, you know. That's a good idea. I've kind of been reticent to talk about option contracts, option strategies. Other than right at the beginning, when we were talking about how, you know, if you're not anticipating lots of volatility, perhaps an iron condor would be a good way of doing things. And then throughout the last 3.5 years, mentioning, you know, how covered calls can be quite handy at oscillation highs. But in all honesty, I've relied on you guys, each other, that have experience identifying people who would be appropriate to explain concepts to, or if we're going to do it anyway and could do with help, and talking to each other and developing like your own knowledge that way, and talk and helping each other. So I could do a video series on that. It might be sort of thing that brings more people who are interested in options and don't necessarily care or know about GameStop into that by using GameStop as an example. That's a good way of thinking about it. That might be good for everybody that way. That's a great idea, saying Kikas. I'll think about it. French fries are associated with hazardous health risk too. French fries? Is there any relevance to the relative low volume traded leading into tomorrow? Yo, Majid, how you doing? Good to hear from you, sir. Bloody hell, what a good looking chap you are. Majid asks Gary, is there any relevance to the relatively low volume traded leading into tomorrow? Yes, in that, like, there's still a lot of interest in the option chain, and there's still a strong bullish attitude among traders because it's heavily skewed to the long side. Those positions aren't closing out. The IV's massive. Tomorrow is tomorrow now. And it's suggestive of heavily bullish sentiment. That's what it is, and that's why it's relevant in terms of like market mechanics and whatnot. Cases like it could cause prices to be sticky around certain levels, but we've talked about that enough. The point that you're making is there any relevance to the low volume traded? And I'd say that's partly due to the fact that not a lot of these option contracts are unwinding, right? Not a lot of them are compared to how many there are and how you would normally see. And so I think that's interesting. In other ways, the low volume makes it difficult for anybody who has got nefarious agenda and is interested in manipulating the markets. It's difficult. It's more and more difficult to do it on lower and lower volume, unless you're going to start paying for it. You know, with like this hypothetical idea of ladder shorts, where you sell it to someone else who buys it off cheaper, sells it to someone else you cheaper, and you keep going down the chain that way, hitting the spread and meeting each other in the middle and constantly selling lower. There's a cost to doing that, and if you can't drive market sentiment and create the velocity with other market participants joining in, then it's very, very expensive, and it's all hypothetical anyway. So yeah, lower volume is not necessarily a bad thing. Other than that, volume doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? Volume doesn't mean anything. For every buy, there's a sell. For every sell, there's a buy. It doesn't mean anything. Like, volume literally means nothing, other than the fact that if a price is breaking out of a previous formation and you see volume coming in at the same time, then you'll know that there is likely one or more market participants causing that price to move, as opposed to the liquidity on the stock and the spread itself moving to meet market expectations. It might well be that somebody believes strongly in one particular side of that move. If prices are moving quickly in one direction, then you would possibly take it to be confirmation of that move. But even then, even then, so what, right? There's always somebody with more volume. And there's the efficient market hypothesis, which is like not like a trick. It's true. There's always someone with more money, and if they think the price could be cheaper and should be cheaper, and they've got so much more money that they can make it cheaper, then they will, and they'll make that money. And that's, efficient market hypothesis is that there'll be profit signalisms when price gets too detached from its previous trend, and they intervene and push it back to the median, and that's what happens because they know the price will go back there anyway when a trader intervenes, and they're a trader who could do it, so they do, and people with size do that all the time. All good, I'm not a mod. Love it, my portfolio just mirrors GameStop, maybe because that's all I hold. Maybe. Vapes are associated with a list of hazardous health hazards. Yes, they are. Sorry, but I just wanted you all to read that. Let me read it. What is it? What effect will quadruple witching have on the stock realistically? Will it actually affect the stock significantly? I did answer that question earlier. Yusuf, good to see you. I did ask that question earlier. It's sort of combined with the volume question. The less volume, the harder it is to close out all these 4 different instruments without impacting price by doing so. First half of archive, second half of archive is ADG08. And I smoke weed a lot. You'll have such a good time if you open up those bros. Trust me, brother. Thank you very much, Dick Boy, for doing that. And I'll have a look at the... People will have found out what you're talking about now, I imagine, and posted it on Discord. If you yourself hasn't, I'll have a look at it. Thanks very much for adding stuff to us. It dries up the lungs. Every time I smoke one puff, I almost die for hours. He's managing his risk better than cigarettes. Yes. We're looking at 25 spot 40 close. There's a really specific prediction from Tyler. I still don't fully understand, but I'll try to learn more. Critical Meowler. Oh, about debit spreads. Cool. Well, kitties, I'm here for you, mate, to 100%. I will make sure that I help you understand X, Y, and Z. Tip: flies always jump up when you go to swat them instead of swatting at them. Swat slightly above them and you'll be more successful in catching them. That's a good idea. That's a great idea. Good point, Josh. Good job. Lol, no cash secure puts and then covered calls and then back. What happened? Jamie, did you hit Steve? I didn't hit Steve, I got rid of a fly. He's a goner. I still see him at the window on the outside. What did I miss? Want to hear your thoughts. Got that one. Kevin Ha. Yes, it could. I have a guaranteed way to get flies. Alrighty, tell me about it. You can't win, Jamie. Your vape as a stepping stone to a healthier life, and now the vape haters are coming for you. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. I understand. Vape's not great. You don't want to start it if you don't do it. It's not cool. It's not big of you. Looks a little bit silly. They've got flavors that seem to be designed for teenagers and are a bit daft. And it's silly. You shouldn't really smoke vapes. You just shouldn't. I think if we break 25.80 end of day and go and break through 26 after hours, another very specific prediction in price. You can see that it's breaking up here and testing 25.83. Low of today 23.65, high of today 25.86, so $2.20. And while it looks like prices only moved 4.6%, it's actually a 10% range in price today, which is significant, right? 10%, that's a significant percentage move. And if you're trading options that are expiring tomorrow and you're in the money above 25 bucks, you will be absolutely delighted with how prices move today. And I'm delighted for you. What else are we missing out on over here on the chat box? Yo, Emmanuel Del Galdilio. Del Galadelio. What do you make? What? Do what make you happy, mate? JK, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not even joking. Literally take 20 seconds lowering your finger towards them and squish them and you'll get them. 20 seconds lowering my finger, but what distance would you start away from them to take that 20 seconds? You're right. Do they not see? And their brains work and they see and perceive at a much quicker rate. so it's harder for us to catch them. I just use a big box and put it over the top of them. Big box, and then they can't escape from the big box. And then I open the window and chuck them out. I smoked 6 for 25 years. Switched to vapes, feels incredible. Pro bodybuilder now. My life has been so much better since quitting cigarettes. Just my opinion, no. Jose F. Malden basketball. Yeah, man, that's all. I started smoking when I was 11, and then I graduated to other things when I was about 13, and then was going through fucked up shit for a long time, so like it was very low priority to stop doing any of that, by which point my brain was completely rewired to be addicted to all sorts of crap. And then one day a few months ago I woke up and was like, I can't fucking do this anymore, you know, I've got so many things that I need to look after, so many people, and I've got so many responsibilities, and like I fucking hate that I would be doing something that would make that impossible at one day. And if it did come that I wasn't able and I was also sick, then I would no idea how to comprehend how angry I'd be at myself. And from that minute on I've never wanted to fucking smoke a cigarette or a joint or even get close to smoking one at all, no matter what the circumstances. And I've been in a couple of circumstances where you would probably think, oh my god, I desperately love a cigarette, but I didn't want one at all, and now I'm never going to smoke a cigarette again, and I'm slowly smoking less and less of these, and in a while I'll not smoke anything ever again. It's so hot I can barely move. Maybe Amazon will let me go soon. Good, I give them a call and see what they say, Sarah. Same, Jamie. I'm a recovering addict, 15 years clean also. Life gets better and always there. You're the fucking man. I'm proud of you. Thanks, Josie. Appreciate it, mate. Hello, Burnt Toast. Welcome. Burnt Toast, you're back, buddy. Great to see you. Surprised you don't have a nasty chronic smoker's cough. I know, but I was always really lucky. That's honourable. Thank you. Appreciate it, yes. Well, I don't know, is it? I don't know if that... You're very complimentary. I need to quit smoking filtered cigarettes for 16 years. See, you're hardcore. You call them filtered cigarettes. That's absolutely hardcore. Send de quizás. One membership gift for Truvax. You guys are basically married now. Travu. What the fuck? I called you Truvax. That's a bit weird. That is not a commentary on the community at large. Truvax is just me, poor comprehension. It's Truvu. Thank you so much for being here. There, you're now, thanks, you're now married. Mom filtered. Non-filtered. Frozen fears. Frozen fears. They don't have a filter. Fucking hell. Just make that little step to the filtered ones, mate. Just do it, eh? Fucking just do it, man. Rollies. Stick a filter in there. Just do it, man. Just stick a filter in there. Better for your lips anyway. At least you aren't addicted to mayo. Orange, once you quit smoking tobacco, the weed won't be as addictive. True story, by the way. You will not believe how true that is. Like, you'll literally not actually be addicted to weed in anywhere near the way you might think you are if you smoke tobacco and weed. It just is not like that. You might tell yourself, right? And the truth is, like, I told myself that. Like, because I didn't really smoke that many cigarettes. I would just smoke extra joints. I gave up cigarettes and smoked extra joints. And thought, like, you know, I'm addicted to weed. That's what it is. But it wasn't that. I was addicted to cigarette tobacco. And... that was in the joints, and you put less and less in, and then you're like, what am I doing at all? You know, stupid smoking this shit. Traceborn, James, hi, good to see you today again in the kitchen. Hi Sam, yes, I'm in the kitchen. Price doing well, come back to test that breakout point. I like that. Extra joints. Extra joints. I'm 3 months sober from marijuana. Whoa, right, Nick! Fucking amazing. 3 months, man. 3 months. That's a real achievement right there, by the way. Physiologically, you're no longer addicted, and that's a real achievement. Congratulations, Nick. Celebrate that here. Congratulations. $26 plus at close, please. Truvu, that would be a good news for a lot of people here. I heard ashwagandha is very relaxing. What is ashwagandha? Ashwagandha. Way, congratulations. Lots of positive messages there in the chat box, Nick. That's awesome. I'm a full-time smoker, about 15 a day. I find it impossible to quit. Was a weed smoker every day for like 10 years, gave up, no problem. Huge difference. Yeah, huge difference. You're right, Derek G. Definitely think about switching to vapes. You know, you don't have to smoke stupid flavored shit. You can. I only actually did this because I'm really good friends with the boy in the shop, and like he told me to stop smoking cigarettes for ages, and that he'd give me vapes if I wanted some, and I was like, nah. And then I told him I'd stop smoking, and he gave me vapes, and when I was buying them elsewhere, in the shop across the road, and he's a really generous, nice chap. I do that. Mind you, I spend a lot of money in his shop, obviously. So I appreciate him, and then, but he does give me the shitty ones that taste like shit. If you really need the nicotine, yeah, if you really need it, go with a vape. Just do that. If you can possibly avoid and go straight into cold turkey, do that. I hate the fact that 4 of them are equivalent of an iPhone battery. Yeah, they are quite heavy for what they are. Only have oral health to help worry about instead of lungs with vapes. Well, that's interesting. I suppose you'd have to not buy this. You don't want these flavoured shitty ones, which include loads of crap. My brother loves Zine? What's that? Been vaping for 8 years. Nothing else worked. Used to smoke a pack and a half a day. Hedgie Hunter. Fucking hell, eh? You can replace iPhone batteries now? Nah, not that. Can you? Well done. Anyone who's given up smoking, it's not easy. Like, the decision to do it is so hard, and people say like you have to really want to, and they'll say other sort of fucking stupid shit. On reflection, you might have to look back and say I did it because I really wanted to, but the truth is everyone really wants to give up smoking. It's just that a lot of people have got things that are hard going on in their life relative to their own life that are hard. And so giving up smoking doesn't seem like as much of a priority. But when you realize that, in fact, it is a priority that you stop as soon as possible because people rely on you, not least of which is yourself, to continue being alive, then it becomes a really top priority to stop doing it. And when you're serious about being about yourself and you're serious about your responsibilities, then you realize that smoking is stupid. And it's not wanting to be stupid that made me change my mind. Not wanting to, not like thinking like, oh, I'm addicted to smoking. Like, well, fucking, who cares? Like, you're stupid then. You know, stop being stupid was the idea. And then later on, I look back and say, yeah, I really wanted to give up, but that's because I didn't want to be stupid anymore. Can't do vape for some reason. Doesn't give me the same relief. I'll probably make it my 10th attempt at cold turkey sometime soon enough. Lol. Derek, I think you could. You just not found the right one. Like, I've tried loads of different vapes and that. See these things here, I had these for ages. What are these called? This vape presso thing. I had that, I've had like 10 of them. And they just weren't doing the job. But the liquid shit I was putting in them was like way more nicotine than is in these. At least like than it's advertised in these, but I don't know if that's true or not. So, you know, I think like just keep shopping around and trying out a couple of different things until such times as you're actually sure of them, because they've got a mixture of that cloud stuff, which feels like heavy in your lungs, which is half the fucking thing with smoking, is feeling it, not like the chemical reaction, but like the fucking physical feeling of it all. So, you know, shop around and find the thing that suits you, I'd say, for sure. Bye, KT. Where are you going, KT? KT, taking the beast walk. Here, late off by end of the inferno. I got to pee and poo walk the beast and then pack to air conditions. Luxury for her and yourself. Great, good work, KT. Good to see you today. Thanks, my friend. My grandfather used to smoke 3 packs a day. A big thing, too. He got hooked on the oral sensation, too, of having cigarettes in his mouth. Yeah, the lips, super sensitive. Super sensitive. Trace button. Here's the first half. Here's the second half. Oh, is that trying to share it again? Yeah, the links will not share because, you know, people turn up and they spam shit and they put out bollocks. So, like, the mods are able to share links. That's why I was saying share it on Discord, and then I'll check it again up on the stream. That feeling is pain in my experience. Yes, as well. And when once you've got used to it and accustomed to it, and then it's associated with what you're doing, and the nicotine hit at the same time means that there's like this like kinetic association. So like, you know, that's why you have to, like, that's the thing too, is the tragedy of smoking is like it is hard when you first start smoking. It's hard not to cough and not to be like but once you've broken that elasticity, then you know, part of it. Philip Morris invests 150 million in the development of the Joule facility. This is for the general evolution of tobacco delivery devices. Yeah, Philip Morris. I have an older brother who's worked very high up at Philip Morris for a long time. And similar to myself, when I was at the bank, not at the same time obviously, but he had the same attitude, after he realised, like, well, he didn't, that he realised, but more for his was like he came to the decision that fuck this shit, fuck this shit, and he told them to go fuck themselves. I replace iPhone batteries all the time, but Apple has made it pretty difficult with recent models. Drew's Tech. Where is Drew's Tech based at? If you want your iPhone battery, get yourself replaced. Get yourself down to Drew's Tech. And if you want a new iPhone, get yourself down to Drew's Tech. Where's your shop based? Drew's Tech. Get yourself down there. What's the name of your shop, Drew? I'm going to give it a Google review. I'm a Google expert, so my reviews count more than anyone else. Get yourself down to Drew's Tech. He's about to tell us where it is so that you can get your... And if you're interested in somebody who's a nice guy, benefiting from your service, he's the guy, right? He's the guy. Never ask for anything, always super generous, really friendly to people, super nice, kind, intelligent, calm, properly solid bloke. Drew's Tech, where's your shop? Get your people, get down to Drew's Tech. I'm an Android pleb. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Get yourself down to Drew's Tech. See ya, Katie. Sarah, did you see that? What did you see? Love your brother, that TRB went nuts today. Didn't it? Did it? Whoa. Good shout. Padman Majam was talking about this yesterday. They're all on today. It was at... Holy shit. Good move there. Good move, Bad Mama Jamma. That's just that oscillation. Putting that in context. Continuation of the trend. Good TA from Bad Mama Jamma. Not bad. Not bad at all. You're looking from the lows to the highs. Good 8+%. I like to see it. That's very good, Bad Mama Jamma. Great to see it. Congratulations, sir. GameStop 15-second time frame. The last half hour of the day. Oh, look. I had a drawing on there. I don't know where it's gone. I maybe deleted it. Who really cares? Yeah, it went through the resistance. Come back to test it again. That test is lower than the previous oscillation within the formation. So you've not got confirmation of a breakout, or that retest itself, again, isn't necessarily confirmation. You want to look for this to now put in a higher high than 25.90. And at which point you'd be talking about, it could 25.90 breaks, Considering the current picture in the option chain, how long's left before the end of the week, and how long's left at the end of today, that volatility could kick in a chunk. It really could, and you could get the same percentage move you've already travelled again, even if it doesn't take you all the way up to $30. You could, and it could. I wouldn't be anticipating that though. You could easily see it up at around 27.30. Oh, I could, so you could. What was the other targets we had? We had them marked off here somewhere. Yeah, 27.30. That's what you'll be looking at. Possibly. Possibly. I wouldn't be looking for more than that right now. But if I did, boom, 27.50, $30. 29.50 or $30. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, slipped into that line. Well, there it is. Come on out of there, GameStop. So there is a lot of stickiness around 25, and you're not significantly far enough away from it yet. Bounce off that trend line next week. Gonna be spicy. Come on, GameStop. You are a green poker baby. You have won. You are a green poker baby. Anyone invested in SMCI? Yo, Fortnite chills. Ooh. Ooh. Fill the gap. Managed to recover that break of support. You don't want to really see it drop below 910.50. 910 spot 50. And you would like to see it push back above 935, 950. And then it could be interesting, especially if it moves there. I mean, don't know what it's doing right now. So this is a bit like bonkers. Bonkers, butter. 618. suppose if I drew that more accurately, I might have a better picture. 786 1618. Bum, 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 bum. Interesting. Fortnite chilies. Anyone else trading SMCI? I think KT was talking about it not so long ago, but he's just away off to walk beyond Beasto. But I don't know if it was. Didn't put the lock button on again. I don't know if it was KT, but there are people trading SMCI here in the community at large for sure. Fortnite chilies. Fortnite chilies yourself. You're a member of the community. Yeah, good member too. Lol. Ah, it's yourself, Poker Baby. Ah, that's why people are saying Poker Baby. I had no idea what was going on. I was thinking good pullback today. In order to enter it. Yes, well, it was a big pullback. Filling that gap, coming in, recovering that support area. It is positive. It moves up there above 933. Maybe even better. Poker Baby, thanks whoever gave me the membership. Yenses. Tricky Sticky. Remember 2540? That was Tyler's call. Ah. Is it 2554? Ah. I'd say you're potentially getting that idea of a breakout setup, but it's too late at the end of the day to see that breakout unless you get very, very strong pick and volatility uptick right now. Very, very strong right now. Anyway, we talked about this trade a number of times. That's an update from the one we talked about on Discord and whatnot earlier. 23 spot 65, 25 spot 93, and Tyler 25 spot 40. Oh, there it was for half a second. Oh, there it was. Oh, here it is. This downward sloping diagonal, this upward sloping diagonal, they were just to illustrate current trends. They're not desperately important for the future of price here. It's more about the horizontal levels. And on the way down, it's looking for support. So previous levels of support. So, you know, doing, it's already got one because it loves the 3-spot lines. I don't think it's going to move that direction at that pace, so that it could close that low. But it's only $1 away. It's only $1 away, and it wouldn't be as low as it's been today. So it's definitely possible it happens, though there is only 24 minutes left. Could you do this? Not really. Be silly to draw what I was thinking of drawing there, to be honest. Oh, deedy me. What are you doing back in there? It's touching in the bottom of the bearish control zone at this point, which is what it did back here, you know, and so the RSI pushing that low, price obviously not as low, means that it's going to go way down, RSI pushing in at around 20 or lower, or price is going to bounce here. You would like 3 touches of divergence. You've got class B bullish divergence at the minute, which isn't really enough necessarily, but has previously been in an uptrend on these tiny time frames, so this could be a local oscillation. It's below this guy, but is it a 1.13 extension? No, not yet. So you might be looking for that a little bit further, 25.30. Test that, bounce up to Tyler's level at 25.40. Or there, 25.55. Oh, get back over there, for goodness sake. Lock. Can I just lock forever? Is that an option? No. There's that test of that support line. Come on, bounce up then. You go away, fib. Ah, no. How can I delete it if I've locked it? That's just oh, I can't delete that because I've locked it, but they'll let me delete other things. I see. Back to lock. Lock. John Lock. The name Lock. Oh my god. Right, so we huddle together for close. We'll huddle together for everyone gather round and we'll huddle. Blue Man is hopeful 26. Very nasty. Also had hopes in them. Yo Jez, how's it going? Option contracts expire tomorrow, 12 PM tomorrow instead of 4 PM I heard. My back. Why are they doing that to us? It wasn't enough to steal a whole day. They want another 4 hours. Ah! Why are they doing that, Mr. Luxor? Ah! Oh, fucking hell. Hmm. Ow. So why would that be happening? Look, quad witching still means you're talking Eastern Standard Time, right? Still is 4 p.m. Typically, quad witching wouldn't cause options to expire sooner on the Fridays. Ah. However, trading volume market volatility could be higher. Ugh. Weekly expiring options. Ow! Fucking hell. Weeklies could expire at different times, 12 o'clock. Not always 4 o'clock, so could be weeklies, but weeklies are short term options. They expire every week on a Friday. Some on SPX could expire at 12. Are you sure it's not just SPX, Luke? Rather than a single stock option. It might just be SPX and the weeklies. And it might happen for this smoother settlement periods. Because, silly ass regulators think that it'll lead to less volatility, and they don't like volatility because you can't have price stability and volatility, and then you can't have capital accumulation for the bad guys. So they like doing that. Maybe doing that. Holy shit, that couple of cracks felt good, by the way, and I normally don't like that crap. See, I do make these investments of my, I invest my actual physical body in you guys. So there you go. So if I don't fit inside you, you're gonna need to eat more. Ay ay ay, ay ay ay. I need to get back to the chat box to see what Mr. Luke Spears was saying. Is it to facilitate smoother settlement periods for weeklies or quarterly option contracts? What was happening? Hey yo, pause. No, keep going. 25 spot 36. Back at that. Oh, you're back at that line. It's why you were thinking that. I suggest that this is positive. Higher high, higher low. Coming into the end of the day, 18 minutes left. I'm thinking it's positive. Is it Luke Spears here? I guess y'all don't care about all his tweets. Whose tweets? We care about his tweets. Oh, you're talking about how the signs in the tweets. Yeah, we care about them. We care about them. We definitely do. An epidural. No, I need a back massage. What is this round number theory that I've been seeing with the buy and sell prices? Don't know. What is that, Tyler? That's a good question. Jamie, buy a memory foam seating or kneeling pad to lean on. It's better than a towel. Good idea, Fortnite Chilies. Leaning on anything is a good idea. Why I don't do this more often? What's wrong with me? Lean back and lean on stuff, Spot. Don't they expire on Saturday? No, Friday at 4 p.m. typically Eastern time. weeklies, quarterlies, and SPX contracts in particular sometimes do have different expiries, including 12 o'clock, but that would be to facilitate smoother settlement periods, and well, it might happen. It wouldn't be simply due to quad witching. Oh my god. I'm getting dizzy doing that. Yes, I'm a live person. Yo, he's a live person. Maybe the guy was wrong. Don't be wrong. No. You can't be sorry, Luke. You're never allowed to be sorry. Oh, God. Okay, stop it. Shut up. I'm going to get into the habit of moaning if I don't stop this. Third Friday of the month. Yes, the third Friday of the month. Then that's when you're looking at it. Yeah. That's a good point. That's when they would be doing it. And that's when the witching's coming in. Quad witching, triple witching. It's always the third Friday of the month. You get that. And so maybe that is, yeah, SPX contracts doing that. But SPX contracts, yeah, because it's witching, triple witching, quadruple witching on those days to facilitate smoother settlement periods. Yeah, SPX contracts do settle at 12. Ow. But too far. But I don't know if that's happening for single stock options. Hey? But getting rich can happen. Frozen Fears, you mean once you get a good return on your investment, don't try to get rich, you'll probably lose your money. Yes. Yes, because it's always a relative comment that too, like getting rich, and the more money you have, the more you need it, and that's like an instantaneous impact. So even in an open position, you still affected by that. Could it be called closing? What, holding prices sticky at this place? Yeah, it could be. Price has some audacity doing whatever it likes. This is very positive here. You know, it's very, very positive. That's quite linear. Oh, go back. I hope there isn't too many drawings here. I can delete some. No, I don't want to delete that one though. No. So this is the idea of a retest. If it does break up and come back, I'll mount that on longer time frames. I'm not sure what that line is. Probably relevant on a different time frame. Get back here. That's better. Hey, we're all happier now. 25.35 or 25.40. If you're in the options chain, then you'll be happy with that above 25. Closing above 25 and you've got a strike at 25 and there's only 1 day left is very positive. I think that was an interesting discussion prompted by Luke's comment, and I appreciate that he does things like that for the chat box regularly. It's a good addition to today's show. Thank you, Luke. Boom. How about them memes from La Owl? So entertaining. Yeah, they're incredible. They're incredible. Yay, the critical mauler. What happened? Kitty the kitty. What happened? Jimbo the Jimbo. Jimbo the Himbo. Lima's goal at Sarah the Rera. Trace one. I read something about ETFs restructuring tomorrow and that one is adding to their position of Nvidia. Does that mean that they will buy shares leading up to tomorrow, on tomorrow, or after? Well, if they're restructuring tomorrow, then they're probably going to be doing it during market hours, so they'll probably be doing it during the day. If they're changing their structure to increase their exposure to Nvidia, why would they be doing that? Typically ETFs use a risk corridor, so like if certain positions grow overweight in that account, they would sell that and buy something that was relatively less proportion, or a relatively smaller proportion of the account, so it would top it up so that they both have the same amount, proportional representation of your total ETF that they did to start off with. So that's what they should be doing, rather than buying more Nvidia. It's on an uptrend. if it's an ETF that tracks multiple baskets of a basket of multiple stocks, then they should be selling Nvidia and adding to the other things. Nvidia all-time high. Yes, it did yesterday. It's down 5% there today. That's not the chart I've got drawings on. That's some foreign exchange. But that would typically be what would happen. What would happen if they're doing it by tomorrow, then they do it during market hours. Thanks for that message, sir. Thank you for that message, sir. What is everything else? So 10 minutes, they're in the final 10 minutes, my friends. I just bought Spice Poots. Here's one. I thank you for taking the time to answer the question. Yo, Josh Wells, you're welcome. What Poker Baby said, they are selling Microsoft and Apple and buying Nvidia. Right. So ETF rebalancing, is when an ETF adjusts its holdings to align with the underlying index it tracks. So if it is that Nvidia is overweight, that's the wrong terminology, is growing and in proportion, and Apple and Microsoft less so, then perhaps that would be happening. And the fact that Nvidia has overtaken Apple and Microsoft and becomes the world's most valuable company explains why that might be happening. It would occur periodically based on the rules of the ETF itself, which would be explicit and won't change, and the price of the underlying assets. So that would be important. And they can usually do these rebalancings quarterly, right? So once every 3 months or once a year sometimes, right? Most of the ETFs would actually be every year. And those dates for those rebalancings would have been well signposted in advance. It wouldn't be a surprise. And that's why it would be strange that they would do it just because Nvidia got to be the most valuable company in the world yesterday. So then on Friday they're rebalancing their ETF. Basically, that would be unusual. There we go. And rebalancing occurs before close, but towards the end of the market session. Well, yeah, I'm all right. I'm better now. Great. I feel great, guys. And the reason that they'd be doing that rebalancing would be to reflect the price of these securities. So it makes sense then they'd be doing it towards the end of the day, because you'd have greater confidence in that price towards the end of the day if that was the price itself prompted you to make the changes. So Nvidia getting bigger, Microsoft and Apple also getting bigger, but Nvidia doing it more rapidly means, maybe, but again, the rules of the ETF and the reset balancing schedule would likely not be like, well, we can just do it whenever we want. Typically rebalancing happens towards the end of the trading day, but not at close, because you're looking for a lot of volume and there's less liquidity post-market. So there's that sort of liquidity consideration. Fund managers are aware of their own market impact and the transaction costs, and so maybe they spread them out across the day, but it would be at the discretion of that manager. And restructuring, like what I think the question was, that's much more significant changes to the ETF. So if you were adjusting your allocation to anything or changing the sector focus of the ETF, then that would be more of a restructuring than a rebalancing. And you would have announcements, notifications. You'd have to tell people about it, and you would do it so that it was transparent. And that's the big problem when you're managing ETFs, is this idea of transparency, because the rebalancing procedure itself is often spoken about as a potential period for a little bit of mischief. So you would aim to be transparent. It's seen to be open and honest as part of what you're doing there. And if someone call in and ask you why you did what you did at a certain period of time, you'd need to come up with a real logical reason for it. So restructuring, more significant than rebalancing, but you would have to tell people all about it in advance, and it would typically involve just in your sector or your allocations, and maybe the allocation adjustment and the different risk corridor with regards to how Nvidia's moved recently would be part of the reason for that. Maybe, maybe. And then if it was a restructuring, there might be more chance you would do it post-market, because it could be a major, restructuring, and in which case you don't want to be doing all the things at the same time, like managing the ETF. So that timing there would mean that your impact on the volatility would be slightly different. Now you're getting that breakout retest idea here on GME. So let's see how that goes. So depending on the assets you're trading, and if it's Nvidia and Apple and Microsoft and so on, then I suppose it's less impact than if it was a smaller cap stock, which would have even less liquidity post-market and could cause big problems. So if you're, so the liquidity and the volatility might mean that depending on the ETF itself, you do it post-market. If it was restructuring, then sure. If it's a rebalancing, then the objective is to be transparent and to signpost what you're doing. So you would probably want to do it post-market. You also want to have confidence in those prices. So you would do it towards the end of the day, or spread it out in a logical way that you could later evaluate, or somebody else could, and say that you were behaving properly. So those are the things to think about. Those are the things. Is this locked? Yes. Now move across here and get bigger. It's coming in and testing that support level again, and 23.34. Tyler is very, very close to being correct so far. I say it on a regular, but we've got a great team of people here. We only had 2 touches of the top side, but now you're getting the third on the bottom. If this is confirmed as again a high or low, then the next test is 618 here. It obviously has to do that first, and it's not holding it at the minute, but let's say it's that low there and it bounces, then you'd be in at around 25.54 again in that same line. So we'll see what price does here. That's lower low than this one, but like this is a macro low, this is a macro high. You haven't had a test of our high or lower since. This is all flux within the previous range. So it's this low. You're looking to be above 25.13, and then Tyler may well be right, 25.40, that sort of level, downward sloping resistance here, and that would match the profile on that most recent oscillation, or quite equally so it could go up and test 26 bucks, but the current focus is on holding a higher low at 25.20. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be there, but it does have to be back above 25.14 to be getting that. Hawaii sounds good. That thief must have seen me here. He's jealous he hasn't got Fortnite chilies in the chat, mate. Well, his loss is our gain. Fortnite chilies, I've always appreciated you. Thanks for choosing this place. Means even more. Thanks. And yes, his fake profiles and his cronies watch, because otherwise they wouldn't know what the fuck was going on with price. GME in Lycra and a wig next stream. Lycra, well, we've got the mankini that was sent out for the birthday. We've got a number of wigs now. Will, what time zone are you in? Yeah, Will, where are we? Time zone are you in? Will, I think I'm finally getting used to market hours and waking up at 3 AM to catch the open. Holy shit. 0-0 Italy Spain at half time. Oh, that would be an interesting match. Something tells me I need to hold on to my GTX 4070 for dear life now. The restructuring and the rebalancing of the ETF is going to eat up all available graphics cards. Trade spotting. Thank you for taking time to answer the question. Joss Wells, I got to that already. You're welcome, mate. Lol, saying some false shit. Who is? Toy BB. Who's saying some false shit? Chills, stop saying chills. It makes me hungry. Are you invested in GME yourself? Walk and wonder. Yes, I am invested in GameStop. Mind, body, soul, and money. Hawaii? You're in Hawaii, Will. Awesome. Fucking hell, nice one. The only problem with living in Hawaii is that you'd have to be trading when everyone else is asleep. That's the only difference. Someone once said he spoke about you. Yeah, well, I did teach him a lot, everything he knows. Not that he knows much. The problem with him is that he's very, very, he's a greedy man. It's very obvious to everybody who spends 5 seconds watching him. He's very greedy, and it compromises his trading so much. and he can't handle feedback after a certain point because he's got a personality issue. And I don't want to expose things that are private about the guy, but he did it in his voice chat himself when he talked about abusive relationships he's had with members of his family and how he treated them and how they abandoned him and how it left them with these grievances, which he finds difficult to overcome in his trading and in his interpersonal relationships with other people, it turns out. So that's the way it is. Who are you talking about, Toy BB? It's that man. It's the thief you're talking about, isn't it? I know he does say some false ass shit. Walk and wonder, yes, I've invested. Mind, body, soul, and money. Fortnite chills. Fortnite chills. Great to have you back. And you might even get me into Lycra and a wig. I don't know about the next stream, mind you. Yesterday, the weather report today said it would be 19 degrees, and I was all looking forward to that. And then today it said it was 19 degrees, but it wasn't. It wasn't. I don't have a weather station to check, but I know that it wasn't. Cry. Power minute. It's power minute. Yay! Here we go. It's the last minute of price action, everybody, and you've got that boost back up. It's right on the trade spotting line. It doesn't fucking get much better than that, mind you. We're on the 15-second time frame, and price is moving on a trade spotting vertical line. That's definitely fucking weird. So there it goes. Price action closing on a really strong move there. Great to see it. It's 25.47. Apparently, I don't believe that for shit. It's probably actually 25.40. Shout out to Tyler in the chat box. What a team we've got here. Appreciate you, Tyler. That was a really good call, and you were closer than most people on planet Earth with that one. Back above 25. That's a really good close for a lot of different traders. This was putting in can't actually see. It wasn't actually bullishly divergent on those teeny tiny time frames, but then between these oscillations, you would say it's at a bounce area. It came up and it tested that angular momentum. That's good to see, you know. That's good to see. I don't really give a shit about post-market prices, as you probably noticed for watching this show more than 5 minutes. I don't give a shit about that. And if you're new to here, I don't give a shit about post-market pricing. It means nothing. Other than to say like where they might update the actual closing price to when they get around to finishing their settlement bollocks, which is totally crap at the minute and absolutely lies. And I'm not surprised more people aren't talking about how much of a joke that is. 25.47, but I'm totally like I so don't trust that. It probably does change, and maybe it goes to 25.40. In which case, you know, then you Mr. Tyler, you sir, are a fantastic. What are they called? Those people that predict the future. Fucking hell, it went out of my brain there. Oh, it's been a long day, hasn't it, folks? 25.47 on the close, if you believe that. And meeting the top side of that momentum trend line. We're on a 1 minute time frame, so... Oh, 15 seconds. Got to the top side of the bullish control zone. No wonder it didn't push higher. That was also an interesting close considering this drop down point, that downward sloping diagonal, and price's bullish nature. Throughout the day, it went up 3.12%, so a little bit of positivity there. So you only need to give up smoking for like 2 weeks, and that feels like smoking. Tastes stupid, but it feels like we can get ones that taste like tobacco. But the guy in the shop clearly sells lots of those, so he didn't want to give me that. He just gave me these. Maybe I should start paying for them. J. Core on the Cob last left me a comment on a video. Alright, that is positive. Thank you very much, Mr. Corn on the Cob. He's a really nice guy, and he's a good trader, and he's made a lot of the recent price movements. Shout out to J. Corn on the Cob. Oh. Right, so I've got it locked, so I can move it around without worrying, but I'm sure if I change time frames that is all undone. We don't need that trend line, do we? I'm not going to be able to delete it with the lock on. And now forget. And that's only had 2 touches, so it's not real. And what am I doing drawing trend lines on the 15-second time frame? Well, being silly, I think. This isn't necessary anymore, neither is any of that. we've got our horizontals from that fib, so I don't need to keep that either. This period of volatility here with the 21st now approaching and Monday the 17th, you know, bookending the week here, and a week's worth of sideways price action until we reach Friday. So Friday, I mean, if I went up to the daily, that'll probably be on the 21st, that line anyway. Mind you, both of them will be. It's just, yes, that's on Friday on daily, really, on the lower term time frames. I mean it to also be on Friday. It's just if I move it here, it goes to Saturday. Oh, it's locked. No, it's not locked, it just won't move. Okay. Yeah, it jumps all the way to Monday. I'm not interested in that. So, for 15 minutes, I could maybe move it around, but then what's the point? What's the point? I've just explained it to people why it is what it is. I'll keep it on a 15 minutes where it doesn't look too scattered and make this point that so far this week, price action has mostly ranged between $23 and finding resistance at 26. That continued. The only distinction is that here recently, you got this higher low. So you tested resistance a number of times. Typically you would come back and test support. That didn't happen here. You got a higher low and price went on and actually conceivably went higher than these previous levels. Certainly didn't break this guy, but it got close. And so you're knocking on resistance door, and in this instance, before it's tested support, to be repeatedly hitting resistance means it's increasingly brittle up there, in that these contracts buys that take it up there eat at that level and they corrode it over time so that eventually it ends up breaking. It also destroys the confidence in the short side of the trade, that prices never go to their previous oscillation low, always are getting on that move away from them to their benefit. It always is a lesser and lesser distance, and it doesn't take a genius to work out that eventually it's just going to move back up above those levels of resistance. So repeatedly hitting resistance without first going to support is very positive for price action, even down here on the 50-minute time frame. This week was a compressed trading week, so the fact that you're getting sideways price action which repeatedly tests resistance rather than support is very, very positive, because it could be the other way around with lots of long side contracts unwinding on chain and people being nervous or anxious about their positions, hedging on them, taking downside trades which would have been like to cover or to compensate for moves moving down, and would have added selling pressure. So not to have that is also on balance positive. You also see on the 15-minute time frame that you made it, escaped back above this downward sloping diagonal, escaped, and then have been skirting alongside it. You haven't yet closed back within the prior formation, so it may well be that it's trying to push to the top side. And generally speaking, we've had a positive day today, also up 3%. So nice to see, positive to talk about, that sort of thing. Happy for the investor base, especially those guys and girls watching along with this show. Thanks very much for being here, and great to see those moves in price. I'm going to have another drink of whatever it is I bought at the shop, wherever I find it. There it is. Guess what it is? Coffee. I shouldn't be drinking this after 8. That was a rule I set myself. And I would never break any of my own rules. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I hope that... Right. So... talk to me then. What about your, now that the day's closed, what are your feelings about price action? Let me know in the chat box how you're thinking if you're holding option contracts, what you're thinking about the end of the week, how it's impacting you with regards to your thoughts and motivations and your strengths of your convictions. Tell me what prices you'd like to see price that close out at. If your strikes are at 20, 25 or 30 or anything else, of course, let me know. Are you planning on exercising or otherwise? Let me know these. I'll even start a wee poll in the chat box about that, about people who have option contracts, and if you do or not. That's not. What is this? Q&A. What even is that? Eh? I mean, it's a chat box. What is the chat box if it isn't Q&As? What does that mean? I never understood that. They need to be clear about the distinction between normal chat box chat and whatever a Q&A is. Until then, I'm not going to bother using it. Ask a question. Options? Exercising. Options? Are you exercising options? Are you exercising your options? Yes. And what at price? And what price? Yes, no. Don't trade options. Or... Yeah, no, that's great. Ah, thank God, I thought I maybe hit the wrong button. And you get off my screen. Thank you very much. Cautiously optimistic, still holding out for a move to 35. Not completely impossible. Entry targets 23, 19, 16 and 10. You did very well, Sen. Keep fast, that's great work. Luke Spears, thanks for the reply. Look more into options. Thank you very much, Luke Spears, for being so helpful. You're a really valuable member of the community here for so many different reasons, and I'm absolutely fucking delighted that you stick with me all this time. Appreciate you, brother. There are a lot of options at 20 and 25 if exercised that could push the prices up. Is this correct? Yeah, that's correct. I mean, if this site would fucking work, this is going to do that. That's like the spinning wheel. Now, if you noticed how much of a spinning wheel, the world has now been flooded with spinning wheels. They're everywhere. The only one that matters is the live person logo. You'll have seen it on the memes. AI loves spinning wheels. Shut up, no data returned. That's stupid. That website's so stupid sometimes. What's the closing price now? Ah, it still says it's the same, but I still don't believe it. There, it just changed. See, it just fucking changed. See that bullshit? Right when I fucking looked at it too. That's absolute bullshit, mate. Like, it's positive because it's higher, but it's still bullshit. It's still total bullshit. That's fucking bullshit, mate. Honestly, like, what are they gonna do tomorrow if that happens in around strike prices a bit? Like, what are they gonna, like? You will know, right? You don't have to have traded for long. You will know that that's complete and utter bollocks. That's complete and utter bollocks. I don't trust these fuckers at all anymore. Like, I used to at least think that was important, you know. And I knew Bing Bong the price was wrong. And like, you know, give me a moment here. Are we just gonna have to accept this is a new normal? That's what it's kind of starting to feel like. Why is this not a bigger conversation? Closing prices are incredibly important. Back in the day, that was all you got, right? That was all you got, the closing price. And now, you know, how are you supposed to... Like, what are they going to do if they were like, oh, sure, it's the Financial Times, let's get it out, wrap it up, guys, get it out, boom. And then they're like, oh shit, bring it all back, we have to reprint everything, it's all bollocks. It's all been bollocks, guys, bring them back. Like, how is it working? Like, how can they get away with that? And is it allowed because, like, everything's just so much of a fudge nowadays, they're just going to be like, yeah, fuck it, who cares? Well, I care. I think that's bollocks. You know, I mean, that, like, some things that's a percentage move, you know what I mean? And who's to say it isn't moving like a huge percentage on other assets? I'm only looking at this on closing prices. There must be thousands of stocks now, every day, that close at a price, and then, what's this, 11 minutes later, they're like, actually, we've got this new price it closed at. This is millions of people alone being affected. So so like, when you say there's thousands of other stocks, that's thousands of millions of people. Wait a minute. How is this allowed? Anyway, you know, I mean, that's one of the things that, like, I don't have experience of this. This is weird. I have to get my composure back. I have to make a closing clip for today's prices and stuff. I have to get my composure back. I'm going to have a look and see if there's been any issues with the settlement period that's causing closing prices to do this stuff in the past. Is this only happening on GameStop? I'm not sure, because I've only been looking at GameStop closing prices since they updated the settlement period, but constantly seeing it change now and, like, calling it out, and people are saying, like, yeah, that is weird, and then it still keeps happening. Like, it keeps happening. And I spoke to a dude who works at a settlement bank who's partly responsible for this sort of thing, because they're kind of different, you know. Settlement processes, like, involves different institutions, and they've got the clearing houses and that, clearing quote unquote. And he was saying it's a fucking mess, and so that's his words exactly. So I find it difficult to use others, because he didn't articulate any more than that, really, other than to say it's a fucking mess. And it definitely looks like a fucking mess from what I'm seeing. So I might go... Anyway, what is that all about? Like, seriously, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's right up there with fucking completely fucking stupid ridiculousness. Where is that thing at? This is the sort of thing, this is why it's difficult to give up smoking, because you get these sort of stupid things happening. Ugh. I'll be back in 2 seconds and I will recap where we've been for today and what we can maybe see tomorrow. I'm back. I'm back, traders. Traders! Right, where's the record button? We've got a poll about to finish in the chat box on how our audience is handling their option contracts. And it's a big week in GameStop, and this option chain is on fire. There's so many long-sided contracts in around really important nodes that hasn't been closed out, that speaks to strong bullish sentiment on the stock. And we've been seeing really positive moves in price action, considering we're trading during a really compressed week. An incredible week that has been part of a trading journey we take together here. And I am so very appreciative of everybody who watches this show and supports each other in the chat box and in the greater community. We've navigated through many intricacies this week. We've sharpened our strategies, deepened our understanding, and now returned to this beautiful curly wig. As we stand on the brink of another exciting close, let's take a moment to reflect on the lessons we've learned and the insights we've shared this week, which build up in the crescendo to tomorrow's trading session. I hope to see you there. Key highlights were today's show. We talked about how to better understand debit spreads to acquire cheaper shares than the current price, and complicated option strategies made simple with really good value add from the chat box. So it's not just your host, but also everybody watching along, advancing together here on the TradeSpotting channel. Thanks very much for watching this recap. We talked about the definition and purpose of debit spreads, the application so that you could recognize scenarios in which they'd be useful. We spoke about quadruple witching and the impact on the market that's coming up tomorrow, the third Friday of every month. And this one, we've got single stock futures, single index futures, options, and index options all expiring together. So we explored that phenomenon of the quadruple witching, and we prepared and equipped ourselves to handle the potential price action in the lead up to tomorrow's close. We talked even about options expiry times, because some people were wondering if it was 12 instead of 4 o'clock, and we Eastern Standard Time. And we clarified that, speaking about which contracts for which assets might be subject to that change. We talked about the strategic implications for these different closes. We talked about ETF rebalancing and restructuring, whether that would be happening before or after market hours, and whether these things would impact the price or have a big impact on volatility. We talked about the market conditions that currently impact GameStop and gave us insights into where GME might be going ahead of tomorrow's trading session. So let's focus on some of those insights on GameStop currently. Closing price, 25 bucks spot 47. Wait a minute, is it 25 spot 59? The settlement period is a complete mess, and more people should be focusing on this ridiculous ambiguity. There's a significant level there at close, back above 25 bucks. Why? Because there's a really high interest and volume node at 25 bucks on the options chain, and an awful lot of people now in money. And I say that, I mean millions of contracts. So that's interesting. It's a key level which we identified crucial support on price in around these levels here. There's resistance at 20, 25, 30, 35, and pushing above two of those important nodes is really significant considering the stickiness that price might have experienced at these areas, especially this shortened trading week because of the holiday in the middle of it, compressing our trading period. So we're preparing for tomorrow and trying to breathe properly. Review your positions. Ensure you're aware of all of the exposure to the various risks and the key levels so that you're ready to act depending on how the market moves tomorrow. I'll be live covering this because I think it's very important. I'm going to be here for a long time doing these live streams as price action is moving as it is at the minute. So we are ready for the volatility, and I'm in your corner. Given the high interest and the high volume we've seen in GME over the last couple of weeks compared to the last few years, we should be prepared for swift price movements, and we should use the strategies that we've all come to understand and employ very well up till now to manage that risk and manage your positions. We want everybody to stay informed as possible, so I really appreciate everybody chucking in all of their contextual knowledge, the benefit of their experience, and helping each other with all the skills they've learned over the years at this crucial period in the GameStop investor movement. Keep an eye on all possible market news that might be affecting everybody and share it here tomorrow in the chat box. Be aware of any shifts in sentiment, and as developments influence GameStop's price action, we'll stay ahead of all the moves and all the news. And this is not just a little recap on price action and technical analysis, which I'll get into in a second, but as always, these closing reviews, these recaps of prices are also a call to action. And we step in tomorrow's trading session, we're going to do it tomorrow together, and we're going to bring all of our skills and knowledge. So insights we've accumulated this week, those things over the last number of years, we're going to use those to stay sharp, disciplined, and focused. We're going to stay connected above all and advance together. Every trade we make is a step forward in our collective journey. Tomorrow will be a day of strategic action and thoughtful trading. So remember, we're not just reacting to the market, we're anticipating, planning, and executing with precision. So here's to a successful day tomorrow, and here is back into the charts where we've got a really, really interesting close with this really extended move on price action, coming back up to a downward sloping diagonal. On the 10-second time frame, you're only getting so much data, though that data is relevant because in context, it's an uptrend with higher highs and higher lows, meeting a downward sloping resistance level back up to that weekly time frame, which is important for these expiries. And as you can see, price action putting in previously a higher high on the body close, and all of these closes, despite how traumatic they might feel for people losing money on the option chain, these are higher lows, continuation of an uptrend, and suggestive of more to come. And you've also got really strong moves. You're into the bullish control zone. Turn off the drawing so it's slightly clearer. You're above your own moving average on the RSI. You're inside the bullish control zone. You've got a higher high. And that is really, really positive about the momentum behind GameStop. And this very much is a momentum move right now with more volume and stronger, larger price candles, speaking to bigger volatility. That's the dispersal of prices over a range increasing. Another trend that might face continuation On the daily time frame, it does make it a little bit more ambiguous with this lower high and this strong trend line now being broken to the downside. But you turn the drawings back on again and you can see that we've not slipped far from that previous support line. We didn't break a wick low that's previously slipped outside of it on the daily, and so it's only at a fake out area, which is where you get the most volatile moves back inside the previous formation. You could even experience displacement. That's a concept that Rocky, my brother, and I added to the body of technical analysis. We're experts. Join the show, spend time in the chat box, and you will advance in the same way, whether it's just by osmosis. Listening to me long enough will make you a better trader. Daily time frame, you're holding the basis line there on the RSI. That means the momentum indicator is still in a bullish profile. While price is pushing slightly lower, that speaks to opportunity. Opportunity faced with huge volatility, that means an even more exaggerated potential upside. And if you manage your risk, then there's no problem about anything in terms of downside volatility. 4-hour time frame. Now you can see that there's a number of harmonics showing up on the chart here. I'll zoom in and show you them in slightly more detail on lower time frames. We've got a couple of potential trades set up on the chart here. Those for people who like a lot of boss biscuit on their chocolate. Well, a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, pardon me. You're getting really good entries in there around the mid $23 levels. And price action so far has responded very positively, though it's in this downward sloping resistance. That is part of a broadening wedge, which gives you a measured move. And if we're to draw that out on the chart here, it's something like this. Take that and drop it on the top side, and you could be talking about moves all the way up to $30. That makes sense because it takes you back inside that formation that looks to be a symmetrical triangle. And if price makes it in, having reached a fake out zone, then we're talking again about displacement. And that is where a lot of money is to be made. And if you're talking about volatility, this type of artifact on the charts, and a really, really intense expiry on Friday, then it could be we're seeing extremely exciting moves on price. Maybe the biggest moves on price this week are actually coming tomorrow. And with hardly any long side contracts unwinding on the option chain, there's a strong bullish sentiment in the investor base. On the 4-hour time frame, you can see you've slipped below the center line on the RSI, but price at this point pushing lower than it did previously. Sorry, it's higher than it was previously, and this is an uptrend, so you're pushing lower on RSI, not as low on price. That speaks to continuation divergence, and that means if you add that to the bullish profile you're seeing on the other time frames, you could get a real acceleration in price if it starts moving back up again. And it would likely then be the theory you would take it back to the prior highs within this previous formation, which suggests $30 again, confluent with a measured move from that wedge and matching up with these potential trade setups, which is part of the reason why they're there. Down at the hourly time frame, higher highs on the current trend with regards to the RSI, holding your own moving average, pushing back towards the center line, and if that starts pushing up on the hourly time frame, tomorrow during price action where we're seeing bullish moves across other time frames, you will really get that incredible boost to the rate of change behind price, and that real volatile move towards the end of day Friday could be really extreme. So we're looking for big moves tomorrow. We'll drop down now and look at it on these tiny itsy bitsy time frames, 15 minutes, and we'll talk about these harmonics. You've got a cipher, which suggests an entry around the same place as a bullish Gartley, which is the best reversal harmonic you can get. All of that coming alongside an anti-shark. I'm not particularly a big fan of the shark harmonic, but when you put it next to a Gartley and you put that next to a cipher, and all three of them suggest the same sort of entry area, then you're on for an awful lot of confluence, an awful lot of resonance, and a huge potential move. This probability of this working out is higher than it normally is, just based on the technicals. Looking at the market dynamics, we know that that's also true. And seeing the sentiment based on the behavior of market participants this week, this a compressed trading week, speaks to real excitement behind price tomorrow. So we've been keeping the energy up for a reason, and that's because the hype is still here. Price still has a chance to do magnificent things, and fair play to everybody who believed in GameStop. You don't need to wait and rely on somebody else making you money because of their position. It's all about how you handle the risks that are presented to you. And I've got so much respect for the GameStop community, constantly facing down what is a formidable enemy in what is an interminable journey. You guys are doing amazing, and tomorrow we're going to face more of the same, where price action, if it breaks out of this formation, gives us prior highs to aim for at around 26, 27. It gives us the top oscillation from the previous formation, which matches a measured move, which matches the targets on that harmonic resonance. Everything looks like GameStop's about to break back into that symmetrical triangle. Once you get there, you're facing the idea of displacement. My brother and I invented this concept, added it to the body of technical analysis, and tomorrow we're going to potentially see it play out in glorious fashion, validating so many people's belief in this stock and their own conviction in price. Tomorrow is a big day for GameStop. I hope to see you there in the live stream. Thanks for everybody for watching. Hit that like button. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Mephine. Thank you, everybody. We're fucking doing it, guys. We're fucking doing it, guys. You know, I take the wig off, right? And most people, you know, hundreds of thousands of people, literally hundreds of thousands of people, have never seen me with other hair and don't know that that's a wig. Top man, thank you very much, Didek. Yo, Lisa. So that was a little bit of an energetic end. You know, maybe you'd find it slightly decoupled from the attitude we had during the show. But we were here all day live. If you weren't, join us tomorrow, where we'll be here again all day live, covering price action in every oscillation. Let's get round to this poll then. Don't trade option. 56% of people are very, very smart, are benefiting from price rising without any of the anxiety that's facing massive insecurity conversations about how afraid everybody is. It's fucking everywhere you look. And you, 55%, oops, dropping, you guys have managed to avoid all of that while surely being in the money when prices are back above 30. It looks like they're heading that direction, and if so, oh my god, that's going to be fantastic. 25% of people are not exercising, 20% of people are. That means that about a quarter of the people watching this show right now that are voting in this poll are going to be exercising those positions. We're speaking about hundreds of thousands of contracts. That's potentially millions of shares, certainly hundreds of thousands. That's going to cause pressure on the market makers buying the thing, which is going to lead to more potential price rises. And that's all coming up ahead of a Friday expiry, which is quadruple witching, which is also a compressed trading week. And that speaks to such strong bullish sentiment in the investor base. It's absolutely ridiculous. End that poll. It didn't get as many, 169 votes. Well, if you were going to get anything less than 1,000, then a nice 69 number, it's appreciated there. Those numbers don't actually add up. Somebody should speak to the settlement bank. 55% plus 24% plus 20% equals 99%. That's ridiculous. The whole world is a fudge. The whole world is a fudge. The cake is a lie. Steve the Seagull's the only real bird. Thank you very much.